What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku left and becomes the agent of Overwatch. Quirks proved to be a danger when they first came into existence. Real-life superpowers that children from kind to selfish obtained. The expansion of these supernatural abilities was quite harmful to the world as it was unknown, especially since it was the younger generation growing into a world where their abilities were not regulated. In order to fight new empowered foes, Overwatch was formed. People of military expertise or scientific prospects were recruited into this new organization. With their help and the new assistance of Quirks, technology advanced at a rate the world had never seen before. New abilities could be used without the assistance of Quirks thanks to breakthroughs of the scientific community. The biggest breakthrough was the final versions of robots referred to as Omnics with the ability to feel emotion and learn much like a human. This was an amazing development at first, but it soon became sour as people abused the new race of intelligent life. Either proving their superiority over the Omnics by using their Quirks, modifying Omnics by creating viruses in new models or tampering the program of pre-existing ones, or downright manipulating them with technological-based Quirks or turning them into complete war machines. This destroyed the world. Omnics created a divide in humans, causing the children with powerful Quirks to be treated as royalty. The war made the regular Omnics become hated and made the outcasts of society. This brings us to Izuku Yagi, the Quirkless son of the #1 hero. With how the world has changed, being one of the few remaining humans without power has made him seen to be worthless. With his idol of Overwatch being disbanded, he starts to lose hope until he mates one of the heroes he has been idolizing since he was 4. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author Prttygoodnoob for writing this story. Now let's get into the story. Izuku Yagi pressed the back of his head against the door of the doctor's waiting room. His sister, Izumi Yagi, was congratulated for having a kinesis quirk. Her quirk is a mutated version of her mother's, Inko Yagi's quirk of telekinesis, where instead of grabbing visible objects, Izumi grabs the invisible kinetic force and focuses it into green electric projectiles. However, she was taken out of the room with their mother as their father was taken to the doctor's personal office, which is adjacent to the current waiting room Izuku sat in. The goal was clearly meant to be private conversation, but Izuku just had to eavesdrop. It didn't take a genius to understand that they would be talking about Izuku's quirk. Otherwise, they would have stated it along with Izumi's. Izuku had first shoved his ear against the door but stopped when their conversation easily leaked through the thin walls. "I don't know how to tell you, sir, but your son is quirkless. Quirkless cases are extremely rare, Izuku being the 10th child born in the last 2 decades without a quirk. The reason this is so rare is because if both parents have a quirk, it is not possible for the child to be quirkless. One quirkless parent, over 1 in a million chance, and 2 quirkless parents have about 1 in 1,000 chance to have a quirkless child," the doctor stated coolly, but Izuku could hear the wonder and intrigue in his voice. Izuku sat defeatedly with his head against the door, and his large green eyes narrowed in confusion. What the doctor said didn't make sense to the young boy. He may only be 4, but Izuku was incredibly intelligent. His hobby was to read, and he found the research folios on recent technological discoveries, like current redirect barriers or CRB, that are blue shields constructed of magnetic particles, allowing thrown objects to be stopped in their tracks when passing through one side of the barrier, but phase easily through the other. However, Izuku had yet to finish the book as it was still far too complex for the young boy to know what everything meant. Many words were still unknown to Izuku's vocabulary. So, when the doctor stated that it was impossible for 2 quirked individuals to produce a quirkless offspring, it immediately caught Izuku's attention. His mother certainly had a quirk. Izuku had witnessed his mum pull objects across the house, and her quirk helped develop Izumi's quirk. But Izuku's father also had a quirk. He said it was called Mighty Strength, essentially giving him a lot of power in his physical abilities. However, Izuku has never seen his father use his quirk before. Toshinori had stated his body had become too weak after repetitive use of his quirk, so he couldn't show his young children. Izuku's eyes widened as he put the dots together. If what the doctor said was true, that means his dad did not have a quirk and he was lying about possessing one, which meant that Izuku got incredibly unlucky. "Alright, thank you for telling me this, but why take my wife and daughter out of the room?" Toshinori asked, unaware his words were crystal clear to his son behind the door. "I'll tell you. The quirk diagnostic took longer than usual as I compared Izuku's DNA to a piece of hair snagged from you. Sorry, sir, but you both had registered quirks and I had to make sure that Izuku's quirklessness was the result of foul play. But to my astonishment, it's not," the doctor exclaimed loudly. The word DNA reminds Izuku of some things he has read. He believes it is what makes up a person but isn't 100% sure. But he does know that whatever it is can allow scientists to connect the blood relationship of two people. Izuku frowns as he doesn't understand what the rest of what the doctor had said. Foul play? Astonished? Izuku has never heard of those words before and was unsure of what they could mean. You and Mrs. Yagi both have quirks and have a quirkless child. Please, sir, you need to come here again to run tests. This could be a scientific breakthrough on our knowledge of quirk copulation, or if there is a potential disease or genome that removes quirks from individuals. The doctor rejoiced, and Izuku could clearly hear the excitement the man has. Izuku suddenly became scared, the prospect of becoming a science experiment. We will certainly talk this out, Dr. Ujiko, Toshinori answered nervously. Izuku heard his father stand up and quickly walk to the door. Izuku scampered onto his feet with slight fear as he worried that he would get scolded by his dad if he were to discover that Izuku was eavesdropping on them. The door swung open and Izuku flinched at the speed he had. He looked up to his tall and lanky father, but was interrupted by Toshinori reaching down and grabbing Izuku's hand and quickly dragging him out of the doctor's waiting room. Remember to stay in touch, Mr. Yagi, the doctor called out as Toshinori pulled Izuku towards the door. Toshinori looked over his shoulder and gives a brief wave to the man before opening the door. Will do. Toshinori ushered his words out in worry. Toshinori leaves while pulling Izuku forcefully with him. Izuku grunts and reaches for his arm as he starts to feel pain from the strength of his father's grip. The height difference between the two was significant and Izuku was bouncing on his toes to not be lifted off the ground. Dad, Izuku whined, wanting to tell his father to let him go as he was hurting him. Not now, Izuku. Let's find you mother and sister now, Toshinori says with a worried tone as he moved with Izuku roughly, seemingly having no concern for the pain he was bringing Izuku at the moment. Is Dad okay? Izumi asked as she held onto her mother's neck while the long green-haired adult ran with her daughter in her arms. Both of their long straight green hair whipped in the air behind them as they ran fast through the hospital's white hallways. Izuku was breathing heavily as he tried to keep up with his mother, sprinting after her with his short little legs. Izuku wasn't sure why his mother wasn't carrying him with Izumi as well. The reasoning Inko gave to Izuku was that she couldn't run with both of them in her arms, but she's held both of them at once before. She does have two arms after all. It might be a form of punishment, young Izuku had theorized. It had been a week since he and Izumi returned from the quirk doctor, but the environment of home had changed a little bit. Only about an hour once the family were back at their residence. Izumi fell down the stairs and Izuku got the blame for it. For some reason, Inko didn't let the boy explain that he had not touched her and immediately sent him to his room, grounding him. The grounding punishment was weirdly long, and both his mother and father haven't really been staying around him for long. At least Toshinori hadn't called back the doctor to get Izuku checked for the strange abnormalities of his quirkless status. Izuku weaved his way around the legs of other adults, trying to keep pace and see which direction his mother was running to. He didn't want to miss what door his mother would run into. Izuku kept running, and thankfully the amount of people in the hallways became less and less the higher level they were in the hospital. Unfortunately, Izuku lost sight of his mum but didn't panic too much. He knew she was on the top level as that was where he had lost her on, so he continued to scout the hallway for his father and the rest of his family. It was a lot harder said than done for the unfortunate 4-year-old. The hospital layout was like a maze, and the windows that would let others to see into the room were tinted unlike the other sets of glass in the hospital. Since there was also no noise around anyway, Izuku had no clue if he had passed his dad's room. Izuku didn't want to be a bother and knock on every room's door to figure out if it was where his family was, or not, so Izuku started to trot his way back to the stairs entrance to wait for his mother and sister. He walked down the hallway where he spotted the stairs and next to a set of sliding metal doors which Izuku believes to be for an elevator. He thinks to himself of why they didn't use the elevator but was interrupted from his thoughts as the door he just walked past was pushed strongly open. The large metal frame slammed against the small frame of Izuku and crushed him against the opposing wall. Oh! Izuku whined as he clutched his face with his hands. However, his moan of pain went unnoticed by the perpetrators who smashed the door open. "See you, honey. Please take this needed time off," Izuku's mother called out inside the room she just left, waving her arm to her husband inside. "Bye, Dad," Izumi shouted, tears rolling down her face and sniffling loudly in her mother's arms. They then turned and walked down the hall, not even noticing that they smashed Izuku with the door. Izuku groaned and rubbed his face, the pain still lingering all over, but it wasn't too bad, and the boy bet the feeling would pass over soon. Izuku recognized that this could be his moment to say hi to his dad and make sure he was alright. Izuku shook himself and slightly pushed the door away from him so he could run around it and go inside the room, but the voices of people he didn't recognize stopped him from going in. "Alright, they're gone," Now we need to get back to business. Are you 100% sure that you killed him? A voice asks from inside the hospital room. Izuku gasps, but it was too quiet for anyone to have heard. Did his dad kill someone? Now Izuku was questioning what the reasoning of his dad's trip to the hospital was. The only thing he knew was that it was urgent, and his mum was in a panic. I completely destroyed all for one's head, although the arsenal of quirks that he has domain over does leave the low possibility of survival. At minimum, he won't be able to function again. Toshinori answered indignantly. The person he was speaking responded with a sigh while Izuku's eyes widened in shock. His father killed someone. Was the person fine with it, and how would his father have destroyed someone's entire head? Is he exaggerating, or did he actually achieve that? How would he have done that? Was it through his quirk? Was his father lying about how he could not use his quirk? Also, who is this all for one person? Is he a villain, and what is with their strange name? These were the thoughts that were running through Izuku's head as he listened in on the conversation his father was having with a mystery man. Izuku was nervous about being caught, but was too curious on what was going on to at least not know the person his dad was talking to. So Izuku slowly slid around the door and tried to be as silent as possible when he peeked his head around the corner of the door and peered into the room. A tall man stood next to Toshinori's bed wearing a neat cream-colored suit with a seal for one green tie that matches his mostly green hair, with the exception of a long clumped strand of yellow hair. The man definitely looked intelligent. His stoic expression and his pose of discontent as he was deep in thought while pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Izuku ducked his head back around the corner, fast as he was afraid of being caught. Izuku's questions about who the man was before he looked around the corner only increased when he saw who it was. The man was Sir Night-Eye, All Might, Izuku's favorite hero and is the hero's ex-sidekick. What was he doing here with his father? But now you've been given a deep blow that has had to remove half of your organs. Any normal hero would have to retire, but you are Japan's symbol of peace. We can't lose you yet. Not with the threat of the Omnics rising. Sir Night-Eye groaned in frustration with his eyes squeezed shut. I know I have to keep going, but I'm afraid that my hours of being a hero will be severely limited. I'm not sure on what I can do on that prospect. The citizens of Japan are still counting on me. Toshinori responded back to Night-Eye after stating his clear dread of his current predicament. Izuku meanwhile had his eyes popping out of his head at the news he was hearing. What was going on? Was Sir Night-Eye really saying that his father was the #1 hero, All Might? How could that be true? All Might was so muscular that people speculate him of using something called a drug to reach that size. While Izuku knew his father as a tall but freakishly skinny, to the point of him looking like a skeleton. Wait, was that why his dad never used his quirk in front of him and Izumi? Was it because in order for him to gain his immense strength, he has to buff up into his All Might form? Why was he keeping this a secret from them? Did their mother know? She would have too, as Izuku's father would often be out of the house early in the morning and come back late. She'd have to know what his job was. But the main worry at the moment is your quirk. Now that you aren't full capacity to house the power of one for all will start killing you. Toshinori, you need to find a successor fast before your quirk makes you explode. The world needs to keep a symbol after your time has gone. We need to start finding candidates for who your quirk could go to pronto. Sir Night-Eye states seriously, but there was great passion with his words. Izuku's face scrunched at what he had said. I agree, but I can't do it now. Let me rest in here before I go on the search for my potential protege. Toshinori sighs, clearly upset at having to perform the task to find someone to follow in his footsteps. Don't worry, I'll help. I'll start now to find one for you. Sir Night-Eye stated quickly, and Izuku began to panic as he stumbled back slightly at the pounding steps echoing towards the door. Complete terror consumed Izuku at this very moment at the thought of being caught. His family was already being rough with him at the moment. He didn't want them to be furious at him for listening in on a private conversation. Wait, Sasaki. I have something else I need to say. Toshinori yelled before Night-Eye could leave. Immense relief washed over Izuku as he heard the footsteps of the pro-hero stop. The greedy part of Izuku wanted to know what his father wanted to say to Sir Night-Eye, which he now knows to be his old sidekick, but Izuku was too scared to risk the idea of being caught. So Izuku turned around and desperately attempted to run while making no noise. His first steps were slow as Izuku moved away from the door. He tried to pick up pace but immediately slowed down as he heard the noise his feet were making. He only prayed that it was too quiet for the men to hear over their own conversation. Izuku made it to the elevator at the end of the hallway and pressed the button. Izuku's heart skipped a beat as he read the digital red number above the elevator door say 11. There were 20 floors of the hospital. Izuku was in high alarm as he constantly looked to the flipping red numbers then over his shoulders to see if Sir Night-Eye were to walk out of the room. The elevator dinged and Izuku practically leaped inside. He pressed the button with the large G on it that signifies that ground floor before smashing the close door button. Once the doors were completely shut, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and slumped down on his butt. Soft and annoying elevator played, but Izuku was too stressed to care. He was a literal step away from getting exposed by Sir Night-Eye, and Izuku didn't even want to entertain the thought of punishment he would receive that he learned of his father's secret identity without his permission. After a few seconds of silent solace, Izuku's mind wandered to his recent memories of the conversation his dad had with his old sidekick friend. They said both all for one and one for all, didn't they? Izuku thought. Was that a misspeak, or were they truly different things, just said in the reverse way? They do have to be different, as Izuku recalls one for all being something Toshinori could pass on, while all for one was a person. Did Sir Night-Eye refer to one for all as a quirk? Izuku couldn't fully remember. The sensation of fear of the moment made all of Izuku's current thoughts at the time jumbled. What did they mean by transfer the quirk as well? Izuku has never heard of a quirk that can be passed on to other people. He has heard of copy quirks, but this isn't anything like that. What would happen if someone were to copy that quirk? Would they pass their own quirk onto someone else and not be able to take it back? Izuku then violently shook his head and slapped his cheeks at lightning pace. Now was not the time to be theorizing about quirk interactions, Izuku. Although it would be something Izuku would put in his own quirk research book later today when he gets time. Was his father born with the ability to do that? But that wouldn't make sense. How would he be that strong? His quirk wouldn't be able to take other quirks, would it? Surely an ability like that would catch the attention of several people if previously quirked individuals became quirkless. Perhaps the quirk was given to him, passed on by someone else, where multiple quirks are stored inside. Izuku's face brightened, and his thoughts continued to delve into that theory at the remembrance of his diagnosis. The doctor did say that the only way for a person to be born quirkless is to have one quirkless parent. His mum certainly was not quirkless, but Toshinori would be if he was given his quirk by someone else. It would explain his reaction to the doctor's offer of testing Izuku. He didn't want people to figure out that he was biologically quirkless, as that would raise a lot of questions. Then suddenly, the more words from Sir Night-Eye popped into Izuku's head. The man had said one for all had started killing him, that he would explode. Was his dad dying? Izuku couldn't hold onto those thoughts for too much longer as the elevator doors ripped open. Izuku flinched as he looked up to see three people looking down at him. Izuku didn't know any of them, and they seemed surprised to see Izuku as well. Stranger danger popped into the young boy's head, and he quickly sped past the three. Once he was past their legs, Izuku looked around and saw his mother carrying Izumi was the walked out of the lobby. Izuku was glad to see that he managed to catch up with them, even after taking his time at his dad's hospital room door, but he guesses the stairs are much slower than the elevator. Izuku was extremely glad that they didn't take it. Izuku rushed after them, not wanting to be left behind once again. Is everyone ready? We don't want to be late. Inko happily called out to the hyperactive children. Izumi was bouncing on the balls of her feet, and her ecstatic smile was lighting up the room. Toshinori was also standing proudly next to his brilliant daughter, and her friends also had excited smile over their faces. A young girl stood next to Izumi. She had half a head of height above Izumi, had long black hair held in a high ponytail. Near the two girls was a young boy, the same height as the black-haired girl, and had two different hair colors. On the left side of his head, his hair was hot red, and his eye was an icy blue. Then on the right side of his head was snow-white hair, and he had a gray eye. The girl's name was Momo Yaoyorozu, the pristine daughter of the Yaoyorozu family. The Yaoyorozu was one of the richest families in the world and was easily the richest set of people in Japan. The boy's name was Shoto Todoroki, and he was the youngest son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Their name was renowned, as the Todoroki family has been some of the best heroes Japan has ever seen for a few generations now, more respected than the Ingenium family line. Izumi was great friends with these two children, as it was a way for the parents to connect together. The kids don't know about Toshinori's identity as All Might, but two of the most powerful people in Japan certainly do and wish to be on good terms with the man. So all three parents of these children have established connections with each with the use of their children. Am I going to get my presents there, mummy? Izumi asks, excited on leaving the house to go to her birthday party. Inko smiled sweetly down at her daughter and nodded her head. Of course, sweetie. Inko answered her enthusiastic daughter. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Izumi shouted and ran towards the door of the house. Shoto and Momo giggled at Izumi and chased after her, while the parents had satisfied smiles on their faces. They walked towards the door where the young children were crowded at, excited to go to Izumi's 5th birthday party. The young girl had been bragging to the others about being the oldest since they arrived at their home all day. Unbeknownst to them was the small messy green-haired boy staring at them from around the kitchen doorway. His head shakily gripped the doorway of the house's frame, and tears leaked from his eyes as his parents took his sister and their friends to her birthday party. completely ignoring it was their son's birthday as well. Izuku felt himself shatter as his father closed the door behind him, not even taking a glance to look at his son. Izuku wondered if this was still part of his long punishment from nearly a year ago from when Izumi fell down the stairs. His mother and father have been quite negligent to him since that incident, or was it because they had a quirkless son? Izumi has become quite rude and disrespectful towards Izuku. It has only been getting worse as their parents have been doing nothing to stop her. She has made it clear that she hates the fact that Izuku was a quirkless and would call him a pathetic excuse of a brother. Their friend Shoto and Momo had also called him useless and pathetic along with his sister, not wanting to be his friend anymore because of his so-called disease. Even Izuku's best friend from daycare Kachin, properly known as Katsuki Bakugo, has yelled at Izuku to get away from him as he was a quirkless freak. He even gave the small boy the nickname Deku, an alternate spelling of his name Izuku that means good for nothing or useless. That nickname that Katsuki created had now transformed into the name everyone refers to Izuku as, even his own sister and his old friends of Momo and Shoto copying what she calls him. Pathetic good for nothing Deku. Izuku thought that his reasoning for his abuse was obviously his quirkless status and that it was likely the reasoning for his parents' sudden neglect and hatred towards him. But it still confused Izuku as his father must have also been quirkless at some point of his life, as that is the only explanation to Izuku's quirklessness. Izuku had done some research on DNA after the doctor visit and confirmed that scientists use DNA to test the biology of people to see if they are related, which means Tashinori is definitely Izuku's dad. Was he being hypocritical? Izuku's thoughts started to speed up in pace and his mind was struggling to keep up. Izuku's voice started to leak out and he began to coherently mumble. Izuku's face quickly became frightened and he slammed a hand over his mouth. Izuku's eyes darted around the kitchen room before he sighed disappointedly and dropped his arms down to his side. Izuku has become self-conscious of his mumbling as his mother slapped him the last time. She heard it and his sister attacked him with her quirk, shooting multiple blasts of green kinetic energy at him. Izuku wanted to ask his dad if he was really All Might but was afraid to bring the topic up at his father's current attitude towards him. So Izuku has kept that knowledge to himself for the past year. Izuku dropped his head and stared dully at the floor beneath him. He sniffled and raised his arm to wipe his nose, not bothering to remove his tear streaks that stained his puffy cheeks. He then put a hand on his stomach and rubbed it around in a small circle. Izuku was getting hungry. Maybe I can make myself a cake. I know Mom's done it before. She might still have some of the ingredients. Izuku spoke out loud. Izuku then turned around and waddled up the stairs of his house. Izuku then made his way over to his room and pushed the door open. His room had mostly remained the same since last year. Nothing new had been added. The main difference was his bed looking much messier since he had to wash his own sheets and it was a struggle to slide them back over the bed. Izuku walked towards the small table his parents had given him when he was 2 as they noticed their son loved to draw and write. On his small green table with 4 thick plastic legs, had the shape of bowling pins, was a mess of crayons, textures, and pencils. Next to those items was a large book with blotchy handwriting inside the graphed paper pages and just behind them was a laptop. Izuku walked over to his small laptop, a gift he got on his 4th birthday from his rich parents. The tab he had open was a large Reddit forum talking about an old creepypasta. The book next to him was a simple schoolbook Izuku had snagged from his father's office. The young boy had a knack to write his thoughts down and would often write about quirks in that book he had. But it's full now and his parents refused to buy him a new one. So Izuku may have taken one as he was getting desperate to have some place to jot his thoughts down. Izuku sighed and reached over to his open book. The first line on the page was, "Is all for one possible?" Once Izuku got home from the hospital all those years ago, he immediately started doing research on the man his father he now knows as All Might and his old sidekicks Sir Night Eye were talking about, All for One. All for One was an apparent legend, a myth of a man that was said to have existed at the dawn of quirks over 130 years ago. The man was said to be nothing of pure evil, removing quirks from the random people who developed them and forcibly giving them to those whose bodies couldn't handle them, creating mindless puppets. The myth says that the man is still alive to this day, surviving on the thousands of quirks he has stolen for himself and is the main cause of missing cases. He kills people and makes sure that they are never discovered again. Of course, all of this information Izuku obtained online from people talking about this as a theory. No concrete evidence has been made about him even existing, so all of Izuku's information is coming from random forums on the internet. Many people have disproven the existence of this man. Both quirkologists and historians have used their knowledge in their field to prove All for One never existed. Yet his father and Night Eye said that his dad had only just killed the villain a few days after his quirkless diagnosis. This means that All for One isn't as much as a myth the professionals want the public to believe, or the man All Might killed got his name from the All for One myth. Izuku couldn't say for sure as his dad is very secretive. Not surprising, as he is the #1 hero, he does need to keep information about himself minimal, as a lot of villains have a vendetta against the hero. He also has a passable quirk. So many selfish criminals would want to get their hands on his quirk. But something in Izuku is telling him that the person his dad killed was the original All for One, the man these forum sites are talking about. Because if All for One truly did exist, it would explain how his dad has a passable quirk. Maybe he met the villain himself before he and Izumi were born. Maybe this quirk was given to him by someone completely different who had previously met All for One. Izuku couldn't be too sure. He had so many ideas but little answers. It was why he writ all of this down. His mind was too cramped and jumbled to have all of this. Izuku shut his book closed for the time being, and he closed the tab of Reddit he had open. Izuku then grabbed his laptop before walking backwards, away from the table. He made it to his open door and put his foot against it. Izuku then started hopping while dragging the door closed with his foot. Once it was almost closed, Izuku pulled it as hard as he could with his foot and took his toes away from the slamming door. The small boy smiled before turning around and running down the stairs, clutching his laptop tightly in his arms. Izuku made his way back to the kitchen and placed his computer on the kitchen counter. He then made his way towards the fridge. Izuku reached around the side and pulled out a flattened stool. Izuku pulled it open and then placed the stool on the ground. Izuku stepped onto it, and now he can see over the kitchen counter. Izuku reached over to his laptop, then started looking up tutorials on how to make a cake. It was his birthday after all. Izuku spent the next hour making himself a cake with the ingredients his mother had in the cupboard and fridge. It shouldn't have taken Izuku that long to make, but it was Izuku's first time baking anything. He had no clue on how to use the oven before looking up instructions online. The icing was a little sloppy, and Izuku believes he put a bit too much sugar into it, but he will take this as a lesson for himself into the future. Izuku places the small cake he made himself onto a plate he grabbed himself. He purposefully made the cake small, as Izuku knew he wouldn't be able to eat a whole cake. Izuku also had some more icing left over and wanted to put it in the fridge, but ultimately decided against it, as his mom would probably get angry that he took things from the fridge and pantry without asking. Izuku also debated on making more cake for Izumi, but along with his previous reason of not saving the icing as before, Izuku felt like she was getting more than enough food and gifts as wherever she was now. Izuku didn't know as their parents had left it as a surprise for the birthday location. A location that Izuku thought he was also going to. Izuku smiled sadly as he grabbed a spoon. He brought the cake closer to him and looked at a family picture he brought onto the counter from the lounge room. "Happy birthday to me," Izuku sung quietly to himself as he forced a smile onto his face. Izuku slowly started to eat his cake. With one hand, Izuku held a spoon and shoveled his cake into his mouth while he scrolled through videos on his computer. Izuku has always been in love with heroes. He has tons of them in his original book where he would spout about their quirks and abilities with those quirks. He was currently looking for a video on a new debut hero in Japan called Mariko, the youngest female to be promoted to be a solo hero in Japan at the age of 18. However, what Izuku saw instead was a thumbnail of a large man with modern knight armor. Izuku's interest was piqued, and he clicked on the video, all the while pushing mounds of cake into his mouth. Instantly, Izuku can tell this is a bystander recording the video, having their phone rotated the wrong way and the shaky quality. Izuku gasped. Cake almost fell out of his mouth as an insane villain glowed with yellow fire rose off of them. He could see that the bystander was panicking, swirling their phone around to see if a hero was around to save them. Instead of seeing a semblance of hope, all they saw were more injured civilians. Even though Izuku could guess the thumbnail hero would appear out of nowhere, he was still on edge as he hoped to see everyone in the video would turn out alright. Izuku watched intensely as the villain turned towards the person holding the camera. The villain laughed before launching a wave of yellow fire towards them. Izuku could hear the person behind the camera scream as they stumbled back and onto the ground, still pointing their camera at the villain. But now they were just shrouded with yellow fire that was rushing towards them. "Get behind my shield," Izuku heard a voice shout. Izuku couldn't recognize the words, but knew it was English from what he has heard before. The camera person turns and sees a large man in a full suit of armor charging forward. Izuku could see that they held their arm out in front of them with a sculpted lion pointed forward. Flying behind him was a beam of hot fire concentrated like a jet engine with a large hammer with rockets hanging next to the hot stream. Izuku could see the person crawl forward to get away from the fire and pray that the large armored man would protect them. The person recording the video turned their phone back to look at the charging knight and saw a large blue translucent barrier in front of him. Izuku's eyes widened in awe as he recognized what that barrier was. That barrier was a CRB, and it was in the research book Izuku has kept in his room and mostly learned in the past year. Izuku continued to watch the video as the knight blocked all of the villain's fire before smashing him with his hammer, propelled fire shooting out from his large weapon. The people on the street cheered at being saved and said some things in English which Izuku didn't understand. However, Izuku was too enamored to think about how cool that night was with all of his fancy hero gear. Izuku had to know who he was. Izuku washed his plate and took his laptop back to his room. He didn't hear when his parents and sister returned home that night. He was too focused going down a rabbit hole. He found out that man technically wasn't a hero. He was an agent, a part of a global organization called Overwatch. Izuku had never heard of heroes who weren't bounded by one nation's government. Izuku learned that this organization has been active for over 2 decades now and is run by people trying to help the world combat the change Quirks have created in the world. Overwatch held some of Earth's smartest minds and had gadgets the rest of today's society had yet to see. Izuku kept watching more videos and saw someone teleporting with a blue flash, a man spitting out lava from a robotic arm, and a large gorilla holding an electric-powered cannon. Izuku was amazed at their equipment and was enthralled that it looked like they mostly relied on their equipment instead of their quirks. Izuku tried to look into their quirks and abilities, but it was almost impossible to find their abnormalities. He found 2 and maybe 3 at best, but the rest of the hundreds he saw were a complete mystery. This suddenly brought Izuku a lot of hope. Since his diagnosis, his sister and old friends have been mocking him on his useless hope of still being a hero without a quirk. To tell him that he'd die within a day or that the people he would try to save would be stronger than him. Izumi had even threatened him to give up and had attacked him when he said no. All Might used to be his idol, but now that he knows that he's his dad and has been ignoring him for almost a year, Izuku can't put him on the pedestal he had previously placed him on. Despite what Izuku had said, he was doubtful that he could achieve his dream of being a hero. Maybe that hope was unrealistic and he should give up. Maybe Izuku should try to become an Overwatch agent instead. Izuku sat in his mostly empty room, his legs crossed, and his posture leaned forward over his small green table he's had since he was 2. Izuku was now obviously far too big for the table. If Izuku were to sit on it, it would probably break. Izuku's hair was a lot more unkempt than how it was when he was younger. Several puffy strands hung down over his eyes and curled at his shoulder blades. On the table, Izuku had wires and tangled silver cords connected to the sole outlet in his room. These wires were connected to a crafted metal Izuku had made. Plates of the metal figure Izuku had lines of dark singes that indicates the metal was stuck together by a hot welder. A bright flash of blue light buzzed in front of Izuku, making the boy's eyes scrunch up and wince. Izuku powered through the blinding light as he seemed focused on using the small tools he had in his hands. Once the blinding light disappeared, the boy sighed before reaching his hands up to his eyes and deeply rubbing them. It took a few seconds for Izuku to open his eyes again, but once he did, he looked at the item he had just been tinkering with. In front of Izuku was a small robot. They had a large head, the size of a fist with badly constructed body in comparison. The head looked highly sophisticated while the body seemed junk welded together. They had small crane arms that looked rusted with a narrow body that was just a clump of 3 batteries, and their legs also were rusted with feet being taken from the plastic on a basket. Nonetheless, Izuku had a wide smile of triumph as he looked down at his creation. The head of his little robot was a screen, and it was perfectly integrated to the robot's oval head. Izuku slowly moved his hand forward and flicked a switch that was on the side of the small robot's head. From that flick, a blue line appeared on the robot's screen that stretched from the left side all the way to the right. However, it was only active for a second as the blue line morphed into a face. 2 outlines of ovals for eyes that were vertical while the mouth of the robot, using the same oval outline, was horizontal. "Hello, how are you?" A robotic voice jittered from the tiny mechanical creature. Izuku's eyes sparkled, and he silently cheered. Izuku watched as his small robot went from a sitting position to on its feet. "Today will be a great day, Izuku," the robot said before making a smiley face on their screen. Izuku began to pump his fists in the air as his creation was working. Although the robot was only following the programmed speech Izuku had set for it, but he had gotten the robot's voice to work, and his little dude is now walking around by itself. Truly was a miracle. Izuku knew his robot was nowhere close to being complete, but this was a major success for him after 9 months of struggle. "Yes, you are amazing. I'm gonna call you Minnie," Izuku announced while picking up his little robot and flicking the switch off. He turned it around before frowning at the small pad that was on its back. Apparently, while running the tests for his robot, he had almost run the batteries dry. Looks like he'll have to venture out to find some more today. Around Izuku's room, it was quite empty. He suffered neglect from his parents, so every new addition to his room was from Izuku himself. However, he was also missing a lot of the items he had when he was younger. Izuku sold most of it to pay for his addiction of crafting new devices. All of the hero merchandise and games he got when he was 4, gone. The more expensive things he had, like his laptop, were also gone. However, this time it was from his sister destroying it for fun. The years since Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless, Izuku has really grown to hate his twin. Ring, ring, ring. An alarm sounded through an adjacent room and the sound made Izuku freeze. That alarm that was currently ringing was Izumi's alarm, and the loud bang that stopped the ringing meant that she was now awake. Izuku panicked and looked down at his cruelly crafted watch he made a few years ago. Even though Izuku could guess what the time was from Izumi's alarm, he just had to double check. Yep, it was 6:30. Izuku cursed to himself at losing track of time. He wanted to be out of the house before 6 o'clock. Acting quickly, Izuku dashed over to his yellow school bag he kept in the corner of his room. The zipper was already open, so Izuku just reached inside and grabbed a thick metal cylinder container. Izuku unscrewed the metal lid of the container, revealing black cushioning inside. Izuku placed Minnie inside the container and rushed to put the lid back on. Izuku was in a hurry and threw his books and a few other inventions he made into his bag as well. Izuku then lunged towards his window and pushed the glass pane up. Izuku swings his leg over the ledge and ducks his head under to move his body outside of his room. Izuku moves his hand to grab the window and twists his body to be facing the room he just left. Izuku then gets his legs off of the ledge and now the boy was falling. With a jolt, Izuku bounced as his descent was paused by his window slamming closed with him dragging it down. Izuku's grip slipped, and he kept falling down, but the boy wasn't worried. On the ground, underneath Izuku's window was his old mattress he had when he was a toddler. Izuku grunted as he smashed onto the mattress harder than he had intended, but he wasn't hurt. Izuku huffed and pushed himself up before sprinting out of the side entrance that his house had. Izuku rushes to his front yard and quickly hops over the gate before sprinting down the street, determined to get away from the disaster that could have happened if he stayed in that house for a few seconds longer. Izuku kept running a bit longer before he slowed down his pace into a brisk walk. He wanted to get to the junkyard before school started, so he needed to move quick. Izuku wiped his brows as sweat had caught itself on his bits of hair. Not from his sudden sprint, but from the fear of his sister breaking the things he has spent so long creating. She's done it before, forcibly entering his room and mocking his contraptions. She and her friends Shoto and Momo have snatched his previous inventions. His first attempt of a CRB shield was burned to ashes. His second attempt was blown up beyond repair from his sister's powerful quirk. Izuku then tried making hover boots, but the mechanisms were drenched in slime, impossible to remove. A grappling hook that Izuku had slaved for over 2 years making, perfecting the details and unforeseen malfunctions. It was so close to being complete, but unfortunately it was frozen into ice before being smashed. Izuku couldn't trust his beautiful items to be lying about in his room, so easily able to be broken by his so-called sibling. So Izuku stashed them in containers in his bag. The containers he had looked like nothing: a water bottle, pencil case, and bag of buttons. Except for the large block of metal his current robot was settled in, he hadn't had time to make a secret container to inconspicuously hide his inventions. Not including the robot mini that Izuku is currently working on, Izuku has 4 complete inventions. His first is simple and he hides it underneath buttons in a small black sack. He called them Jolt tokens and Izuku had about 10 of them. They were small circles, slightly larger than a coin with a thickness of around 4 centimeters to hold all of the circuits and wiring inside. The Jolt token was made from durable black plastic, but around the sides of the thick black coin was blue ring that behind the thick plastic. What the Jolt tokens could do was when pressure was applied to them, it would create a current in the device and shoot out tiny and thin metal rods from the token once the pressure is removed, so if anyone touches the small metal rods, they'll get a painful shock. The next invention that Izuku completed was CRB glasses, and they were hidden inside his water bottle. With these glasses, Izuku could create panels of these magnetically repulsed barrier. It wasn't amazing as Izuku could only create a single 60 cm by 45 cm barrier about at max a meter away from him. It wasn't as strong or big as others he has seen, but with his limited equipment and resources, Izuku believes he has done a pretty good job. Inside of his pencil was a flat plate covered in copper, plastic, and wires. It looked like a mess and a 3-year-old scrap art project. Izuku had to admit it looked hideous, but it did its job perfectly. This strange-looking device was actually an electromagnetic pulse, otherwise known as an EMP. It takes a few minutes for it to activate, but Izuku knows it can shut down an entire shopping district. Best to keep that one a secret. The final one is Izuku's least favorite, as he couldn't get it to work in the way he wanted it to. On Izuku's feet were moon boots. He started making them because his parents refused to buy him any shoes. At first glance, they just looked like odd red shoes, but hidden underneath his long pants were long braces covered by nylon and polyester, so they looked to be a part of his boots. The original plan for these shoes was for Izuku to be able to jump off of vertical surfaces like he has seen in some videos. However, he couldn't get it to work, but he could make it so that if he jumps off of his CRB panel, he performs what he calls a super jump. Izuku sees the sign for Dragoba Beach and picks up his pace. He still has to get to school, so he'll need to be quick. Izuku runs towards the open gate of the once flourish tourism grounds that now is the hot place for trucks to dump their garbage. However, Izuku slows down once he reaches the rusted barbed fence gates. He did this for two reasons. The first one was to obviously avoid getting a rusty nail driven through his foot. The second reason was for the Omnics leaving in the trash yard to know he wasn't here to hurt them. Yeah, Omnics are still relatively new to the world, as the first successful development of these robots was 4 decades ago. They were an amazing development, as these robots could understand emotion. They could learn differentiate right and wrong without the needing to change their codes. They were essentially humans who didn't need to eat or sleep, and a lot of them were mass-produced. Izuku was so excited to meet them, but he quickly learned that people greatly feared them, not for any real reason. Humans just couldn't handle the fact a robot could feel emotion and felt that an Omnic's intelligence rivaled their own. They were afraid. From that fear humans had, people started to riot and abuse them. It wasn't just a small group. Entire countries outlawed Omnics entirely, and people formed gangs with the specific purpose to thrash Omnics. Izuku was disgusted as he read the article about it. They hadn't even done anything wrong, and now that some have fought back, the same humans are claiming that they are the monsters that they always knew they were. Idiots. Now some groups have been able to produce Omnics with the sole purpose of war, built with machine guns and bombs. The most popular of these war-made Omnics are called Bastions, robots who can turn themselves into machine gun turrets in about 2 seconds. Izuku had no clue how so many of these units were being made, and the rest of the world didn't seem to know either. Because of the war, the Omnics that have been trying to live a normal life have been subjected to the bad parts of cities and streets, often sought out to be discriminated and abused, as they are the reason the Earth has gone into ruin. Almost every country on Earth is fighting in the Omnic War, and many countries have their own special units to fight it. The German Crusaders or Egypt's Helix Force, for example. Japan was one of the more accepting countries in terms of Omnics. A few have managed to get paying jobs and live as peacefully as they can, while others are respected members of crime gangs as a way to survive. But most aren't as lucky as the few who can find a place in Japan's demented society. Majority of the Omnics are forced to live in poverty, with the Dagoba Beach junkyard being a popular of residence for the unfortunate Omnics. Izuku slowly wandered in and looked around. It didn't take long before he spotted a few silver heads turn his way, their unique sensory pattern on their forehead glowing as they observed the young boy. Many turned away after recognizing Izuku. They've never spoken to the young teen, but they don't see him as a threat for how skittish the human is. Besides, Izuku is here almost every day. If he was going to harm them, he would have already done it. Izuku gave small waves but kept his head down in search of something to charge his robot or a new set of batteries. He did want to talk to the locals of this area since he was around so often, but they didn't seem like they wanted to be bothered, so Izuku respected the distance they had. Izuku kept scouring around the ground and mountains of trash. His eyes eventually lit up as he caught sight of a solar panel plate. Izuku immediately picked it up and grabbed the connecting wiring and stands that went with it. It was clearly broken, that much was obvious since it was discarded, but Izuku knew he could fix it, and he could use it to recharge Mini when they got low on battery. Izuku shoved the solar panel into his bag and put it inside the front pocket in order to separate it from the rest of his stuff. Izuku put his bag back on and swiftly made an exit. He didn't have much longer before school started after all. Carefully placing his feet away from the jagged pieces of metal, Izuku almost slipped as he stepped on a piece of paper. Looking down at it, Izuku frowned. It was a newspaper, the usual white color becoming yellow, and it has all ripped and wrinkled. There was a picture on the front with big bold black letters above it. A picture of Overwatch's commander, Jack Morrison, in front of a Photoshop town bureauing. Above the picture, it read, "Overwatch are the real villains." Izuku huffed before kicking the newspaper away. What a load of crap. Five years ago was Overwatch forced to disband as an international rally came against them to have their heads. The organization of international heroes that came into fruition to help maintain the balance of equality of Quirks and Omnics. They helped to keep the peace all around the world without needing a reward. They were the world's only international hero force. But the government didn't like that. These were heroes who didn't need to answer to them. Izuku has learned that people in power do not like it when they get ignored, so when they found out that Overwatch slipped up, they rallied against them. From what Izuku read, Overwatch apparently had a secret organization called Blackwatch that would brutally deal with crimes behind the scenes and would clean up any loose ends Overwatch made. From there, the governments across the world kept spreading propaganda against the agents of Overwatch, making up lies and twisting the words so the public would see them as criminals. Despite Overwatch's best efforts, the nations were against them, and they were forced to permanently cease activity, punishable by death if anyone was caught acting with Overwatch. The government did everything in their power to manipulate Overwatch's image, but Izuku didn't buy it. Izuku knows that countries have special forces and underground heroes who do that exact same thing they accused Overwatch were doing. Hiding information from the public and tying up loose ends to prevent the spread of hysteria. Izuku isn't sure if Blackwatch even exists, but he knows that at least some of the accusations made against them are lies. He's read articles in several different languages. He has been learning many, so he can be an Overwatch hero. As a requirement to be an agent is to at least speak fluently in 2 languages. He wanted to become an agent, but since the outcry for their deaths 5 years ago, that dream died. Izuku felt shattered at that prospect. He could still try to be a hero in Japan, but doubts the Hero Commission will even let him try, no matter how good he is. Izuku also has researched on hero entrance exams since Overwatch became an illegal corporation and discovered that it was heavily Quirk reliant. No equipment, your own physical abilities mean nothing. If you can't blow up a robot, you don't get in. Izuku knew of that would be the case way before Overwatch no longer became a thing. His sister shoved it into his head he couldn't be a hero, her friends insisted that he would die, and Katsuki shouted that he'd only be a liability and get in his way. It was why he wanted to be an Overwatch agent so badly, as he knew they didn't care about quirks. Hell, 2 of their highest-ranking members were quirkless. The first one was Overwatch's head doctor and researching Angela Ziegler. Izuku was always enthralled at what she could do. She made the scientific discovery of healing people with nanobiology and wrote books on nanobiotics. She would even come onto the field of battle to help under the alias of Mercy, and she wore a costume of an angel. Angela would not fight. She would heal her allies or injured civilians. Although this was not confirmed, Izuku believes she could also increase the strength of another's abilities. He has watched several of battles with her in it. The second person was Overwatch's second in command, Gabriel Reyes. He was an expert with all kinds of weapons but often dual-wielded shotguns. This was the man Izuku idolized. He often spoke up against the discrimination of the quirkless and the ones with weak abilities. He donated his money to those in need and was a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. Izuku knew the man was belittled for his status by several members of the public, but he never gave them any mind. He was Izuku's peak of hope. Izuku kept on running but slowed down once he could see his school gates. The greenette dropped his head and held the straps of his bag tightly in order to make himself seem like a smaller target. Izuku was now in his last year of middle school and had turned 14 in July with his sister. But unlike him, she got a birthday. The entire school referred to him as Deku thanks to his sister and Katsuki practically running the joint. The teachers have those 2 on a pedestal since they have powerful quirks and can easily become heroes. They are so willing to just write off their blatant abuse and discrimination if it comes from their 2 golden children. Their abuse has only gotten worse when Izuku shot back at his sister bullying by saying he wanted to be an agent of Overwatch instead of a hero. But after the events 5 years ago, that's been one of his school's favorite things to mock him about. Izuku walked through the school gates with his head low. He just wanted to get through the day without any hiccups. But knowing his sister and old friend, he doubts he'll be able to accomplish that. Good news though, this was the last week of school for the year. Throughout the day, Izuku was sublimated to slurs, insults, and physical abuse. Kids yelled at him or tried to trip him in the hallways. Katsuki just yelled at him to get out of his way as he aggressively stomped past, and his sister shot him with her energetic green electricity in the head, knocking him to the ground. Izuku was a lot smaller than the other kids, mostly thanks to his parents' neglect but thanks to his own wits. Izuku's has managed to catch up in size in the last 2 years. He's finally the same height as his sister after so many years, and he was still on the skinny side. He had a good chunk of muscle thanks to his constant activity of running away, carrying heavy objects and testing his inventions. So Izuku was skilled and fast enough to dodge and run away from his perpetrators. However, Izuku knew they would chase, and while in school, Izuku essentially couldn't escape, so if he were to avoid their attacks, he'd just make it worse for himself in the long run. Now it was the final class of the day. At first Izuku thought it would be just like the others. There isn't a class he hates more than the others. They're all equally as bad. But his opinion changes when Izuku catches an insidious smile from his teacher. Izuku whimpers and slouches in his chair, as he is expecting the worst from the bastard who is supposed to be his guardian while they are at school. Good morning, class. Today I'm supposed to hand out these sheets for you guys to fill out. You are supposed to write what you plan to do in the future. But it doesn't matter, as I know you'll all want to become heroes anyway. The teacher shouted with a large grin before throwing the paper he held into the air, creating a large mess. He'll probably force Izuku to pack up. Absolutely. Someone in the class cheered. Izuku winced at the large parade of noise that rose from around the room as people happily agreed with their teacher's statement. Izuku's not really a fan of loud noises, mostly thanks to Katsuki. The ash-blonde boy also isn't a fan of the loud noise, as he sets off an explosion in his palm to shut the class up. Shut the fuck up. None of you are even going to be able to become a sidekick to some D-lister. Katsuki growled out, clearly annoyed at the loud shouting around the room. His words clearly upset the other members in the classroom, and a girl shot back at him. "Hey, you can't say that," the girl responded in a frustrated tone. But she immediately yelped when Katsuki sneered and glared at her. "Don't get cocky bakugo because I'll beat your ass in UA," Izumi declared with a cocky smile. That got a reaction from the class. Students started whispering to their neighbor about Izumi and Katsuki giving their shot at UA. Izuku could hear people say that it would be amazing that they could make it in UA only as a 2% acceptance rate, or that if anyone could make it in, it would be them. "Stuff it, Yagi, you don't hold a candle to me," Katsuki growled before jumping up onto the table and shouted at her. That was something Izuku had to agree with. Izuku was afraid of both Izumi and Katsuki. They both hurt him with their quirks with little regard and holding back, and they would act out violently if something didn't go their way. However, Izuku knew that Katsuki was much stronger than Izumi. Izumi's quirk was strong, but two-dimensional. There wasn't a lot of versatility her quirk could have. Although Izuku does know a couple of things Izumi could do with her quirk, it doesn't make up for how little it can do. She can create charges of kinetic force to knock people away. However, it takes a few moments for her quirk to charge up, so she's only good in long-range combat. Katsuki, however, didn't have that restrained. He had strong close-range abilities since he creates explosions from his palms. He has the ability to attack at range and blast away projectile attacks, and Izuku bets Katsuki can learn how to fly with his quirk, so he'll have tremendous speed. He does have the disadvantage of being unable to act while drenched. But Izumi becomes useless if she can't see, and it is much easier to blind someone than pour water over them. Izuku felt happy that someone who wasn't born to a rich and powerful family was stronger than his sister and her snobbish friends. Katsuki was very aggressive and had a major ego, but Izuku suspects that being treated like royalty in school may have brought that attitude along, because Izuku has met his mother, and she would not let that type of attitude in her house fly. It still didn't make Izuku happy that his old best friend was treating him like dirt, but on the plus side is that he rarely comes after Izuku himself. He's beaten Izuku down before when the boy tried to protect other people who stood up to Katsuki in the past, and occasionally lit an explosion to push Izuku away if he was annoying him. Otherwise, Katsuki ignored his existence. It was far better than the majority of people in this school who go out PF their way to hurl insults at him or smash him to the ground, his sister being his worst abuser. That's right, you Katsuki Bakugo and Izumi Yagi both wish to go to UA. It also seems like Izuku Yagi wants to try his hand at UA as well. The teacher interrupted the bickering between his two best students. There it was, Izuku said to himself as he felt the heads of his classmates swivel to stare at him. "Deku!" Katsuki shouted. Laughter erupted from Katsuki's shout, and Izuku heard people further ridicule his stupidity and his dream of being a quirkless hero. Izuku did not turn his head to even look at anyone. He didn't bother. If he spoke up or acted sad, they just degrade him more. So Izuku kept a dead face forward. "What? Can't become a criminal for Overwatch, so now you're trying your hand at being a hero, Deku?" His sister snarled, and Izuku can practically see the grin she is giving him despite her being behind him. Izuku then heard something slammed on the ground, and Izuku's dead expression slowly fell into worry, as he believed the noise could have been from Katsuki jumping off of his desk to strut over to him. "Calm down for now, students, we still have the rest of the lesson," the teacher said with a smile that Izuku felt disgusted seeing on his face. He knew what he did, and the teacher was excited to see what was going to happen to Izuku after class. Soon the bell chimed, and students immediately got up from their chairs. However, they weren't in a hurry to get home. They were in a hurry to get out of the classroom to make sure they weren't in the crossfire. Katsuki shoved his chair out from underneath him and stalked towards Izuku. Izumi wanted to stay to also talk with Izuku, but a notification on her phone made her look down. The girl smiled, and she started gathering her things, and she left the room. She walked out from the hallway and noticed it was the teacher waiting. Clearly, he was wanting to see what Katsuki was going to do to Deku. Izuku pushed his books in his bag and stood up quickly to try and get out fast, but Katsuki was already standing next to him. The spiky-haired boy roughly shoved Izuku on the shoulders, and Izuku fell over his chair. Izuku cried out as he landed hard on his tailbone and slammed his head against the wall. Izuku shakily looked up at his attack and saw Katsuki bend down towards him. He reached his arm forward and tightly gripped Izuku's shoulder. Izuku growled as a searing pain shot into his shoulder. He glared but made sure to look down at Katsuki's feet, because if the boy saw Izuku glaring at him, he'd burn him worse. "Alright Deku, listen close. I don't give a fuck what you try and do, but stay far away from me. I don't want my reputation as the next #1 hero stained because I was associated with a quirkless freak. You are weak, pathetic, and stupid. There is no chance you'll even get into UA hero course or not, so don't even try." Katsuki spat. Izuku groaned and his head bobbed. Katsuki moved his hand away from Izuku's shoulder, and the greenette moved his opposite hand to rest against his fresh burn mark. Even though Izuku was in pain, his thoughts only consisted of that it was still better than Shoto's. Katsuki became infuriated that Izuku wasn't giving him so much as a glance and was barely reacting to him. So he grabbed Izuku's open bag that was slung over the chair Izuku tripped on. "Stop acting tough, Deku, and answer me. Don't you dare think about looking down on me," Katsuki yelled before dumping the contents of Izuku's bag on the floor. Izuku's head shot up when he heard his belongings hit the floor. Izuku watched as 3 of his books slammed against one another as they hit the ground. 2 pencil cases slipped out as well as a drink bottle, a small black sack, and a large metal container. Izuku prayed he didn't question the minimal contents of his bag and why he had that many things when he only used one of those pencil cases for school and one of the books. Izuku moved onto his knees and reached towards his books, but Katsuki snatched 2 of them ground. Izuku's eyes widened in panic as the remaining book didn't have any writing on the cover, meaning it was his school book. So Katsuki had his Hero Quirk book and Overwatch invention book. "Hey, give that back," Izuku said meekly as he placed on foot on the ground to get onto his 2 feet. Katsuki just stared down at the 2 books in his hands and without looking, kicked Izuku back onto his ass. "Overwatch inventions and Hero Quirk book for the future. You won't be needing these anymore," Katsuki stated in a matter-of-fact way. Izuku raised an eyebrow before his jaw dropped open. Katsuki activated his quirk and exploded the books he had in his hands. Once he had done that, he chucked the books out the window. "No!" Izuku shouted as he got up and looked out the window. His stomach dropped as he saw his books. He has spent years on Splash into a koi pond. Izuku felt his gut fall into a depression spiral as Izuku felt hopeless for another time in his life. "What the fuck is this?" Izuku then heard Katsuki ask. Snapping his head around, Izuku's eyes latched onto the metal container he had in his hands. Izuku uselessly watched as Katsuki frivolously unscrewed the lid. Izuku couldn't even say a word before the boy removed the lid. They then both watched Mini flop limply onto Izuku's desk. Katsuki was in shock at what he saw, clearly not expecting to see a tiny robot in Izuku's bag. Izuku acted quickly and grabbed his robot and protectively pulled it to his chest. Katsuki turned and looked at him confused at what the hell it was. Izuku turned his eyes to the floor and adamantly shook his head. "Please," Izuku desperately pled, not needing to add words as he knew Katsuki was smart enough to understand what he meant. Katsuki stared at him for a few seconds, his face scrunched in thought as he determined what action to take. Ultimately, the boy huffed and shoved his hands back into his pockets. Katsuki turned around and walked away, and Izuku has never felt so relieved in his life. "Don't forget what I said, you better not apply to UA. The only way I'll allow you to go is if you swan dive off the roof and get a quirk in your next life," Katsuki snarled. He stomped over to his bag and flung it over his shoulder. Katsuki stomped out of the room, and as soon as he left, their teacher walked in. Izuku paid him no mind as he shoveled his inventions back into his bag before zipping it up. "You look to be in a bit of trouble, Yagi. How about you be useful for once and pick up the mess of paper on the floor?" The teacher smiled cruelly. Izuku made the brash and possibly brave or stupid decision to ignore his teacher. He zipped up his bag and quickly sprinted out of the room, nimbly sidestepping his teacher. "Hey, get back here!" They shouted at Izuku, but the boy didn't care. He needed to get his books. Izuku ran out of the school doors. He slowed down his feet and turned his head right to run in the direction of the koi pond. However, he spun his head back as something in his peripherals caught his eye. Fear spiked through Izuku, and he stumbled back on his heel as he watched Izumi walk over to him, and behind her were Shoto and Momo. Izuku was clueless on why those two were here. Shoto and Momo didn't go to a regular school like Izuku and Izumi. Both of them were homeschooled, Momo having her personal tutor and Shoto being taught by his mother. Izuku actually didn't know why he and Izumi had to go to a normal school despite his parents' immense wealth. He theorized that people in high power know about Endeavor's identity and the Yaoyorozu company, so can easily allow them to do as they please. Conversely, those same people are clueless on All Might's true identity and would ask questions about how he has that much money. His mom had zero income and stayed at home for most of the day while his dad supposedly managed contacts at a Hero Network business. But Izuku has no clue if that was accurate. Did they text Izumi that they'd be at Aldera Middle School? If they did, Izuku didn't know why, unless they were here to torment him some more for fun. That was the only solution Izuku could come up with at the moment as they approached him with smug grins. That solution seemed to be ever so likely. "Hey Deku, heard you wanted to be a hero," Shoto commented in his usual low and emotionless voice, but Izuku could see his smile. "Ew, no girl would want to be saved from a pervert like you." Momo laughed. In response to her own stupid mockery, she smashed her legs together and used one hand to cover her nether region. Izuku moved his head and rolled his eyes at Momo's comment. It was just a stupid jab she used to make fun of Izuku, talking about him being a pervert wanting to get in between her legs since they hit 12 years old. Izuku had zero idea why her main form of insulting him is calling him a sick perv, but he shouldn't think too hard about how they try to hurt his feelings. Everything they do to him is just because he was born without a quirk. They are anything but heroes, and Izuku has devalued their opinions. Deku, you sorry excuse for a brother. Looks like we are going to teach you a lesson, Deku. No one, and I mean no one, is going to want to be saved by some pathetic, quirkless, low-life loser, and you apparently still don't understand that fact. Izumi growled with an evil smile as she walked closer to Izuku. Izuku's eyes darted over to the koi pond. He knew he needed to run. It's hard to handle the pain of their normal beatings, but all seemed scarier this time. It may have been from what Izumi had said, but Izuku has the feeling that they want to hurt him badly today. He wanted to run and grab his books, but that area was a dead end, in other words, a death sentence. So Izuku had to run past them as it was his only exit. It shouldn't be too hard, he just needed to distract Shoto for at least a second. Somehow his prey was answered and Shoto walked ahead of Izumi and now was the closest to Izuku. He tapped his right foot on the ground and light blue ice rose from his foot and trapped Izuku's foot. Izuku gulped as Shoto now covered his fist in ice. With his shoe frozen to the ground, Izuku could only take the punch head-on. So, the boy squeezed his arms together and held them in front of his stomach to protect himself. Shoto slammed his fist into Izuku's arms as he shielded his body. Izuku grunted in pain and could feel the jagged ice break his skin and cause warm blood to drip down his arm. Izuku flew back but jolted from his foot, not budging thanks to the ice squeezing it. Shoto aimed another fist at Izuku, except this time it was his left hand, and with his quirk, Shoto lit it ablaze. Izuku pumped. More fire sporadically moved away from Shoto, and the sudden heat cracked the cool temperature of the ice. Izuku gasped in surprise as his foot shot up. Izuku stumbled back but managed to stay on his feet. Shoto stomped the ground again, and now a larger wave of ice shot out towards him. Izuku was not one to fall for the same trick again and jumped out of the way. Shoto decided that he would calmly walk towards Izuku. He didn't see Izuku as a remote threat and knew he could get his way with the quirkless teen. Izuku saw this and found his opportunity of escape. He was confident that he could make it past Momo and Izumi on his speed, so if he could briefly knock Shoto down, Izuku can make his brilliant getaway. Shoto was surprised when Izuku lunged forward and kneed his stomach. Izuku grabbed the back of Shoto's collar and threw the boy towards himself and tripped the heterochromia-haired boy to the ground. Shoto was the tricky one out of the three, and Izuku was thankful that he became cocky. The boy was trained by the number 2 hero himself, and judging by the large bruises and harsh burn scars Shoto has on his body, the training was brutal. The ironic thing is that Shoto's worst scar was actually from him accidentally knocking a kettle off of the counter and burning the area around his left eye when he was 5. Izuku had a silent laugh at that, because if his parents saw that he found Shoto's injury funny, he bet that they would have hit him like how Izumi abuses him. Izuku did not hesitate and charged towards Izumi. The girl in question was presently surprised to see her brother sprint at her. She tried to raise a sparkly green electric wall in front of her to knock Izuku back, but it takes a few seconds for her attacks to charge. Izuku powers through the weak blast Izumi currently had and grabbed her shoulder sleeve. He knew Izumi was far too confident in her quirk's abilities and has hardly trained alternate ways to use them. The most she has is one large energy projectile or a machine gun worth of smaller pellets to shoot out. The girl had no physical combat ability, as she has only ever tried to use her quirk, and Izuku was glad that his sister was confidently ignorant. Momo wasn't much better. She at least knew how to fight. Izuku has heard that she is a black belt Bujutsu, but Izuku has a reason to believe that her status may be exaggerated. That reason being is that Momo is spoiled. Her quirk is also very powerful. The ability to craft any inorganic matter at will likely makes it the most versatile quirk in existence. Momo is intelligent to know how to make an array of items, but they were quite basic, and she had the bad habit of creating the same items over and over again, and this bad use of her quirk is something Izuku can take advantage of it. With his fingers gripped tightly around his sister's shirt sleeve, he spins around and throws her towards Momo. Momo had created a staff to attack Izuku but used to protect herself from Izumi falling on her. Now that the two girls are distracted, Izuku broke into a mad dash for the front gate. Izuku was fast and he knew that, but he also knew that he wasn't fast enough to get out of the school before his attackers would try to strike again. Izuku looked over his shoulder and saw a firebolt flying over to him. Izuku ducked under the raging flame and kept his sprint over towards the exit. Izuku heard his sister shout and watched a green bolt of electricity fly towards him. It was far faster than the fire, and this time Izuku couldn't avoid the attack. The blast smashed into his stomach and Izuku was shot forward. The teen rolled forward, and he kept spinning several times. But Izuku managed to jump back onto his feet, The momentum from Izumi's blast seemed to have helped him more than it hurt, and now the boy was out of the school and was making his escape. "Get back here, Deku!" Izumi shouts. Izuku wanted to shout back but held his tongue. It would be worse for him in the long run. It was much easier to just stay silent. This started a crazy chase around the city as Izuku desperately tried to lose his attackers. Izuku weaved his way around bystanders walking down the pavement. Izuku had reached into his yellow bag and was trying to fish out his CRB glasses. The three abusers were still hot on his tail, and Izuku needed a more permanent solution in escaping them. He was fast, but with the crowded spaces around, he was doubtful that he could make a getaway by slipping into the crowds of people. They'd immediately notice if they couldn't see him anymore. So, he needed to get to a narrow passageway and disappear, and he'd need the use of his moon boots to get a super jump. Izuku managed to wiggle his glasses out of his drink bottle and goes to put them on. Izuku yelped as he accidentally poked his eye. Izuku shook his head before properly sliding his glasses on this time. Izuku then runs until he finds a slip-in between buildings and runs into there. Izuku shoves his bag back onto his back, runs towards the barbed fence in the middle of the crack in the buildings. Izuku looks down in front of him and raises his hand to touch a button in his large CRB glasses. They had the shape of the old 3D glasses one would use to wear to the movies before Quirks became a thing. The main difference is that they clearly weren't paper, and both of the lenses were blue instead of one being red. Izuku pressed a button and instantly, forming flat just above the ground is blue CRB panel that he made himself. Izuku jumped, both of his feet leaving the ground. Izuku lands on the panel and bends down before launching himself up. The force broke the panel and sent Izuku flying up into the sky. Steadily, Izuku descended back towards the ground, except he was now on the other side of the gate. Izuku made another CRB panel, and his boots squished onto it. The panel broke very fast once Izuku touched it, but the force of it being there allowed Izuku to land safely. Izumi, Shoto, and Momo rounded the corner into the alleyway they watched Izuku run into. To their surprise, there was a fence, and on the other side was Izuku running away. They were not pleased as they ran up to the gate. "Damn it! How did he get over there so fast?" Shoto cried out, exasperation reaching his tone of voice, and Izuku triumphantly smiled at succeeding to make Shoto express verbal emotion. Izuku didn't look back at the group as he didn't want to waste needless time when he could escape right now. So Izuku ducked out of the alleyway and kept on running. Running where, you may ask? Izuku hadn't figured that out yet. Izuku just kept on running. His head was practically spinning as he tried to find a place to hide. He saw an old bridge constructed by solid carved stone in large bricks, and Izuku could see a small place to camp put underneath it. Izuku ran towards the bridge and jumped down near the creek the bridge was going over. Izuku landed on a narrow footpath that allowed people to walk under the bridge, and he quickly dashed to hide. Izuku pressed his back against the wall, his yellow bag hanging off of his right shoulder. It was still unzipped, and the flap was slumped down, showing the contents inside the bag. Izuku debated on whether to put his glasses back in, but decided to keep them on just in case for a little while longer. He'd rather not have Izumi and her friends know about his inventions, but he'd like to keep his head today. Izuku couldn't hear his attackers, only the clopping feet of people walking over the bridge. Yet he still felt an intense sensation of foreboding in his gut, but he had no idea what was about to happen. Soon Izuku heard a gargling noise which made Izuku look around, unsure of where it was coming from. Then all of a sudden, a manhole cover shot into the air and clashed against the stone roof of the bridge. Now Izuku believes he has found the source of the gargling. Izuku jumped back as dark green sludge emerged from the sewer drain. Izuku couldn't keep his eyes away from the sight as it seemed like gallons of sludge rose in front of him. Izuku gasped as he spotted red eyes emerge from the sludge that now was the size of a car, and jagged rock-like teeth formed into a gruesome smile. "Ah, a fresh meat bag for the taking, you'll be a perfect getaway," the sludge villain growled with sickening glee. Izuku's eyes widened before backpedaling away when an approaching wave of disgusting liquid sloshed towards Izuku. In blind reaction, Izuku pressed the button on his glasses and created a blue magnesis panel barrier in front of him. The sludge villain smashed into the panel and the barrier held, allowing Izuku time to think. He couldn't run, the villain can likely move much faster than the young boy. So, if Izuku didn't want to become his flesh puppet, he'd need to fight back. Izuku was very panicked as the only form of weapon he had were his Jolt tokens. But they would have to do. He doubts they will take the villain out, but hopefully he'll be discombobulated for long enough for the young boy to get away. Izuku reached into his bag and take out his small black sack. He opened the tiny bag and pinched the sides of the opening. Izuku peeled away the second bag he had inside so he could hide his Jolt tokens underneath a sack of buttons. Izuku snatched 3 black coins and tried to crush them in his hands, and the blue ring around the sides of the tokens started emitting a soft glow. Cool glasses, kids. I can't wait to TTT-AAA. The villain laughed coldly before his voice started sputtering. The villain moved around the shield Izuku created and reached a gloppy hand towards Izuku's face. Izuku threw 3 jolt tokens at the villain's general face region, and it instantly caused a reaction. The villain convulsed and dropped down into a wetter mound of sludge. Izuku swung his bag over his head and smashed the eyes of the villain to hopefully keep him down for longer so he can grab his jolt tokens. Izuku knew he should take this opportunity to run away, but he didn't want to lose some of his gadgets. He only had 10 jolt tokens in total. He didn't want to reduce his number to 7. So as the sludge convulsed from the powerful current running through his body, Izuku used his hand to fish for his tokens. Izuku found 2 within a second, but he couldn't feel the last one. Izuku grunted in desperation and anger as he felt the sludge start to move. He wanted his last jolt token, but looks like he'll have to leave it with the villain. Never fear, citizen. Why? Because I am here. A powerful force caused a tremor in the ground. It caught Izuku off guard and he fell onto his knees. Izuku immediately recognized the voice as All Might or his father. Looking up, Izuku caught sight of his dad's expression. He was smiling like usual, it was his brand, but he looked perplexed. In front of him was his quirkless son that he hadn't talked to in years, and in front of him was the sludge villain he had been chasing across the city, groaning in pain as just a puddle on the floor. All Might was certainly confused, as it seemed like his son did this, and looked over to him. Izuku, however, began to panic more. He hated his dad and mom, both of them ignoring him since he was announced quirkless. Izuku felt especially hateful towards his dad. He was the literal #1 hero of Japan, yet he favors his child with the strong quirk. There was also the possibility of his dad being a hypocrite, but Izuku didn't know if he ever was quirkless. But what Izuku was worried about now was his dad getting angry at him. What if he saw this as Izuku getting himself in trouble or associating himself with a villain? His dad is very gullible, something that both Izuku and Izumi have used to their advantage, but in completely different ways. So Izuku rushed to close his zipper before scrambling onto his feet and running away, leaving All Might and the sludge villain behind. All Might's eyes widened and he took a step forward as his son sprinted away. "Hold on a second, citizen," All Might shouted, but Izuku ignored him and kept running. All Might was getting ready to follow him when he noticed the sludge villain was trying to get away. He mumbled curses under his breath before splattering the villain against the wall and wiping the gunk into a glass Coke bottle. All Might's brow then rose when he spotted a small black coin on the ground and gingerly picked it up with his large hands. Izuku was panting as he ran. He needed to get away, and this time find a spot where a villain won't be lurking around. Izuku kept his glasses on as he didn't have time to put them away. People on the street gave him weird looks, but Izuku ignored them all. He was already used hateful gazes he gets from his classmates. Izuku rounded a corner, and to his utter horror, he can see Izumi, Momo, and Shoto walking towards them. "Huh, there he is." Momo yells, clearly surprised on seeing Izuku again. Judging by the fact they were walking, they had lost him. Izuku's feet clambered to a halt before the boy spun on his heels and run the other way. The 3 took actions and chased after Izuku. Rounding the corner, Izuku just disappeared behind. When they turned the corner, they saw Izuku run into a small alleyway. They became annoyed again at the prospect of Izuku slipping away again thanks to another alleyway. They ran into the narrow pathway to find out it was actually a large open space and also a dead end. The building's walls around were covered with graffiti and piles of trash littered around open and banged up trash cans. In the alleyway was a payload truck. The truck was floating off of the ground thanks to hover repulsion technology, so it didn't need any wheels. The front had the look of a large red delivery truck, but the rest of the body was a long open box with visible assortments of items, like a Uda or pickup truck. Izuku was in the back of the payload truck. The back had some weird crates and containers, along with a pile of confetti for some reason. One of the crates were open and was mostly empty. The contents were just bolts, nuts, and screws, so nothing out of the ordinary. Izuku saw that there was enough space for him to hide in, so he climbed into the box and closed the lid. It was uncomfortable as he was pushing his back and arms against the hard pieces of metal, but he wasn't in a position to complain. There was a small hole near the lid on the box. A jagged piece at the top of the crate's wall allowed Izuku to peek out, and he watched Izumi, Shoto, and Momo look around for him. They quickly determined he had to be in the back of the truck. Shoto jumped onto the back of the payload and looked around the contents of the truck. However, he couldn't see Izuku. Izuku watched as the bicolored hair teen reached over to a crate with the intention of opening it before flinching and throwing his hands back when he heard someone shout at them. "Oi, what the fuck are you brats doing?" An angry man shouted. Izuku watched as he stalked towards Shoto and yanked him off the back of the truck. He then roughly shoved him towards Izumi and Momo, who caught their friend stumbling onto them. "Get out of here, these aren't your things," the villain squawked with a strangely raspy and high-pitched voice. The three didn't answer the man, instead choosing to frown and glare at them. But they strangely did decide to do what he said. Slowly, they started walking towards the exit of the alleyway, and Izuku smiled happily as they turned the corner. The man who shooed them away grunted in annoyance once they left. He turned around and Izuku got a better look at his face. He was a thin man, and he was wearing a clean white jacket and wore fancy black pants, clearly telling Izuku he was well off in wealth. Izuku watched as the man reached into his pocket and pulled something out. He wrapped it around his face and Izuku almost gasped at what it was. The man had just out on a face mask that wasn't uncommon in Japan. A lot of people wore them daily. However, this face mask was shaped as a beak, resembling the old plague Dr. Mask's physicians wore in the era of the Black Plague. Izuku knew that they weren't a fashion statement and did know of a group who did wear these plague doctor-themed masks. The Shai Hasaikai, a Yakuza group that Izuku believed was disbanded after the heroes arrested all of their known members. Izuku was surprised that a Yakuza group was still going in today's age but believed it to be a thug organization. Were they back in action or did they never leave? Either way, Izuku felt great fear as he realized he was now stuck in this crate. If he got out now, the Yakuza member may try to kill him to keep his silence, as it is currently believed that the Shai Hasaikai is no more. So, all Izuku could do was watch the truck he was in turn and drive out of the alleyway as he uselessly stared out of the little peephole. Izuku wasn't religious, but right now he was praying to whatever divine entity was kind enough to save him. The class of Aldera Middle School was bored out of their wits, staring absently at the blackboard their teacher was writing on. Many of the students' eyes wandered towards the clock above the door of the room, all waiting for the small hour hand to hit 3 to indicate the moment they can bolt out of the room. Few people were paying attention to the lesson, however the teacher seemed blissfully unaware of it. Or he didn't care. Who he failed or passed may not be a concern for him, as he could do what he want and get paid in full. Izumi was one of the many that didn't care what the teacher told about the lesson. But unlike the rest, she had her head down in her arms that rested flatly on her desk and was softly snoring. She needed to pay attention in this class as she was barely scraping a pass. Yet Izumi couldn't find it within herself to care and used her class time to get some extra shut-eye. Katsuki, top of the class, was also not paying attention. He hardly needed to. He could flunk the end-of-year test and still come out as the top student at the school, but that wasn't the reason for his scowl and loss of attention. Katsuki Bakugo rhythmically tapped his fingers against the wooden desk as he grumpily glared at an empty chair across the room from him, one that belonged to Izuku Yagi. Katsuki wasn't very fond of the boy, but it wasn't due to anything the boy had done. If anything, Katsuki had a weird form of respect for the quirkless loser, but that same weird respect he has for Izuku also gives Katsuki deep and unbridled hatred towards the greenette. His whole life, Katsuki had always been told he was destined for greatness. His peers and teachers said he had a quirk that could compete with All Might. Since then, those praises continued as Katsuki strived for perfection. Perfect grades, peak athleticism, and amazing quirk controls. He was the best compared to everyone else around him, and he knew he had what it took to be a hero. Everyone told him he was the best, but that had always upset Katsuki, because he knew they were lying. Lying to him to keep up the image that he was the best, and they were doing so by sabotaging someone who was said to be undisputedly useless. Fucking worthless Deku. But if he was so useless as what everyone said he was, then why did they feel the need to make him seem worse, to make things even more difficult for him? If he was that pathetic, then he'd prove that on his own. Yet Katsuki had seen quite the opposite being displayed. Deku had been hammered with incredibly advanced questions that Katsuki had no clue on what the answer could possibly be and consistently had the answers for them. He had also peered over at Deku's homework when others knocked it out of his hand and noticed it wasn't anything like the sheets he had. The questions were far harder and of a curriculum Katsuki hadn't heard of. It was ridiculous. Katsuki had said he was at the top of his school in every category, but that wasn't exactly true. Sure, grades indicates that Deku struggled, but that was with the boy being given possibly university-level grade questions, and Katsuki had a sneaking suspicion that he may easily answer a lot of those questions. He noticed that Izumi always had a higher grade than Deku, which should be impossible with her unmotivated and ignorant personality and attitude, which gave Katsuki the impression that they weren't allowing Deku to perform better than his quirk blessed twin. Deku was being ridiculed, and it enraged Katsuki. Not that Deku was being treated worse than trash, but the fact he was having everything handed to him. He could miss all of his tests that were coming later this week and still get A's. In game terms, he was forced to be on easy mode while Deku lived in hard mode constantly, and it was pissing him off. Despite popular belief Katsuki didn't like winning, he liked competition. Winning was an added bonus, but there was no point in winning if there was never a fight, never a battle, never a chance that he could lose. The rush of overcoming a challenge was what Katsuki strived for, and it was hard for him to get since far outclassed everyone in his school. He knew UA would be a challenge, but that knowledge didn't help restrain the bubbling anger Katsuki was known for. The only person in his entire district that could pose even a threat to Katsuki was Deku. He was intelligent and Katsuki seemed to be the only person with the brain to acknowledge it. It wasn't even his academic prowess that Katsuki was intimidated by, it was his incredible quick wit. He had seen Deku's outsmart his classmates attempted time and time again by manipulating their weaknesses and following patterns they always display. A lot of the dumb shit Katsuki knows his classmate do is simply from him noticing Deku take advantage of it, which meant Deku noticed it first, and that was insulting. The primary example that always popped back into Katsuki's head was when Deku took advantage of Izumi's reliance of sight for her quirk. He had assumed she didn't need to, and he was correct in that assumption. She didn't need to see for her quirk to work. But if she couldn't, she was as scary as legless deer. He watched Deku pull Izumi's head back with his feet as she sat on his chest. She had glowing green electric energy blasts hovering above her. Izumi's head was jolted back, and in panic she shot out her kinetically infused projectiles. However, despite her target literally being directly beneath her, all of her electric bullets missed, and not barely. Katsuki was almost hit by one, and he was a far distance on her left. Deku further took advantage of Izumi's blindness and covered her head with a piece of cloth. Deku easily pushed off his mounted prune sibling and sprinted out of the room with no contestation. It was pathetic. He already knew Izumi was a useless sleaze who was only popular thanks to her wealth, but witnessing that only strengthened his resolve to despise her. Izumi wasn't intelligent. She had no tenacity, and she lacked skill in both physical and quirk fighting. The only things Izumi had on her side was her wealth and quirk being stronger than the average 14-year-old. Sure, she had power on her side, but without any skill. She'd get flattened before she would get out of high school. Katsuki hated her cocky attitude. He may be egotistical, but at least he could back up his claims of superiority. Izumi couldn't. She was the equivalent of a blind rodent. Disgusting. He felt like he should feel bad for Deku. As an inspiring hero, Katsuki felt like he had the duty to help. But he couldn't remove his feeling of pure hatred towards the smaller boy. It was because Katsuki was scared. He was scared that Deku would be proven better than him. A boy who he had been instructed to stay away from since he was a failure. A disease-infested freak who would ultimately amount to nothing. But that could very much be wrong. Everyone around Katsuki that was letting him take the easy road to life were doing everything in their power to knock Deku down. Yet, a decade later, Deku was not lying down. He was like a punching bag who never fought back but always got back up, and Katsuki was afraid of the day that Deku decided to no longer be complacent, and that fear has made him act violently against him. Katsuki felt sick of himself for doing this, for acting like a coward, but the nagging feeling of fear was overwhelming his want for a challenge. He didn't want to be shown up by someone who was supposed to be useless. Imagine he, the great Katsuki Bakugo, failing while Deku, the quirkless nothing, succeeded. He wouldn't be able to handle that, so instead of helping Deku for a challenge, he tried to prevent Deku from ever challenging him. He'd corner Deku in places where there was no escape. He'd force the boy to be afraid by getting him on the ground and making him unable to get back up. Threats, injuries, destruction were all methods Katsuki used against Deku to stop him from trying to be a hero, to stop trying to challenge him at heroism. Because if Deku succeeded, then the boy would be looking down on him, and Katsuki hated being looked down on. But yesterday he felt as if he had gone too far. He did his usual act of insulting and threatening, even to go as far as suicide baiting. It was new for him, but he had heard others do it, so he felt free to do it himself. Deku had literal death threats scribed into his desk. The boy would be fine. But he found something that was dear to Deku, a small robot in a large silver container. Katsuki was astounded to see it, and for the brief moment his eyes had the opportunity to view, he could tell it was handcrafted, a creation Deku had made. Katsuki had destroyed things Izuku had made before. Just mere seconds ago he had blown up Izuku's notebook for heroism in the future and ideas for Overwatch gadgets. He did feel slightly bad about that one, but believed it was best for Deku to stop putting his hope into a dead organization that was now nothing more than criminals and mercenaries. But when the tiny robot slumped onto the floor, Deku dove for it and shielded his small creation from Katsuki with his life. "Please," Deku had said. Despite it only being one word, Katsuki perfectly understood it to be a plea. He hated Deku, but not maliciously, just out of fear, and by destroying one of the few things he cared deeply for was something Katsuki had no intention to do. So he left and made his extras leave as well. They were too stupid to have restrained. He knew Deku was hurt but brushed it off. It was for the best for both of them. The further Deku was away from him was better. He fully expected Deku to be bouncing back tomorrow like he usually did, but instead, Katsuki saw an empty seat. Deku's empty seat, and that was something Katsuki had never seen. Deku never missed a day. He remembered the boy coming in impaled with a large wooden object in his back or literally dead on his feet. He wore masks a lot to possibly protect everyone else around from getting sick. Deku made a point to be at school every day, except he didn't show up today. The bell rung and noise filtered the classroom as many people voiced their excitement to get out of school. Katsuki had nagging sense of guilt but washed it away and prepared himself to leave. He looked over to the door and he spotted long green hair whip around the corner. Katsuki hated Izumi but held a strange semblance of respect for her brother, and deep down, he cared. He was just too much of a coward to confront it directly, so he'll do it indirectly. Katsuki slung his bag over his shoulder and gave strong strides out of the door. He turned the corner to see Izumi was still wandering down the hall, messing with the edges of her fluffy hair. Katsuki moved faster and he began to hear that Izumi was humming. It was something that she did often and it never failed to annoy Katsuki, so he decided to yell out to shut her up. "Yagi, can it?" Katsuki gritted out as he stomped over to her with his hands shoved down deep onto his pockets. Izumi whipped her head around in mild surprise at the sudden growl made towards her. Her green locks flipped in front of her and fell over her eyes. Quickly, she brushed them away and looked at Katsuki with a wide-eyed dopey expression. "Bakugo, what happened?" Izumi asked, somewhat scared. She saw Katsuki as a rival, one with a bit of an anger problem. He had never attacked her but was unsure of what she could do to stop him if he tried. She was strong and that was something she knew and was proud of, but explosions hurt badly. "Fuck off, Buzzy." Katsuki spat, his eyes narrowing as he approached her. "Where's your brother?" Katsuki asked, finally saying the real question he wanted to know. Izumi raised her eyebrow at Katsuki and her lips dipped down. "You mean Deku?" I've got no clue." Izumi answered, and Katsuki could tell she was being honest. She was a horrible liar. "No, I mean your brother," Katsuki responded, his eyes contorted into a glare. Again, Katsuki watched Izumi's face turn into surprise. She really was an airhead. "What are you trying to say, Kachin?" Izumi asked. Katsuki let a low growl reverberate through his throat. He despised that name. A childish nickname Deku had stuck to for years until he stopped referring to Katsuki at all. Not even using his name, just whining at him to stop or go away. But at least he respected Deku. He never liked Izumi. Not even as children, he was friends with Deku, not Izumi. "Don't call me that, and don't act even dumber than what you already are. I hate Deku for a reason, but I don't know yours. If anything, you should be caring and helping him. Yet all you do is grin and attack him," Katsuki stated, directly telling Izumi his true intention of speaking to her. He observed her lips quiver and pure confusion racked through the girl's head. Izumi then hardened her face before crossing her arms over her chest. "Well, he's an embarrassment. How could I have a quirkless weakling and everything I'm doing is teaching him a lesson? Someone needs to teach him to stay in his place. Besides, you aren't the best at being his friend either, Kachin," she mocked, stinging her words together to specifically get on Katsuki's nerves. A tick mark appeared on Katsuki's forehead. "Do you even pay attention to what's happening around you?" Katsuki snarled through gritted teeth. The sudden action and words startled Izumi, and her random burst of confidence quickly shattered right back down. "You think Deku is weaker than you, and quirk-wise definitely, but for someone who claims to be the best, you get your ass handed to him all the time." Katsuki mauled, his eyes starting to shake animalistically. "No, I do know." Izumi attempted to refute, but her wails of defense landed on deaf ears as Katsuki shouted back at her. "You practically fail every test you take. Your fucking grades constantly are flipped with Deku's to make yourself seem better. You can't fucking deny that you've seen how fast he answers those bullshit university grade questions while you've got a reading capability that of a dog. Even with your so-called powerful quirk, your useless brother outwits your grasps and makes it out of here scot-free. You have everybody at your feet worshipping greatness that you simply don't have. I'm more fearful of your brother being a better hero than me than you are, Buzzy," Katsuki yelled. School may have just ended, but people were still around. Katsuki's shouting had caught the attention of others, and now they were peeking around the corners, watching the confrontation happen between the two powerhouses of their school. Izumi was currently at a loss for words, and her pride was preventing her brain to interpret and understand what Katsuki had said. Deku was definitely not better than her. Katsuki breathed, closing his eyes and tearing his eyes away from Izumi to relax. His tense shoulders dropped, and his white knuckles no longer clenched tight into a fist. He calmed himself down as he didn't want to unleash his fury on school grounds, and especially not against a snobbish prick with money. That would ruin his chances of being a hero. After calming himself down, Katsuki opened his eyes again to look at Izumi one more time. "You have no talent, drive, or even a semblance of integrity. You're just a scum who abuses their brother because no one is going to try and stop you. You're a privileged bitch and you don't even hold a candle to me. Go fuck yourself, Yagi. Katsuki spat before walking past Izumi and left the school building. Katsuki made his way out of Aldera School and started his journey home, but his thoughts were currently being plagued by that small green-haired loser. Instinctively, Katsuki turned his head and looked at the large greenery area at the side of the school. His eyes wandered over to the koi pond in remembrance of yesterday's events, and to his surprise, he could see a certain notebook lying flat on the ground. Slowly, Katsuki walked towards the koi pond. He first picked up the book on the ground and read the title of the notebook, Overwatch Inventions, although he could barely make those words out as there was a dark scorch mark in the center of the cover. Katsuki held that in his hands before looking down at the book floating in the koi pond. Yellow, orange, and black were nudging the bobbing book with an almost unreadable title. The only word Katsuki could make out was hero, and even that was incredibly difficult. Katsuki frowned and searched his thoughts for what the book had said because he remembered reading it yesterday. Something about hero analyses for the future. Katsuki reached his hand down into the koi pond and fished the book out. He lifted the book out and turned it to hover next to the second book he held in his hands. Katsuki looked down at them, analyzing them, and contemplated on what he should do with them. With a deep sigh, Katsuki slumped his bag to the ground and shoved the books along with the rest of the contents his bag had already been jammed with. He just wanted to get home and cool off at this point. He just wanted to calm down after his encounter with Izumi. I hope Katsuki makes sense here. Izuku was anything but calm at the moment. He was still laying down in the wooden crate on the back of the hover truck as it drove to wherever its destination may reside. Izuku had considered jumping of the crate and making a dash for it many times when the car had stopped, but he always spotted other cars around through his peephole. He could still make a mad dash, but people were certainly going to be concerned if they see a disheveled young boy sprint out from the back of a hover truck. Police will be called. He would be questioned, and even though the man driving the truck could potentially be a part of a gang, they'd immediately let him go as soon as Izuku's quirk status came to light. They'd arrest him on the spot for hitchhiking a ride on a bystander's car, and he knew his parents would let him rot if he was put in the big house. So Izuku remained where he was. All he could do was uselessly watch and stare as the day turned to night. He was still cooped up in the crate and in a place he could only guess was far from home. But with nightfall came less traffic, which equaled an opportunity for Izuku to sprint for the hills. All he had to do was just wait a few moments longer, bide his time until the car stopped. At the next red light, Izuku could be home free and away from a potential psychopath. That was all he wanted and needed to achieve. Izuku had lost track of time but guessed a few minutes had passed before the hover truck quickly screeched to a halt. The repulsion engine sounded, and it wailed deeply as Izuku hit his back against the crate as the nose of the vehicle dipped down to stop. As soon as the truck jolted back to normal, Izuku took this opportunity to try and escape. He lifted the lid of his crate and poked his head out. No one was around, which would allow him to run. What the fuck are you doing in the ROA dash? Bang! Izuku's eyes widened in fright. The man he recognized to be driving the car hollered out in squeaky high-pitched voice. He was yelling at someone but was cut off by Bang. Fear bubbled in Izuku. That was a gunshot. The driver of the hover truck just got shot. No, 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 no. Izuku quietly muttered under his breath. He ducked his head back down into the crate and slowly lowered his head. Terror surged through Izuku, and his heart started beating harder. He pushed his eye against the hole to see, despite wanting to cower and curl into a ball to hide. If the person with the gun was going to walk towards him, he needed to be watching so he can try something if they get close. What would Izuku do? Not even he knew. Hey, what the hell is going on? A nasty sounded voice groaned out as they joined the fray. Oh my god, did they kill Jokin? Someone else shouted, and Izuku could feel his blood running cold. Silence lingered in the air for a short while after the last man's outburst, but it felt like an eternity to Izuku. He's fine, but he'll have nasty headache when he wakes up. A new voice answered, and his tone was calm and collected. His voice was significantly different compared to the rest. It wasn't rough or squeaky like the other men he had heard before. His was smooth and deep, and he sounded carefree, like he was unconcerned with the situation entirely, and that was the scariest thing Izuku found in this entire situation. He also had an accent but couldn't pinpoint where. He had never met a non-native speaker speak fluent Japanese. Again, there was a brief pause of silence before the man who had spoken last talked again. Alright, we can do this two ways. I can grab the cargo you've stashed on the back of that truck, or we've got a good old-fashioned duel on our hands. The man asked with clear confidence, so much so that Izuku felt bad for the men confronting him. No words were exchanged, but Izuku heard a choir of random noises ranging from metal clanging and fire being summoned. Thought so, the man said, and Izuku felt like he had a smile when he spoke that. Attack! Someone shouted, and suddenly all mayhem went loose. Gunshots rang out and Izuku heard a charging buzzsaw rev up. Izuku's pupil darted to a flash of fire streaming down next to the hover truck. Izuku felt himself shake. He wanted to hide, but he couldn't look away. His rational part of his brain told him he was already hiding, but everything else in his head was so loud that it was basically silent. Izuku wanted to watch, he wanted to see what was going on. But he was smart enough to not dare lift the lid of the crate he was hiding in. Suddenly someone darted into view. They hastily rushed to the back of the hover truck and slammed his body against the back. Frantically, he raised a silver gun that looked odd compared to the firearms Izuku was used to seeing. It was a revolver, and the chamber would come out when reloading as well. The man put fresh bullets back into his gun before leaning back out from behind the vehicle. He moved his arm and fired 3 bullets fast before tucking back behind the vehicle. A flying buzzsaw whizzed past the man he assumed to be the one who shot the driver of the car. Izuku could now see him clearly. The man had a wide-brim hat that resembled that of Western cowboys. He was Caucasian and had shiny brown hair that framed all around his face. There was a band around the hat as well, with an emblem at the front with bullets stuffed in the band like he was a sheriff. He had a ragged and ripped red cloth that was almost like a cape hanging around his shoulders and wrapped like a scarf but dangled like a blanket behind him. He had high-tech plated armor around his chest that seemed to also extend to his free hand, but not the one where he held the weapon. Upon closer inspection, the arm was a prosthetic, not plated in metal. Izuku could tell as a joint in the elbow pressed into his arm, which would have to mean that there was nothing there. Therefore, a prosthetic. Furthermore, the cowboy had a belt with the letters BMF engraved on a golden plate at the front. He didn't know what that meant. He also wore black pants with large brown pads for armor and strong red knee guards. His shoes also seemed to be made of leather, and metal ring of spikes hung from the starting point of his toes to the top of his heel. Izuku gasped, but it was inaudible through the noise of the makeshift battlefield. Even to himself, he recognized that man. He was someone he hadn't seen in 5 years. He was a hero to the world that would occasionally pop up. He wasn't prominent, but Izuku knew the ins and outs of the organization he came from. That was the renowned cowboy of Overwatch, Jesse McCree. Izuku was now enamored at seeing him. He hadn't seen an Overwatch agent in years. The only thing he remembers hearing about an Overwatch agent was Angela Ziegler helping the injured in Egypt. So, witnessing another ex-Overwatch in action and additionally in person, Izuku was beyond ecstatic to the point it was contesting his pure fear of the current situation. Jesse McCree was going to save him. McCree backpedaled and jumped up, and Izuku watched a buzzsaw shoot out from underneath him. Izuku stared in awe as he fired another 2 shots, and if Izuku counted correctly, he should only have 1 left. McCree crouched down and reached behind him. He chucked something to the side of the truck, and Izuku could see the edge of a bright flash and deduced it was a flashbang. A man with ram horns charged at McCree, and he easily rolled to the side. He got back on his feet, pointed his gun at the back of the ram villain's head, and pulled the trigger. Izuku shut his eye to not see the blood that would be spewing from the back of his skull. He suddenly felt sick, and his stomach churned uncomfortably around the rest of his guts. He shouldn't look, but Izuku's weakness had always been his morbid curiosity. Izuku poked his eyes back up to the peephole before flinching at 3 more shots being fired. Suddenly he became a lot more aware of the dangerous weapon his hero held in his hand. Izuku glanced towards the lying ram villain, but instead of seeing red like he expected, he saw nothing but the villain lying flat on his face. Izuku did a double take but could not identify a wound on the villain. It was then a sudden relief washed over Izuku. McCree was using rubber bullets. Izuku calmed down and turned his eyes back to McCree. He lifted his gun to his lips, the barrel smoking from the constant fire, and he gently blew it out. He spun his weapon on his finger before pocketing it in his holster. He then grabbed a large olden-day cigar and started smoking it by using a small flame installed in his prosthetic. Izuku was too in shock to do anything at the moment, and he just continued to stare at McCree. As he stared at McCree, he noticed something behind him. In the dark shade of the night, something behind started glowing. It had a purple light and digital form of movement. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw a girl wearing a lot of purple appear out of thin air. Izuku's eyes shot out from his skull, and out of sheer instinct to protect his current hero, he launched himself upward and smashed the crate lid to the back of the hover truck. "Behind you!" Izuku shouted. McCree, despite not even knowing who Izuku was or even seeing him, spun around with his prosthetic fist raised. The girl already had her hand reached forward, and she gently nudged McCree's nose. "Boop!" She smirked before McCree's iron fist phased through her. The girl glitched and turned into jittery purple streaks of data. The purple mass of distortion shot out towards McCree and temporarily covered him before completely vanishing in thin air. McCree growled in frustration, and Izuku noticed a small pink post-it note flutter to the ground. He stomped on it before picking it up and pocketing it. "Damn it, Sombra," he heard McCree mutter. It was surprisingly loud. Perhaps the night was echoing his voice. Izuku's brain immediately started racking around for solutions and answers, and he found himself wondering about that somber girl's quirk. But his thoughts faded away as he saw McCree turn to look at him. Izuku yelped before diving back into his crate, hurting himself on the scraps of metal inside the wooden box. "Hey kid, slow down. I'm not going to hurt you." McCree responded back in response to Izuku's action. He heard hurried footsteps before feeling a slight shift in weight as McCree clunkily jumped onto the hover truck. Izuku reprimanded himself for his foolish action of cowardness. He knew Jesse McCree wouldn't hurt him, but he acted like he would anyway. It was just a natural response for Izuku. He wasn't used to people helping him. Sheepishly, Izuku stood back up and rubbed his right hand on the knuckles of his left because that's where he hit the hardest when he dove into the cart. He still heard McCree stepping towards him and gingerly turned his head to look up at him. He was taller than his teachers at school, which would put him around 6 foot. McCree craned his head down and gave Izuku a quizzical look, and Izuku could tell how much older the man looked. Sure, it had been 5 years since he had seen a photo of him, but still, the man looked centuries wiser than the rebellious figure of America he saw on his computer screen. "So kid, what's with you hiding in this gang's crate? Doesn't seem like a kidnapping." McCree spoke and Izuku chuckled nervously. McCree's tone didn't seem to be demanding or accusatory like other adult figures he has had in his life, but the nudging feeling of memory plagued his mind about what this encounter could turn into. He was quirkless after all, and everybody seemed to disregard him after that information is leaked. But realization cascaded down on Izuku, and McCree watched with mild confusion as the boy's sad face brightened with shining hope. McCree was mentored under Gabriel Reyes, the quirkless commander of Overwatch. McCree may be one of the few who'd respect his status of quirkless. So Izuku steeled some confidence into himself, even if the feeling of pride was small. I was chased by bullies and hid in the crate. He chased them off before getting in his car. However, I saw him put on a mask that reminded me of an old Yakuza group, so I became too fearful to try and escape." Izuku admitted to McCree, hoping the man would buy his truth. It was quite convoluted, and while honest, Izuku wouldn't be surprised if McCree was skeptical. McCree hummed, and Izuku couldn't tell if he was processing the information or analyzing him as a suspect for lying. McCree ended up chuckling and shaking his head in what Izuku believed to be disbelief. "Well, allow me to introduce myself." McCree started, taking his hat off in a gesture Izuku supposed was to be kind or respectful. "You're Jesse McCree, an ex-hero of Overwatch. It is really an honor to meet you, sir." Izuku doted with stars in his eyes, raising his closed hands close to his chest and bouncing on the toes of his feet. McCree blinked. His expression became completely blank. Clearly, he was caught off guard, which Izuku should have expected. McCree was one of the least occurring heroes and was one of the latest heroes to join Overwatch. Japan wasn't exactly accepting of them at the time or ever, so the man probably wasn't expecting to get recognized, and if he was, it would come with a lot of hate. "Okay," McCree grunted, putting his hat back on before coughing into his hand. Izuku was worried he had done something wrong until he gave a warm smile again. "All right there, bud." McCree grinned as he reached out his real arm and ruffled Izuku's hair. "First of all, glad to know I have a fan. Secondly, I go by Cole Cassidy now." McCree or Cassidy had stated. Izuku turned his head to look up and corked his eyebrow up at the cowboy. Cassidy laughed heartedly. "Cole Cassidy is my actual name, but it was needed to be changed during my stay at Overwatch. As times have changed, I've gone back to my roots." Cassidy smiled, answering Izuku's silent question. "So are the other names of Overwatch agents fake?" Izuku asked, confused on why that was needed. Cassidy seemed to go in thought before shaking his head. "I don't believe so, I was a special case." Cassidy answered and Izuku nodded. He wanted to ask more questions but thought against it. Perhaps it was a sensitive topic for the man, and it would make sense. "Speaking of names, what's yours? Can't just keep calling you Bud?" Cassidy asked with a slightly taunting grin. Izuku felt his cheeks flush in embarrassment and debated if he should be completely transparent. Although his parents wouldn't care if he disappeared, they'd care if he disappeared and come back. They would be seen as bad parents for not looking for their child and furious that a quirkless burden was still in their lives. Since his dad was the #1 hero, he could cover anything up. Like Izuku actually disappearing. If he was going to get back home, he'd have to do it himself. "Izuku Midoriya." Izuku answered, and he hoped his answer came out earnest. It was a lot stronger in comparison to the rest of the things he has said, so it may come off as more dependable. Or Cassidy could be a genius at detecting lies. Wait, what's his quirk? What if Cole Cassidy had a lie-detecting quirk? Izuku started to panic slightly as his brain once again started to overanalyze. Midoriya, alright, do you know how to get back home? Cassidy asked. Izuku blinked and his rumble of insane thoughts paused as his mind clung onto the strange way Cassidy said his fake name. He had noticed his strange accent while speaking, but somehow his name sounded foreign. Foreign, his name wasn't even Midoriya but being called anything, but Deku now felt strange and Izuku had to say, he liked the feeling of not being called Deku. Izuku coughed, his mind slowly catching up. He was temporarily stunned in his own typhoon of thoughts that it had taken a while for him to register what Cassidy had asked. No, I know where I live but not where we are currently. I hid in that crate around 3 o'clock and since it was night now, I'm guessing I've been in there for over 3 hours. Izuku responded. He heard Cassidy sigh, and he bobbed his head down. He was probably disappointed in him. Alright, it is far past just 3 hours. Midoriya, was it? Cassidy asked. Izuku nodded his head, not looking up from his feet. You shouldn't trust strangers, but right now I'm probably your best bet of having a good night's rest. My place isn't too far away, and I have my bike, so why don't you hop along with me? Cassidy offered, but Izuku sensed that he may not have an option as the man wasn't going to leave a small teen alone in the middle of the night. Izuku was glad that it was an Overwatch agent that found him instead of a local hero, because if a hero found him, he'd be taken to the police. An ex-Overwatch agent would be arrested on site, so going to the station wasn't an option for him. They'd call his parents. They would come and pick him up and make sure his name was never heard of again. Izuku subconsciously grabbed the straps of his backpack. He had a lot of important stuff to him hiding in his yellow bag. Being out in the open at night may have his belongings stolen, and Izuku seriously didn't know what he would do if that happened. He didn't believe Cassidy to be a bad person, but he had thought the same of All Might until he stumbled on a revelation of a lifetime. Cassidy was an ex-agent of an organization he adored and believed in, plus he was mentored under his idol, Gabriel Reyes, who too was quirkless. So out of the options, Izuku nodded his head to Cassidy as he was the best. Alright, give me a second, Cassidy said. The cowboy then looked around and started scout the contents of the boxes at the back of the hover truck. Izuku watched him pocket sheets of papers and blueprints, and he also grabbed some grenades that were stashed in one of the boxes. He then looked back at Izuku and jerked his head away from the hover truck. Alright, let's go, Cassidy said before jumping off the back of the vehicle. Izuku silent nodded and followed after the man. They walked in a comfortable silence as they reveled in the cold of the night. After about a minute of walking, they walked into an alleyway where Izuku spotted presumably Cassidy's hover bike. Alright, I don't have a spare helmet, so we'll just have to make the trip fast, Cassidy spoke as he whipped his leg around to mount his vehicle. He grabbed his helmet and Izuku expected him to put him on, only for him to hand it towards Izuku. Izuku was surprised and was about to rebuke when he realized he didn't have an argument against taking it, so he graciously accepted Cassidy's helmet. So, after the disbandment, what did you start doing? Izuku asked, filling the void of quiet with a question, one that he had wanted to ask. Cassidy sighed and turned his gaze away from Izuku. I'm a mercenary now, Cassidy answered simply. Izuku took a look at Cassidy's solemn expression and determined it would be wise to leave him alone. So Izuku got on the bike behind Cassidy after clipping the helmet on and held onto his stomach. It felt odd as he was wearing armor, but Izuku didn't say anything about it. Cassidy revved up his engine before speeding out of the alleyway almost silently. Hover vehicles have been fine-tuned to be quick and quiet. The only noise they make was a fierce hum from the engine, which only existed in bikes, as they were too small to install the soundproofing cars and larger vehicles have. It wasn't really loud, but at the dead of night, with Izuku left with nothing but his thoughts of meeting one of his heroes, it was all he could think about. Izuku felt something light tickle his nose. He shook his head slightly and suddenly roughly inhaled. His eyes squeezed tight, and he reluctantly peeled them open. His vision was blurry and wet, so he raised his arm up and wiped his arm with his sleeve. Izuku clicked his tongue as he tried to wet his extremely dry mouth. Izuku grabbed the blanket with his free hand as he slowly woke up. The gears in his brains might have only just started turning since he recently woken up, but Izuku had always been a quick thinker. He first noticed his hand was rubbing against something gritty and flexible. The second thing that Izuku realized that his alarm didn't go off, meaning he had either woken up early, which had almost never happened before, or his phone wasn't by him. The second thought startled Izuku and kick-started his brain like he had just taken caffeine. He shot up and looked around his surroundings and found himself in a relatively run-down room. His bedroom looked better than this, and it was mostly filled with junk he had collected from the scrapyard. But this is probably due to his parents being overly wealthy. Their house may look inconspicuous on the outside, but once you are inside, the expenses of items and decorations clearly depict their income. Izuku could only guess the reason for his family living in a plain neighborhood was to try and have his father's civilian life as secret as possible. But now where was he? Izuku struggled to get back up. His body was unusually stiff. His back was tense, and he could feel his spine crack as he got onto his feet. It was probably from him laying on nuts and bolts for over 3 hours in a crate on the back of a hover truck. Now he was in a bedroom. Thin peeling wallpaper covered the interior with old wooden drawers to what hold clothing and other belongings. Was this McCree's or no, Cassidy's room? Izuku found it difficult to believe at first until he remembered he was a wanted man. Japan is one of Overwatch's largest haters, and he was an American man in an Asian country. Even if the masses don't recognize him, the authorities will be on him as soon as they catch wind of him in their country. Izuku was confused. The last thing he remembered was holding on to Cassidy on the back of his bike. Did he fall asleep? How would that have worked? Did Izuku almost fall off on the ride, or did he somehow stay as solid as a rock as he rested on the back of a high-speed vehicle? His thoughts went wild, but he came to the conclusion that it was in his best interest to find Cassidy and ask more questions, as well as think on how he should handle this situation. So Izuku waddled towards the door. His eyes still roamed around the area, and his eyes landed on his yellow bag. Izuku darted towards it. His sudden train of thinking crashed as he unzipped his bags and checked the contents. All of his gadgets and few school supplies were all nestled against each other in the bottom of his bag, and it didn't seem like they were rummaged through. Not that he would be angry if Cassidy had, but he didn't want to be seen as some weirdo with crappy inventions inspired by his Overwatch friends. So Izuku slinked the bag strap over his shoulder. He looked over himself and found his uniform to be incredibly wrinkled. He was weakly aware of a wet cloth over his left shoulder, but decided to not question it for the time being. He still had school today, and he is at minimum 3 hours away from home. Something tells Izuku that he'll be absent today, which means the teachers will have free rein to suddenly do whatever they want with his record, education, and even his classes. Which means he was screwed. He never missed a day, not because he was determined to be diligent. It was to save his livelihood and any chances he had to go to high school. His teachers had been against him since day one, and they were always looking for a way to magnify problems that he or someone else created. With a sigh, Izuku opened the door. What was revealed was essentially the rest of the small house he is currently in. He looked towards the front door and could see the bathroom. Some of the tiles on the floor were cracked, and the ledge of the shower seemed to be growing mold. He continued to scan the room and saw the tiny lounge room on the opposite side of the bathroom had an antique couch pointed towards a small box television. The carpet in between the two items Izuku just listed was ripped and had rugged green and beige fabric lazily stitched together. Then near the door Izuku just opened was a small kitchen area. It had a stove with an oven, a microwave, and refrigerator that all looked cheap, or at least to what Izuku had seen. Everything his parents owned were over hundreds of dollars, and he commonly scavenged for scraps and junk, so his view on basic and mildly expensive products may perhaps be warped. Finally, his eyes landed on the small and skinny dining table with a certain man sitting down at it. Cassidy was wearing the exact same clothing of yesterday, minus his metal pads, his cape, and hat. The last two items weren't far away. His cape was folded neatly on the kitchen table with his hat sitting on top of the red fabric. Cassidy looked up, a fork in his mouth. Izuku looked down at the plate of food in front of him. It had flat white bread that was toasted with bacon and poached eggs. Izuku's eyebrow rose up at the dish. He knew what it was. It was toast with meat and eggs, but it wasn't something Izuku sees in Japan. It was an American-style breakfast, and if he was honest, he was interested in tasting it. Rumble. Ah, thought you'd be hungry. Cassidy smiled, putting his fork down on his plate. He turned around and grabbed a plate of bacon and eggs on toast with a knife and fork. Izuku's eyes sparkled and his mouth started to water. It's a short cold, so I'll heat it up in the microwave for you, Cassidy said before standing up. Izuku blinked, his mind wandering past the food for a split second when he listened to Cassidy speak. Short, Izuku thought on. He wanted to comment on it, but decided against it. It would be rude to insult his Japanese. He was obviously a native English speaker. Izuku has heard him speak English perfectly fine in videos and seen him work mainly in English-speaking countries. His profile also said he was American, so it wasn't likely for his native tongue to be anything other than English. His Japanese was still good. It just was a little confusing to Izuku to hear an accent. Majority of people who speak Japanese are fluent in it, and Izuku personally has never heard of an accent in his language before. His brain was still slowly working out what Cassidy was saying. Sorry to be nitpicky, but short usually references physical size. The word you were going for was little. Izuku responded mindlessly as he looked to Cassidy. His eyes widened slightly as he realized what he just did and mentally berated himself. He had just promised himself he wouldn't comment on Cassidy's misuse of words, and somehow it became the literal next words he used. Ha ha ha, my bad. I'm still learning Japanese. I've gotten decently good at it over the years, but I still wouldn't say I'm fluent in it. Cassidy replied, putting Izuku's breakfast in the microwave after putting the metal cutlery down and setting the timer to a minute. Can you speak other languages? Izuku found himself asking. He was curious about Cassidy and was close to freaking out at meeting a hero of his, but he couldn't find the same excitement he would normally have had if he had met Cassidy under different circumstances. Cassidy was one of the more obscure Overwatch agents Izuku knew of, so that might have a role in his lowered enthusiasm, but it was mainly thanks to what happened yesterday and what will happen in the future. Yesterday he lost some of his Jolt tokens, he was hunted down by his sister and her friends. His dreams were crushed and thrown out the window by the only friend he ever had in his life, and he ended up being accidentally kidnapped by a Yakuza group he thought was disbanded. All of that would be good enough to drown Izuku's potential joy, but add on to the fact that his disappearance would probably permanently ruin his life. Izuku didn't want to think about that yet, because if he did, he'd start freaking out and he didn't want to put that burden onto Cassidy. Well, how about this, we play a game of questions? Cassidy suggests, turning around to look at Izuku. Izuku pursed his lips and his brain racked for an answer for what the game questions entailed. It was definitely an American thing, but Izuku could take a wild guess what the game would be about. It wasn't hard, he doubted the game would be anything but asking questions. Sure. What does this game entail exactly? Izuku responded, deciding to sit down and wait for his breakfast and start the game that Cassidy wanted to play. Now that Izuku thinks about it, the game was probably going to be more of an interrogation. Well, we go back and forth asking questions about the other person. Usually there is punishments for avoiding the question, but I won't make you do that. But I'll still hold myself to that rule with this. Cassidy started explaining to Izuku. He stepped towards the fridge and Izuku watched him grab out a small glass bottle filled with red sauce. Carolina Reaper, it was the hottest sauce in the world a decade ago but has since been passed multiple times. However, this one still has flavor and is actually affordable, so I'll just use this. Do you want water or some orange juice while I'm here? Cassidy says, turning back to Izuku to ask if he wanted a drink. Orange juice please. Izuku found himself meekly asking. He had never drunk orange juice before and wanted to know what it tasted like. He felt it was embarrassing to admit to Cassidy that he had never had orange juice before, so he didn't say anything about it. Cassidy nods his head and grabs a cup that was also in the fridge, probably to keep it cold. Cassidy poured orange juice into the cup and put the carton back into the fridge. However, Izuku noticed that with the hand that put the orange juice away, he pulled out a can of beer. Wasn't it early for beer? Izuku had thought it was still morning. He reached down for his phone in his pocket only to skim his pants and feel no bump around his pocket. Izuku's eyes bulged as he looked down to check with his eyes, but still didn't see any bump in his pocket. Oh right, no phone. Izuku remembered. He looked back up to Cassidy, slightly nervous as he wanted to know where his phone was and was slightly scared at the reason to why he didn't have it. Mr. Cassidy, do you know where my phone is? Izuku asked. Cassidy stopped and visibly deflated, and Izuku worried that he had done something wrong. Just Cassidy kid. Mr. makes it seem like I've achieved shit in my life. Anyway, I have your phone because it was blaring at 6:30 in the morning and you slept right through it. I tried turning it off to let you sleep, but it was kind of difficult. Cassidy answered, walking out of the small kitchen area towards the couch. You just pressed the button. Izuku voiced the obvious answer, confused on why that wouldn't work. Well, that is how it normally work. It just was a little difficult, Cassidy said with a bit of apprehension. Izuku looked at him oddly and looked over to see Cassidy hand Izuku's phone back. Izuku took it in his hand, and he immediately saw the problem. His phone screen was demolished, there was more cracks than screen on his phone, and even the home button was cracked. This wouldn't be working anytime soon. Did you find it like this? Izuku asked. Yeah, if you don't remember when it happened. My best guess is when you were in that box full of metal stuff. Cassidy said sympathetically as he stepped back. Izuku sighed and put the phone down on the table next to him. There wasn't anything special about that phone or important things on it, but Izuku would have preferred to keep it. It's whatever, nothing special was on it anyway, Izuku said, forcing himself to smile up at Cassidy. Sure kid, Cassidy answered, and Izuku couldn't tell if his tone didn't believe him or if he just didn't care. He wouldn't be surprised at which one it is. He was pathetic. The microwave beeped and Cassidy took the heated plate of food out and placed it in front of Izuku along with a knife and fork. Izuku looked up to Cassidy, nodded his head with a small smile before devouring the plate of food in front of him. Izuku heard Cassidy chuckle, and in the back of his mind, a dark thought told him that he was mocking him, that Cassidy was waiting to take it away from him so he could laugh at him. But he pushed it away. He was relishing at eating food that had been cooked by another person. He couldn't remember the last time someone had done this for him. It was small, but to Izuku, this was something monumental. You sure were hungry, Midoriya? Did you not eat before diving into that wooden box? Cassidy laughed, taking a swig of his beer. Isn't it too early for that? Izuku questioned with a mouthful of food. Cassidy shrugged, still drinking his beer. He took a few more sips before putting the can down. It's high noon somewhere in the world now, was his response. Izuku found himself confused again and tilted his head. What did high noon mean? That was something Izuku had never heard of. Was it a made-up word? Perhaps Cassidy has mispronounced something. He was going to inquire, but couldn't thanks to several bites worth of food being held tightly behind his lips. The game? Almost forgot. Cassidy suddenly exclaimed out of nowhere. Izuku flinched slightly at the sudden change in atmosphere. It did not go unnoticed by Cassidy. You asked before whether I could speak other languages, right? Cassidy tried to confirm. Izuku tried to quickly swallow the contents of food in his mouth, but the pile was just too large to be forced down his gullet. So Izuku just responded with a nod. Alright, I'm American, so English is my first language. I would call myself bilingual, but only just. I'm pretty good at Spanish and Japanese, but not quite enough to be fluent. Well, depending on how stern you want to be. I also know a few swears in Egyptian Arabic. Cassidy smiles, expressing slight giddiness at that last part. Perhaps good memories or something, Izuku reasoned. Alright, when you're ready, you can answer my question. Then we repeat until we're satisfied with the game. What hobbies do you have? Cassidy asked. Izuku nodded his head, curious as to why he was asking a general question before making the conclusion that Cassidy was building trust. He thanked the man for doing that as he finished his mouth of food before answering the cowboy agent. Well, there are two things I enjoy doing. Building things and analyzing heroes and their quirks and stuff. Izuku nervously admitted. He kept his gadget-making hobby a secret because he knew his stuff would get destroyed if he ever admitted it out loud or someone accidentally found out about it. His second interest in analyzing heroes and quirks wasn't something he could hide as easily, mainly because it was a hobby of his before his quirklessness became apparent. I could have guessed that second one. Not many kids your age take interest in Overwatch at all, and I'm fairly unknown. Also, if you'd be open to it, I wouldn't mind taking a look at your gadget designs. Cassidy smiled warmly at Izuku. The young boy felt his cheeks burn and embarrassment welled around him. Cassidy was being so nice to him. It was strange having an adult care for him at all. Izuku never realized how much he needed something like this to happen to him. Maybe another time. Izuku managed to rasp out with glowing cheeks. Cassidy laughed and reached his mechanical arm over to Izuku. He ruffled the boy's hair and Izuku froze at the touch. For a second he thought he was going to get hit, but despite how hard the hand was, Cassidy's hand felt loose and gentle. However, the connection was only brief as Cassidy reeled his arm back and away quite quickly. Your turn, kid. Cassidy coughed, making Izuku perk up. His first instinct was to ask about his quirk since it was not information Izuku had, or at least at the top of his head. However, he paused. If he asked that question to Cassidy, in response he might ask the same thing. The word quirkless was practically a slur in this country, and you'd get sneers and death stares if you got referred to be as useless as a quirkless, joke or not. But Cassidy worked with Gabriel Reyes, a quirkless agent of Overwatch and second in command. He read he was mentored under him, so surely Cassidy wouldn't care if he was quirkless. He'd have two. Izuku needed him too. To have at least one person in the world who didn't care. Can I ask what your quirk is? Izuku bravened up and sheepishly asked Cassidy. He put the last bite of his breakfast into his mouth to ignore the sense of dread that pooled around him when Cassidy inevitably asked him that same question in return. Of course, my quirk is called observation. It's hard to explain in Japanese, but I'll try. I see the world the same way as you do, however, when it is time for my brain to process what I saw. Things in the edge of my eyes are processed the same way as if I was looking straight at them. I can make out details better at farther distances as well as hear things surprisingly clearly. It may seem like a weak quirk, but an unforeseen ability this quirk gives is foresight. Roughly, it's more so I can guess someone's actions before they make them. Helps that I also have a faster reaction time. Cassidy smirked when he finished his answer. Izuku was practically sparkling with delight. It was such a simple quirk, but its applications of use were endless. Having spectacular vision was a power many people underestimated, believing to be a simple buff in video game terms. Incredible. Is there any downside to your quirk? Izuku asked excitedly. He reached towards his bag and unzipped it to reach inside. His hand rummaged around mindlessly in his bag before he suddenly realized his books were not in his bag. Izuku's smile slowly withered and he put his bag back. Don't know what incredible means, but I'll guess it's something good. Well, my quirk does have a weakness, it just doesn't work at night. Cassidy states bluntly, taking another swig of his beer. Izuku corked an eyebrow at that, which Cassidy noticed. My quirk only has an effect if the sun is up. No clue why, my parents didn't have a weakness like that. But it also grants me the bonus of being stronger the higher the sun is in the sky. Cassidy responded, putting his beer down before cracking his right hand. Izuku was surprised with that answer. His vision quirk gets stronger, how does that work? Izuku wanted to ask more, but he could see Cassidy trying to think of his next question. So he kept his mouth shut. Izuku began dreading the inevitable question of his quirk. It was strange. There was a voice in the back of his head telling him he wouldn't mock him, which was new to Izuku. Usually, the voice would tell him that he was weak and pathetic. But that voice did nothing to quell the doubt he was feeling. Why do you admire us Overwatch agents? Do your parents like us? Cassidy asked next. Izuku blinked, not expecting that question, but he quickly washed his confusion away and brandished a nervous smile, slightly relieved that he didn't have to admit his quirk defectiveness. No, they aren't fans of Overwatch even before the disbandment. Japan is one of the countries that don't appreciate Overwatch. Izuku nervously spoke out, rubbing his hands against each other under the table. Cassidy nodded, but his face was still scrunched in thought. Interesting. How did you become a fan in a place with everyone against us? Cassidy inquired further. Izuku sheepishly laughed and turned his hand away, scratching the bottom of his cheek. I made the decision you guys weren't bad on my own. What first got me into Overwatch was a video of Reinhardt yelling, "Get behind my shield," and saving the day. I guess I got addicted to the many personalities Overwatch had from that point forward. Izuku admitted, his mind racing on what he should and should not admit. He could say that he lost faith in heroes, so he gravitated towards the company his parents had a vendetta against, but more personal information would have to be shared, and he wasn't sure if he would be willing to say that. Haha, Reinhardt does have that kind of impact. Loud and proud, we always said. Your turn, kid. Cassidy laughs, likely reminiscing in his time at Overwatch with his friends and co-workers. Izuku nods his head and starts to think. He wanted to ask questions he knew he'd get answers to, so he wouldn't waste his round. However, his mind was currently blank and no immediate questions were coming to his head. Izuku was starting to internally panic. This was his moment, his one chance to ask an idol of his some questions. Not only that, he was talking with a person who wasn't hellbent on insulting and belittling him. This could be his one chance in his life to have a genuine and nice interaction with another human being, and he didn't want to waste this. Izuku tried racking his brain for any possible question and eventually remembered something curious he heard Cassidy state before. What does high noon mean? Izuku asked. He watched Cassidy smirk and grab his beer and took another sip. Well, I use it for two purposes. High noon just means midday, but back in the old America, we use high noon as a term for drinking hour. Hence why I'm having a drink of beer. Cassidy laughed. Izuku nodded his head with his mouth open, understanding Cassidy's weird term. The words he used just doesn't correlate correctly in Japanese. Do you have any friends, Midoriya? Anyone you enjoy spending time with? Cassidy asked, leaning back with his hands crossed over his chest. Izuku looked down and shook his head, too ashamed to meet Cassidy's eyes. He was a quirkless runt. No one wanted to be friends with quirkless. But he was Cassidy. He would have known Gabriel Reyes, a quirkless agent of Overwatch. A leader as well. He worked under the man, at least that's what the article says. But what was it actually like that? Was Gabriel Reyes a respected leader despite his quirkless status? Or was it all publicity? Izuku wanted to know. No, he needed to know if there was any place in the world where people like him are given a chance. He wanted to believe, but his hope was dying out fast. Izuku stuttered. His throat deciding this point was good time to shut down. Cassidy waited patiently for Izuku to quell his nerves as he witnessed Izuku shrivel up, his own thoughts seemingly frightening him. Gabriel Reyes, what do you think of him? How was he like in person? Izuku stuttered. His throat suddenly felt chills and no air came down his airway. He wasn't hot, but he started sweating as his nervousness and dread increased his internal heat tenfold. He heard Cassidy sigh, and Izuku kept his eyes firmly planted on the table. He could see Cassidy's chest in his peripheral vision but refused to look up any higher. He didn't even want to try and look Cassidy in the eyes, as he has a feeling he'll just be heartbroken if he sees Cassidy's expression. Cassidy grabs his beer but doesn't take a drink, just mindlessly holds it in his hands. He stares at Izuku, gauging his actions to determine what he should do. He was clearly uncomfortable, and by his position, he was acting like he was a child being scolded at. His body was tense and stiff, his head was low to avoid eye contact, and his back posture was straight. Cassidy pursed his lips and took a sip and swished the liquid around in his mouth. Midoriya, am I right in assuming you are quirkless, just like Reyes? Cassidy asked. Izuku couldn't find his voice. His anxiety had made him forget to register Cassidy's tone, but he had to guess he was disappointed he was talking with a quirkless weakling right now. Izuku prayed that the ground he was on would just open and swallow him up. All he could do was nod and wait for the cowboy agent to curse him out and throw him through the door. Reyes was a great man. Cassidy spoke, and immediately Izuku's eyes shot open, and his head snapped up to look at Cassidy. Cassidy wasn't looking back. His gaze was off to the side and his eyes were glossy and distant, but Izuku was hardly focused on that. Hope welled up inside of him as Cassidy gave Gabriel Reyes a compliment, and his wish to not be looked down upon for his quirkless status may come true. But as the words properly registered in his head, Izuku's stomach dropped at the part Cassidy used past tense. Was. Izuku gulped, and for some reason, he felt his heart shatter in a similar way he felt it break when he came to the realization that his parents didn't care about him. He had never met Gabriel Reyes, only ever knowing him through his computer screen, but he felt like a father to him. That was probably an exaggeration, but there was still truth in that. Gabriel Reyes' success as a quirkless individual was what kept Izuku going. The only spark of inspiration Izuku had left in his life. To think he was dead hurt Izuku. Cassidy sighed and his head slightly lowered. He was my mentor and he gave me a damn good whooping. He managed to teach me things about life I had never considered before. I respected him deeply, which made things so hard. Cassidy gritted out, trying to keep his true feelings in check. Izuku didn't know what to say. He wanted to say something but didn't know what. He flinched when Cassidy suddenly moved and grabbed the hot sauce and tapped some onto a spoon, making Izuku's eyes widen. I'm not going to say everything, but what I will say is that I watched him slowly break with no power to stop it. Cassidy monotonously answered, his face growing dark. Izuku tilted his head, and he started licking the insides of his mouth. He didn't understand what that meant, the meaning was vague, but Izuku guessed that was the point. Cassidy was drinking the hot sauce to avoid answering the question. Cassidy calmly shoved the spoon with hot sauce into his mouth. He pulled the spoon back out and all of the sauce was missing. Cassidy grunted and opened his mouth, sticking his tongue as he released a strangled breath. Cassidy puts his can of beer to his lips and knocks his head back to take it down his gullet. Izuku was slightly concerned for Cassidy as he roughly pushed a ragged breath through his nose. He shook his head side to side quickly and composed himself. He drank more of his beer, but this time he started to scull it. He gulped it down within a couple of seconds before crushing it in his hands and tossing it off to the side. Izuku followed it with his eyes and watched it bounce off the wall and tumble straight into the bin bellow. Must be something Cassidy has practiced or he's got good aim. Likely both. Sorry, no matter how many times I have Carolina Reaper, it always feels as if it was the first time. Cassidy laughs, his body language resembling a lighter tone than what it did previously. Izuku found himself smiling as well, glad to at least get an answer and a good one at that. Okay, my turn, wait. Cassidy started, but his eyes immediately snapped over towards the television. Izuku's did as well because of a strange static noise but sound auto-tuned to be pleasant to hear. Izuku turned around to look with Cassidy and saw that the television screen was breaking with purple static before the image of 2D Purple Skull appeared on the screen. The color of the binary data displayed reminded Izuku of whoever that somber person was that he saw last night that messed with Cassidy. God damn it, Cassidy says, standing up forcefully, his chair being pushed and tipping onto its back. Izuku stands up as well as Cassidy wanders into the lounge room and looks around, clearly searching for something. But as the television screen switches to the news channel, he turns to look at that. What was on the screen made Izuku gasp. It was his face. Izuku's school photo was on screen. Izuku stared at his soulless and blank face as he stared at the school photographer who was arguing with teachers about taking an animal's photo. Bright red text was at the bottom of his photo, missing, and a newscaster was explaining the reason why they were having this emergency news segment. Izuku was baffled. He did not expect this to happen at all. Had it been a full day since his disappearance? Surely not. It was still morning. He had just woken up and had breakfast with Cassidy, which means his father, All Might, was pulling a few strings to get him found. But why? He had not cared for Izuku in years, excluding the very brief interaction he had with him in his hero persona yesterday. It has been 2 years since his father had even talked to him. Had he done something wrong? Did Izumi formulate a lie to get him in trouble because he managed to escape her attempt at beating him? Or maybe his father believed he had a dangerous weapon since he defeated the sludge villain and now thinks him to be a villain. Izuku started to shake as his eyes scanned the room for escapes just in case things get bad. Izuku knew whatever was going to be said was going to be fabricated, so he needed to be ready to get out if Cassidy has a bad reaction. This boy's name is Izuku Yagi, an Aldra middle school student who is believed to have been abducted by a group of illegal weapon smugglers after he accidentally stumbled into them working. This theory is supported by his friends being chased away by a suspicious man when they tried following their friend down an alleyway he ran into and found he had just vanished. If anyone has any information on where his potential whereabouts are, please contact this number. The news reporter continued talking, but Izuku tuned out his voice as he entered a staring contest with Cassidy. So that's my next question, Midoriya or Yagi? Cassidy answers coolly, and Izuku winced as said his real last name. He wasn't anticipating Cassidy to discover his actual name. He didn't want to lie to him, but felt like if he got into a police station situation, he'd need to keep his real identity a secret to avoid his mother or father getting a phone call. Izuku lowered his head and kept his hands placed in front of him as his body became restless and the need to escape became overpowering. I am sorry. Izuku quivered, tears on the brim of sliding down his cheeks, but he kept them in. He didn't have the right to cry right now. He got himself into this mess, and now it was his responsibility to rectify his wrongdoings. He was used to explaining things at times when it wasn't his fault, so it should be easier to explain his own faults to others, right? That is my name, but I lied out of fear of you handing me over to the police. The police would contact my parents, and they'd get annoyed. Izuku gulped as he felt shame and doubt spray over him. Cassidy may call him a liar like many have before, an attention seeker to try and get sympathy for his quirklessness. The odds were stacked against him, but they always have been, and Izuku was going to try and make Cassidy understand his situation. He just believed he had a single person that believed him and wanted to hope he wouldn't have that taken away from him. They aren't fond of me. They haven't even talked to me in years. See, catering to my sister with a powerful quirk. They allow her and her friends to beat me. I have several bruises and scars from them, permanent ones. The school doesn't help me either. They advocate students to hit me, swap my test results with my sister, and they add strikes to my record whenever I look away. I am missed school today, which means they can alter my record however they want. And I'm not there to challenge it. I'm screwed. It's all over for me. Izuku barely coughed out as the entire weight of the situation finally crashed down onto him. It is one thing to have these thoughts in the back of his head, but totally different when voicing these thoughts out loud. Izuku was starting to cry, but he wiped his face with his arms. He inhaled strongly, forcing his sniffles to stop and his lips to quit quivering. Izuku swallowed the lump in his throat. He tried to look up at Cassidy, but his eyes refused to go higher than his boots. Izuku was scared. He didn't want to be yelled at right now or called any derogatory things by Cassidy. But somebody sent out a missing report of you. That means there is at least somebody out there on your side. Cassidy asked, and Izuku wished he had the courage to look him in the eyes because Izuku wasn't getting any indication of emotion from his tone of voice. Izuku shook his head side to side sadly. I haven't been missing for long enough for a report to be filed. My dad is a hero, and he has likely pulled a few strings. I wouldn't be surprised if that fabricated story is a lie and the actual one is about me being a part of that weapon smuggling group. Izuku answered with slight tinges of anger. He was upset. His life was being ruined, and he knew his father was using his position as All Might to hurt him somehow. He was a hero for goodness sakes. Why did he act as a savior for everyone but his own son? It infuriated Izuku, but there was nothing he could do. Izuku felt hands wrap around him, and he tensed at the sudden action. A firm grip planted him against a stable supporting wall. Izuku gasped as he realized that he was being embraced by Cassidy. He felt a cool metal hand brush the back of his head and his real arm rub circles into his back. This feeling was surreal to Izuku. He couldn't remember the last time he was given a caring hug. The only time he can remember being held was so he couldn't run away as his classmates or supposed friends punched him. The feeling was overwhelming for Izuku. The tear ducts he thought he just closed opened up again. Tears streamed down his face as he wrapped his arms around Cassidy in return and cried into his shoulder. Cassidy responded by holding Izuku tighter. I won't make you go back, kid, if you don't want to. If you don't feel safe, I'm not going to willingly put you in danger, Cassidy told Izuku while he held him tight. This time, Izuku could hear a difference in his voice. It was a mix of strength and desperation as he confidentially told Izuku this. It made Izuku smile. He finally had someone on his side. Toshinori was sitting down at his dining room table, his head resting on his left hand while he had his right hand in front of him. He was holding something in that hand, no bigger than a coin. It was small and flat, but it qualities of a pill capsule. It was thicker and had a cap that looked like it could be taken off. But Toshinori found a shocking surprise when he attempted to pry it off. He found this strange object where he had captured the sludge villain at. He wasn't sure what it was, but what he did know was that it had a powerful electrical current, and it was what his son used to defeat the sludge villain. His son, Izuku, had defeated an A-rank villain with a simple support item. He wanted to be proud, but he could only be concerned. Why did his son have a dangerous weapon like this in the first place, and why did he run away when he saw him? He was All Might, the symbol of peace and who he naively thought was his favorite hero. Izuku didn't know he was All Might, and neither did Izumi. It was for their own safety, as the less people who knows, the better. He would tell them both sometime in the future, but not anytime now, especially with the civil war Omnics and humans were having at the moment. He couldn't risk his life and theirs at the moment. However, he is beginning to think he messed up. He wasn't around a lot because of his work as All Might, but he tried to make as much time as possible with his family. But he missed Izuku a lot. So much so he can't even remember the last father-son moment he had with his boy. He thought he was a hero fan, especially of All Might, but after his reaction to him, he couldn't be more wrong. He was going to subtly ask Izuku about when he got home, but he never returned. Toshinori had thought he might have looked away when Izuku came home, so he trotted over to his room. He called out to Izuku and knocked on his door, but he received no answer. So, he tried to open the door but found it locked. Strange and concerned, he buffed up into his hero form and took the door off of his hinges. What he found was not what he thought it would be. It must have been years since he had seen Izuku's room, as it was not what he had remembered at all. Toshinori could best describe the room as an organized mess. Things were neatly put everywhere around the room, specifically put to fill that exact spot. The room had dirt and dust everywhere, as if it had never had a proper clean. The room was mostly junk, having scraps of metal lying around, broken items taken apart, with some of them looking like they were trying to be put together. The only things Toshinori could see that wasn't some kind of garbage was a dirty mattress, the old table Izuku had when he was a toddler, a stack of books, and an old Mac laptop. All Might was astounded and appalled. How could he have not known what his own son kept in his room? He has not done well at managing his son, and he can assume his wife wasn't much better, seeing as he hasn't been told about it. All Might looked around the room to find any more clues on what his son has been up to, and he only grew more concerned. There was nothing in his closet but old and dirty clothes with a ripped and tattered Aldera uniform. The laptop was encrypted with a password, so he couldn't look into that, so he started digging into the several notebooks Izuku had. A lot of them were on heroes and their quirks, and All Might was unsettled by the amount of detail each entry of the books had. He even had incredible analysis on his sister and friends Izumi, Momo, Shoto, and that Bakugo kid. But what terrified All Might the most was his gadget designing entries and how there was several statements on them being inspired by Overwatch agents. He didn't want his son to be involved with that terrorist group, how they ignored countries' governments and took matters into their own hands, destabilized working hero systems. Toshinori became infuriated with himself as he realized his grave error. His neglect of his son has made him idolize villains instead of heroes, and now he was creating things he had seen Overwatch agents possess. He should have seen this coming. He should have done more to help. He knew what his youth as a quirkless person was like, and he knew how the world stacked the odds against him. Izuku was clearly intelligent, but he had brushed him as being average from his report card. He was likely as smart as Izumi, but kept getting docked marks from the school being quirkist. He should have expected that, as that exact same thing happened to him. Now all he could do was wait for Izuku to hopefully come back home today. He hoped nothing bad happened after the sludge villain incident, but he didn't want to do anything rash just in case Izuku decided to go asleep somewhere else that night. But that went out the window as he got a call from the school saying Izuku was away, so he immediately buffed up into All Might and went to the federal police department to file a missing persons case. He lied about it, but sue him. His son was missing, and there was a high potential he was dealing with dangerous people. If he was found, he didn't want his son to get arrested because he had been a bad parent. So he told the police he was abducted by weapon smugglers, that way if he was found with anything illegal, it won't be found to be his. Toshinori became startled as the door rattled as keys were jammed in. Toshinori watched as Izumi walked through the door, and with a sigh closed it behind her. With no Izuku, worry further built up in Toshinori as he saw that. "Izumi, honey, do you know where Izuku might be?" Toshinori asked his daughter. Izumi turned to her father, surprised at his question, and slowly shook her head no. Toshinori became disgruntled and groaned and put his head in his hands, as he feared. Something happened yesterday and his son may be in danger and at worst be dead. Izumi, however, was confused. Her parents talking about Izuku at all perplexed her greatly. She thought they didn't care. They haven't been caring since he was announced quirkless all of those years ago. So what happened to make them care for him now? Had he done something wrong? Did it have something to do with the fact how he managed to get past certain place way faster than he should have? Yesterday he made it over a fence that took her and her friends almost 10 seconds, seemingly instantly. There should have been no way for him to get over the fence that fast. "What's wrong, Dad?" Izumi asks as Toshinori stands up from his chair. "I'm worried for Izuku. As you know, since he's quirkless the world is against him, and I haven't done well at being his parent for that. I believe he has gotten into contact with some bad people and now he could be out of the country with them. Toshinori said exasperatedly as he rubbed his hand down his face. Izumi flinched and gave Toshinori an astonished look to him. Had she misinterpreted things? Was it not the purpose to teach Izuku that he was a pathetic weakling? Did what Katsuki yelled at her today have actual merit? Was she supposed to protect Izuku and not the other way around? Izumi was so unsure of everything she knew of at that moment. She felt like she should say something about yesterday, that he did something a quirkless weakling like him shouldn't be able to do, that he disappeared down an alleyway. Izumi steeled herself and looked up at her father's face, catching his attention with her serious look. "Dad, yesterday I noticed something was wrong with Izuku, so me and my friends tried following him. We lost him at some point, but we believe we managed to find him going down an alleyway that had a small parking lot with a singular hover truck. I think he might have hid in there as some random guy shooed us away." Toshinori stared down at Izumi, a mix of emotion covering his face. He cleared his throat and shook hands before grabbing Izumi by the shoulders. His piercing blue eyes intimidatingly pierced through Izumi's, and she felt like lasers were passing through her skull. "Okay, we're getting in the car, and you are going to show me where that alleyway is, and on the way there, you are going to explain to me why you didn't tell me sooner," Toshinori said in a menacing tone, and Izumi gulped. At least her mother wasn't here. Izumi is terrified of her mother when she is angry. "All right, Izuku, we need to go for a ride," Cassidy voices as he pushes the front door open. Izuku jumps up in surprise and he spins onto his knees to look towards the door, peering from behind the couch. He looked to Cassidy in surprise. He wasn't expecting Cassidy to come barging through the front door, nor what the ride would be for. Why?" Izuku slowly asked. Cassidy went out to get some food and drinks since they were hungry. Izuku had just been watching television since the morning as Cassidy had decided to help him stay in hiding. "Welp, security footage caught you disappearing into an alley with only a hover truck coming out. So, they've deduced that you were in the truck and now they have located the truck. So, a bunch of heroes and police are roaming the area," Cassidy replied coolly and even with a smile. Izuku's eyes shot wide like headlights and his mouth dropped open as his shock slowly morphed into fear. What? Wait, where are we going? What about the apartment?" Izuku choked out. "This is just a rental. This entire town block is owned by one guy who allows cheap rent for the less fortunate. As long as you can prove you need some financial help, he'll allow you refuge here. Japan actually has a lot of these places since the Omnic crisis, and about our next stop. Not sure, I'm looking for a certain individual. I have an idea about where they are, but it'll still be a challenge. Heard they're quite elusive." Cassidy laughed lightly. Cassidy walked over to the fridge and grabbed a few of the remaining items inside and tossed them into a bag. He slung it over his shoulder before walking towards Izuku. He ruffled his hair before walking towards an outlet and shutting it off. The television quickly fizzles out. "Help me turn everything off. That's one of the things the landlord tells the tenants to do if they ever want to leave," Cassidy told Izuku. Izuku was still making sense of the situation. He wonders who this mystery person is that Cassidy wants to find. He would guess the girl that could turn into physical purple binary code. But didn't they already meet? They seemed more like a trickster, and Izuku was willing to bet that Cassidy wouldn't be able to find her even if he wanted to, so it probably wasn't her. Izuku went around the small apartment with Cassidy, turning off all of the outlets and taking all of their things. Izuku grabbed his phone and sighed as he checked the battery. It still hadn't charged. The screen had cracked from his resting on nuts and nails in the back of the hover truck, but all the jostling must have broken the charging point. Now Izuku has lost all of his research. He doesn't have his analysis books, invention designs, or any of his analogs he did on his computer or phone. He felt disheartened and lost. All of that work and passion had all been quenched and destroyed. His parents, Izumi, Shoto, Momo, and Katsuki had destroyed or forced him to lose things he had worked so hard for. But he had never lost so much so quickly. It had been less than 2 days, and all he had left now was his inventions he kept in his yellow bag. But for how much younger? The two moved quickly and finished the task within a minute. Cassidy hurried over towards his hover bike that he parked in the small shack right next to his house. Izuku followed Cassidy and jerked back as something flew over at him. He caught it in his hands and looked down to see it was the helmet he had on while riding with Cassidy. "Hop on, Izuku, we'll still go and get food, but you'll need to keep that helmet on. Your face is everywhere, and your frizzy green hair is pretty identifiable," Cassidy informed Izuku. He nodded his head before squeezing the helmet on. It wasn't difficult. The helmet was made for someone much older, and Izuku is barely even a teenager, a small one for his age at that. Cassidy mounted the hover bike and Izuku got on behind him. He looked ahead and saw that the doors were still closed. "Whoops, I'll go dash," Izuku started saying before the revving of the motorcycle echoed in the small room. They sat in. Wait. Izuku spat out quickly, but Cassidy wasn't listening. With his helmet on, he was ready to ride, and he turned the brakes off to get the bike moving. Izuku yelled in panic and latched onto Cassidy's back as the duo smashed through the flimsy doors. Ha ha ha, hang on kiddo. Cassidy laughs to himself as he starts driving down the road. Izuku grips onto the back of his shirt with shaky hands. He has the front of his helmet pressed against his back as he nervously quakes with his eyes closed shut. But slowly Izuku finds the courage to move his head away and look around. Everything was moving by so fast, but not fast enough that he could make out the prefecture he was in. He was still in Dofanamu, the old home of the Hanamura Empire, the world's largest known criminal organization to date. They managed trading from lucrative weapons, armory, and illegal substances, but they were shut down from more of their own doing than anything the heroes had done. Izuku believed it had something to do with the eldest heir of the Shimada clan, but it had been years since Izuku had looked at Hanamura. Izuku watched the cars zooming cars and now was feeling a little motion sickness. It had been years since he had been in a car at all, since his parents never take him anywhere. Ever since they were older enough to go to middle school, all car trips stopped since he and Izumi could walk. They used to walk together, but Izuku soon started going earlier so he could get to school later to avoid his sister blasting him into trash cans as they walked. The day he made that decision was when shot him in front of a car. If it didn't stop in time, he would have died. Izuku ducked his head back in for the rest of the ride to avoid the need to puke. He'd hate to do it into his helmet, and the awkward conversation he'd have with Cassidy to explain it is something Izuku wants to avoid entirely. Slowly, the hover bike's pace drops significantly, allowing Izuku time to breathe and properly look around. They were at a service station and Cassidy parks his bike next to the pumps. Stay here, people will still be looking for you. Do you want a slushie or something? Cassidy offers Izuku. Izuku's eyes light up with delight. Eagerness filled him. Yet Cassidy couldn't see through the helmet. Izuku could practically feel his mouth water from the desire to taste something delicious and sweet, and he excitedly bobbed his head up and down. Yes, please. See, could I get a R raspberry or F Fanta? Izuku enthusiastically asked, his words running out far too quickly for his own mouth to keep up. Cassidy laughed and gently pat Izuku's head that was still encased in the helmet. Yep, I'll be back in a sec, Cassidy told Izuku. He grabbed the pump hose and jammed it into the bike and watched the price and fuel numbers rise steadily but at a fast pace. Not so long after, when the cost was just under $30, Cassidy put the pump back. He then turned and walked inside, leaving Izuku along outside to wait. To pass the time, Izuku looked around. Dofanamu was definitely a lot different than Musafatsu. The prefect was significantly poorer than his home neighborhood, and that was his parents purposefully picking a less expensive area to live. Trash cans were overfilled. Graffiti covered the walls on all the buildings, and the asphalt roads were a light gray instead of shining black. The place also looked relatively deserted. There wasn't even a car driving by. There were quite few cars the last time Izuku looked up. Maybe there had gone a back way. Bang, 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 bang. Gah, Izuku yelled. The loud noise shook Izuku deeply and frightened him badly enough to make him fall off the bike. Izuku got onto his knees and peeked his eyes over the top of the bike towards the service station. Those were gunshots, and they definitely came from inside the service station that Cassidy was inside of currently. What scared Izuku more was that they didn't sound like shots Cassidy's revolver made. Izuku felt his body grow cold as his hairs stood on end. Had Cassidy just been killed, he couldn't have. His quirk observation would have allowed him to see the situation before it would happen. Something else was going on inside. Izuku knew it. He also knew that he should wait by the hovercycle. Hell, he should probably run away from here and hide. Call the police, ask for heroes, do anything but move towards the loud gun sounds. But Izuku was cursed with a horrible combination of traits: morbid curiosity and an extreme flight fear response. Those two aspects counterattack each other hard, and it's usually the former that wins out in the end. Because Izuku is emotional, even though he has a strong sense of reason, his emotions essentially quenched his rational thinking. His face was all over the news, and the last thing he wanted was the heroes to take him back home for his sister, and now potentially his parents to beat him. Plus, he didn't want to hide because that would mean he could lose Cassidy, and Izuku was far too desperate to no longer have the single person to be nice to him since he diagnosed quirkless. So, against his better judgment, Izuku crept towards the service station with the helmet still on. He still wanted to keep his identity secret. Who knows, whoever had the gun may want to take him in as a bounty. With heavy caution, Izuku put himself up against the service station wall. He peered up to window and peeked inside. Izuku felt his body stiffen in fear and shock. Izuku had a clear shot towards the clerk's desk at the back of the store, and the aisles in the store had been knocked over and shoved to each opposing wall, leaving a large open path in the middle. Mayhem had happened in here, and Izuku hadn't even heard it, meaning it was done before Cassidy had walked in. Izuku frowned. So Cassidy saw this and continued inside anyway. Wait, where was he now? Hey, I'm complying. Izuku heard Cassidy say in English. He looked around again but still couldn't see him. He then heard heavy stomps and Izuku was able to determine them coming from the staff room behind the counter. The door slowly opens and Izuku is shocked to see a large Omnic carrying Cassidy by the back of his shirt. The Omnic stature and equipment suggest that he isn't among the trash heap that mostly populates the Omnics in Japan. His design and metal also don't match the ones Izuku has seen himself in online. Their bowler hat, plated metal over their arms and green eye sensors. Izuku would say that they were an American design. Even his jacket was metal, replicating a brown leather biker top with fake metal fluff around his neck. His jacket was open like a gangster but wore fancy dress pants with knee pads. His face also had a large and thick black mustache that reminded Izuku of a butler or cowboy, certainly Western. But what was an American Omnic doing in Japan? Even if someone bought him, they would have been a part of a villainous organization and immediately change his design. Shut it, McCree, I want answers and my bike. A growling female's voice snapped with venom as she came into view just behind the hulking Omnic. Bob. The woman shouted and the Omnic instantly acted, slamming Cassidy against the wall, creating a hole behind him. Ouch, mind being careful there, Bob. Cassidy grunted but smiled up at the Omnic, who only silently stared down at Cassidy. Izuku looked to Cassidy's gun holster and saw no gun. He was unarmed and some intimidating lady and Omnic had him under their thumb. Were they after McCree for his bounty? They know him as his fake name. Wait, I think I've seen her before. Izuku muttered to himself as he got a better look at the woman. She was slender and her features were sharp. Izuku could only get the side profile of her face but could tell her scowl was pointed and deep. She wore a black vest with a puffy white, long-sleeved undershirt with a red tie. She wore denim pants and had long leather boots with a large wedge. She had a bunch of added accessories such as straps and buttons. It was hard for Izuku to tell what part of her clothing was and what she added on. But her most defining features that Izuku could clearly see were her blood-red lipstick and long white hairs that had the top concealed by a black long-brimmed cowboy hat. She was definitely Western like Cassidy, and her snow hair and attire perfectly matched a renowned criminal in the American borders. The notorious gangster, Calamity Ash, and right now, she had a rifle locked onto Cassidy, a mere meter away. Geez, Ash, you can call me Cassidy, you know, Cassidy said, turning his head to face Ash. Can I? I thought that man had died. Ash rebutted in a breathy tone and Izuku could feel the accusation through it. Clearly this was more than someone after Cassidy for a bounty. She wanted more than that. Probably explains why she was Japan instead of America. No, Cassidy replied. His voice was strong, but his demeanor reflected the opposite as his shoulders slumped and his head dipped down. They gave me that name to save face. Hiring a youngster with a record for bank heist wouldn't have looked good, Cassidy explained. Izuku contemplated what he should do. He couldn't run away to get help. Heroes would also take Cassidy down since he was still a wanted man, and without Cassidy, Izuku would be alone. It wouldn't take long for the authorities to find him and take him back home. Izuku shivered at that thought before feeling shameful in himself. Was he really worried about himself when Cassidy's life was in the hands of criminals at this moment? Shut it. Where's my bike? Ash shouted, suddenly becoming enraged. She stomped her foot on the ground like a toddler and jutted her gun into Cassidy's chest. Cassidy didn't seem bothered and nodded his head in direction of the window. It's just outside, Ash. Cassidy spoke before he looked towards the window. His eyes face paused and worry quickly flashed through his eyes as he spotted Izuku's helmet peering at them from outside. Izuku quickly ducked as he saw Ash start to turn. A few seconds passed and Izuku felt his hand push against his heart as it pounded against his chest to the point of being painful. But it was a feeling Izuku was used to. The many times he believed Izumi, Katsuki, Shoto, or Momo was going to kill him had been staggering. You know, I thought you'd have sold it when coming up here in Japan, Ash said. Why would I do that? I needed a ride, and I knew I could get away with quite a few things as several parts of Japan are entirely neglected by the government. Cassidy responded, and in the back of Izuku's mind, he noted the cruel reality of that statement. Musafatsu was a large city within Tokyo, but the amount of unsupervised area for villains to roam free was terrifying and goes to show how little a hero is willing to do when there are no cameras around. If there is no news station nearby, there will also be no heroes. Izuku's heartbeat had slowed down and Izuku risked the chance to peer his head back up as he believed Ash had probably turned back around to look at Cassidy once again. Izuku peeked back into the window and could now see Ash twirling her gun around while looking at an indifferent Cassidy. His eyes subtly moving back to look at Izuku in the window. So why are you in Japan anyway? You wouldn't come to a foreign country with no idea to speak a language if there wasn't some kind of prize. Ash spoke with an air of dangerous superiority. She approached Cassidy and pushed her gun to his chin, forcefully pushing his head back. Cassidy gritted his teeth as the gun's barrel is threateningly shoved against him. Izuku held his breath in panic as he watched. Izuku didn't fully understand Ash's question as he was missing some of the English vocabulary used, but what he gathered was that she wanted something from Cassidy. He wanted to do something, but what would he be able to do to help Cassidy? If he were to intervene in any way, he'd probably just make the situation worse. But he had to do something, but what? Izuku looked around, his eyes moving around the outside of the service station. Unless he was going to drive the hover bike into the building, nothing out here would help him. First of all, I can speak Japanese decently well, and my business here wouldn't interest you at all, Cassidy slowly said. His voice was oddly strong despite his dire situation. He was clearly being careful with his words, but Izuku was astounded by the lack of worry his face had. Maybe he was good at pretending. Izuku wouldn't be surprised to hear from Cassidy that this was a familiar situation for him, and he'd always managed to wriggle his way out. But Izuku didn't want to rely solely on Cassidy's charisma. Calamity Ash was hot-tempered and clearly had it out for Cassidy. If Izuku let this continue, blood may cover the walls. So Izuku looked around inside, hoping for something, but he had no clue on what he would even be looking for. He couldn't sneak in as the automatic sliding doors would beep and immediately signal his arrival. Perhaps he was looking for a second way inside. Izuku moved across the window as the only thing of interest left in the room was the open staff door. Izuku moved over far enough so he could stare down the contents of the door. It didn't reveal much as the room was larger than a corridor, so nothing of use could be seen in there. However, he could see a metal door laying on the floor, revealing another entrance or exit depending on how you looked at it. That was his entry card, and quickly Izuku dashed around the side of the building, looking for his way in. "I don't buy it, McCree," Ash snarled, pushing her gun harder into Cassidy's chin. Cassidy grunted at his head being forced to move more against the wall behind him, now slightly glaring at Ash. He seemed to be more annoyed at being called McCree than the gun clogging his throat. "I'm here from a favor. Genji, an old partner of mine. Cybernetic ninja, you might have seen him. He wants me to talk with his brother, that's it," Cassidy explained, but Ash's steel gaze only narrowed like a snake, and her fingers coiled around her rifle's trigger. "That's all. I call bullshit," Ash snapped, making Cassidy sigh. "How about you, Ash? I know you wouldn't follow me all the way to Japan just to get your bike back," Cassidy asked, changing the topic as he knew he'd get nowhere with Ash questioning him. He was telling the truth, but she didn't believe him. If this were to continue, it would be as good as talking to a brick wall. "I think I'm the one asking questions here, Bob," Ash says, suddenly shouted, and swiftly Bob pulled Cassidy away from the wall before slamming him back into the Cassidy-sized hole. Cassidy groaned in both pain and frustration, reaching both hands to rub his saw back. Izuku turned into the open door at the back of the building, clutching his yellow bag on his back. He turned into the room and immediately froze at the unconscious woman on the floor with her hands tied behind her back and cloth over her mouth. Undoubtedly, the work was done by Ash. Izuku stepped over her, sympathetically cringing as he did. He reached the other end of the room with the open door and tried to peer around it, but his large helmet made it difficult. Izuku pouted and thought for a moment. He didn't want to take the helmet off as it would expose his identity and Ash would set course on him. There was a high likelihood that she didn't speak Japanese, but he thought the same of Cassidy and was proven wrong on that. But this helmet was now just acting as a nuisance, and realistically, the only way for Izuku to help Cassidy would be to use his CRB glasses and Jolt tokens, and his former ability would be useless while he wore this helmet. So Izuku slowly clamped his fingers around his helmet strap clip and slid it off of his head. He carefully placed it on the ground, not wanting to alert Ash of his presence. Izuku moved his yellow bag in front of him and bit by bit, unzipped his bag. Once his bag was opened, Izuku reached for his metal water bottle and inconspicuously black marble sack, taking them out with care. "I'm losing my patience, McCree. Why are you here, damn it? Who are you after?" Ash yelled, and Izuku jolted in fear from her high screeching voice. "God, I already told you who I'm looking for, Ash. What more do you want?" Cassidy shouted out in frustration. Izuku put his CBR glasses on that he had just taken out from his water bottle and clutched a Jolt token in his hand. He peered around the door and looked to the side to see Cassidy and Ash in a fierce stare down. Bob, the Omnic Izuku assumed, looked indifferent in the situation, looking back and forth between Cassidy and Izuku. He wondered if the robot could speak or if his model didn't have a voice modulator. "I'm not taking that bullshit, McCree," Ash yelled, smacking Cassidy's chest with the top of her gun. Cassidy groaned in discomfort and glared at Ash. "I need to get rid of her gun," Izuku thought to himself, but it wasn't a simple task. Bob would notice if Izuku started sneaking closer to them, and putting himself out in the open would put him at risk to being shot, even with his CRB glasses. He could throw a jolt token at her, but it wouldn't guarantee that she'd drop the gun, unless Izuku hit her wrist. But she was quite the distance away, and he doubted he would be nearly accurate enough to get her arm. There was also the problem of her quirk. He didn't know what it was. He only knew who Calamity Ash was from his intensive research on Overwatch, and she happened to pop up one time. If his memory was correct, it was an intelligence-based quirk, which was quite vague. For a quirk to be classified that, intelligence would have to be the main aspect of enhancement in contrast to any other abilities, so she could have a numb body to remove pain to correlate to enhanced intelligence, and if so, Jolt token wouldn't work at all. You're still lying through your teeth. How would you even talk to Genji's brother if he's Japanese? Ash asked with rising agitation. Her foot was tapping the ground rapidly and flailing her gun to the ground, to Cassidy, to the roof and back at Cassidy. I told you can speak Japanese decently well. Cassidy replied with a coy smile, answering Ash's question in Japanese. The intimidating woman now looked dumbfounded, and her mouth dropped open. Genji. Why did she pronounce his name so poorly? Oh wait, I remember that name. He was in Blackwatch with Gabrielle and Cassidy. Oh my god, how did I not realize that before? Well, there wasn't much information about him, and he seemed to disappear once Overwatch was— Wait. Okay, calm down, Izuku. Izuku told himself, slapping his cheeks to pause his scattered brain. If Ash is acting like a toddler and badly mispronouncing Genji even after Cassidy pronounced it, so her intelligence has an activation requirement, likely ingesting something or maybe even being hit in the head. Either way, that reduces the chance of additional aspects of her quirk, but doesn't completely remove them, so Izuku will have to be wary. But his top priority is her weapon. If he can disarm her, he removes her most dangerous aspect and can turn it on her, which he'll probably need to do since Bob is a wild card. However, Izuku doubts he'll be able to even pull the trigger. He doesn't have the guts to do that. But how will he retrieve the gun? Even if he can make Ash drop it, she'll pick it back up before he can even get there. So Izuku turns and looks around the staff room. It was generally empty. There were a bunch of empty shelves, which Izuku hadn't personally expected but made sense. The most eye-catching thing in her was the unconscious woman's purse. But Izuku didn't stop looking. The room was destroyed, probably from Bob, and many things were broken on the ground. He found a rope and noticed a broken-off part of the shelf was shaped closely to a hook. It was thicker than a hook, but still thinner than his finger, so if Izuku wanted to use it as a hook, he could. Izuku wrapped the rope around the broken shelf part, but still was stuck on how he was supposed to make Ash drop her gun. Maybe he could throw something with the jolt token. A hard impact combined with a jolt may cause her to accidentally drop her gun. Something heavy, perhaps. Izuku grabbed a dislodged stone that was under the shelf. It seemed to have been uprooted by the ground, badly misshapen but no sharp edges. He grabs the stone that barely fit into his hand with the jolt token and pressed it down, preparing its activation. He peeks around the wall again and sees Ash still facing Cassidy with her hand on her hip and her gun resting next to her heel. Cassidy is looking back at her, but notices Izuku as he moves from out behind the wall with his arm raised back, ready to peg the stone at her. Bob noticed Izuku as well, and his robot arm snapped towards Izuku. But Ash didn't have time to turn around before the stone and jolt token hit her back. Gah! Ash yelled, her fingers slipping off of her gun as she stumbled forward from the shock. Izuku acted quickly and threw the hook at her gun before quickly yanking it towards him. It didn't make the full distance as the hook flew back to Izuku and hit his shin with the rifle tumbling back onto the floor. He dashed towards it. Bob sprang into action, releasing Cassidy and pointing his right mechanical arm at Izuku. Izuku grabbed the weapon and looked up to see Bob looking at him with his right arm out and his index finger pointed at him. He withdrew his extended finger and immediately, 6 gun barrels shot out from his arm. 2 on the top, 2 on the lower right side, and another 2 on the lower left, making the shape of a triangle. Izuku squeaked in immense fear. He pressed the button on side of his glasses and a blue barrier appeared in front of him. Izuku dived to the side and Bob fires a bullet, hitting the CRB, dispersing but immediately breaking the barrier. Izuku creates another barrier while trying to hide under the fallen aisle shelves. Bob, stop, they're a kid, Cassidy shouts, reaching up and grabbing Bob's arm, forcefully pulling his arm away. What's a kid doing in here? Ash yelled, turning towards where Izuku was and rubbing her back. She made eye contact with the kid as he stared at her with fierce determination that she was shocked and intrigued. Her eyes, however, widened when he lifted her gun and aimed it at her. Stop threatening Cassidy, Izuku said in serious tone. However, his voice wavered with nerves. Ash's eyebrows raised higher at him, speaking English before scowling. She turned on her heel and glared daggers at Cassidy. You brought a boy with you. Cole, what the fuck are you doing? Ash growled and Cassidy shook his head. I agree that he shouldn't be in here, but you should do what he says, Cassidy states, pulling his hand out from behind Bob with his peacekeeper in hand. Ash looked stunned, and for a second, Cassidy was worried that she'd pop a blood vessel. She sighed and lifted her arms in the signaling surrender. Bob sees Ash do this and quickly copies her action, his arms snapping straight up. Midoriya, what are you doing? That was reckless, Cassidy scolds, turning his attention to Izuku, but thanks to his quirk, he was still very aware of what Bob and Ash were doing. Izuku looks down guiltily because he did agree, but he didn't regret doing this. So his determined eyes focused on Cassidy. I couldn't just leave you. Calling for help from police and heroes would have just made this situation worse. Izuku responded strongly. Oi, can you both speak English? I ain't fan of being left in the dark. Ash barked, looking between Izuku and Cassidy but mainly focusing on the cowboy. I just told him coming in here to help me was stupid. Cassidy sighed, talking in English to satisfy the angry gangster. Is he the reason you came to Japan? Ash asked suddenly, confusing Izuku and making Cassidy groan. For the last time, I am only here for a favor. I'm not doing any mercenary or potential money-grabbing business. So, if you came here in hopes for that, then you're sorely disappointed. Cassidy rebuts, and Izuku just has to bob his head with Cassidy as he tries to decipher what he said. He understood most of it, but again, key phrases and complicated words confuse his low English vocabulary. So why is he with you? I know you're not the maternal type. Ash accuses with a pointed glare. Other than maternal, Izuku knew what she was asking, and Cassidy was looking at him, waiting for Izuku to say what he should do. She clearly didn't recognize him, most likely from her not reading the news, rather than her inability to read it, so Cassidy was wondering how much Izuku wanted to reveal. Izuku pointed to himself, signaling to Cassidy that he wanted to say it, and Cassidy nodded. Izuku cleared his throat, garnering Ash's attention. I'm currently being searched for by Japan's heroes. My parents and siblings have lied to police, saying I'm working with illegal weapon and drug dealers, and Cassidy was kind enough to take pity on me. Izuku carefully responded as he really had to think to use every word before using it. He's like you, Ash, Cassidy inputted, catching Izuku off guard. Ash, who didn't look impressed, spun around to look at Cassidy in surprise. Like me, as in, Ash slowly said, for the first time not sounded angry or sinister since Izuku heard her. Yes, Cassidy cut her off quickly. Izuku was confused. What did Cassidy mean by that? Izuku gave a lot of information, obviously hiding some of the more personal details. Cassidy clearly meant that he and Ash had some similarity in background, but what? Sirens started sounding and all heads turned towards the windows of the service station. They watched a couple of heroes run into view. Ash had a particularly perplexed look on her face as she saw their eccentric outfits. Made sense, Japanese heroes had far stranger design choices than American heroes. Villains, surrender yourselves. The heroes shouted as they sprinted to the service station's doors. Cassidy moved his gun away from Ash and shot a bullet through the window. He missed, but barely, the bullet whizzing over the heroes' heads. Ah, they have guns. The heroes shouted before running away, looking over their shoulders in wild panic for fear of getting another bullet shot at them. Welp, looks like you're coming with us, Cassidy said, lifting his revolver back and resting the back of it against his shoulder as he gave Ash a smug look. I'm not following you anywhere, Ash spat out angrily, clearly not liking the idea of relying on Cassidy. Oh, can it? I know for a fact you have no plan if you're robbing a service station in a vacant area. Heroes will be after you, and when they catch you, you'll be shipped back to America and locked in a max security prison cell. Cassidy growled at Ash, over her toddler whining at him. Ash grunted and looked down, not facing Cassidy. He sighed and walked up to her. You help us, we help you, Cassidy told her. When he reached her, he put a comforting hand on her shoulder and leaned close to her ear and whispered something to her that Izuku didn't catch. Cassidy then leant away and started walking towards the staff room, and Izuku hesitantly got onto his feet, still hiding behind his CRB barrier. All right, let's go. We don't want any powerful heroes to be on our case anytime soon, Cassidy ordered. Izuku nodded his head before looking over towards Ash, who was now looking at him. Her eyes weren't as sharp as they looked moments ago. She seemed to be analyzing him and was contemplating with herself. You too, Bob, come on, Cassidy called before disappearing behind the door. Izuku felt scared as Cassidy hid from view, leaving him with Calamity, Ash, and her Omnic bodyguard. He held the rifle close to his chest and sped after the American cowboy with the two villains in tow. Izuku stepped over the unconscious woman who was now groaning as she was beginning to wake up. Izuku darted out of the room as the worry of being seen consumed him, although it hardly mattered at the moment. It was irrational, but Izuku couldn't control it. Izuku quickly caught up to Cassidy with Ash and Bob jogging behind. Izuku was still slightly antsy with them being in close proximity. He looked over towards Cassidy, but he hardly seemed to care about, so Izuku reasoned he should relax a bit as his nerves would only make him make stupid decisions. So what now? Izuku stuttered in English so Ash wouldn't snap at him for speaking Japanese. Cassidy smiled and jammed his metal thumb towards Bob. Bob here is going to give us a ride, aren't you, Bob? Cassidy rhetorically asked with a smile, and Omnic gave a thumbs up. However, Ash took a step forward and crossed her arms over her chest. Not until I get my gun back, Ash stated, looking over towards Izuku and holding her arm out. Izuku spun his body away with the gun clutched against his chest, and his eyes narrowed at Ash. But before he could say anything, Cassidy put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, causing the boy to look up at him. "It's all right, Midoriya. She's not gonna hurt you," Cassidy said softly. His face held a caring smile, no longer the charming and confident smirk he had before. Izuku hesitated. He trusted Cassidy, but is he seriously ignoring the fact that this woman had her gun against his throat for a few minutes just moments ago? But Ash didn't pull the trigger, even though she looked furious. The two also seemed to have history they'd have to for Cassidy's statement of, "He's just like you, Ash," to make sense. He looked over to the intimidating white-haired gangster and saw her expression was also like Cassidy's. Soft and caring, except hers seemed more force, like she was trying to make herself less scary. "Midoriya," Ash started, his name sounding off from her accent. "I solemnly swear I will not point my weapon at you. And Cassidy, for now," Ash said, putting her hand over her heart. But her tone changed to annoyed as she brought up Cassidy and her eyes bore at him. In comparison, Cassidy seemed to gloat at the fact she called him Cassidy and not McCree. Izuku didn't know what solemnly meant but guessed it was just sincerely promise. Izuku nodded his head and slowly lifted Ash's gun over to her. With a gentle smile, she took it from his hands and thanked her before putting it in a large weapon holster alongst her belt buckle. "All right, everyone climbs onto Bob and hold on," Cassidy told the other two as he jumped onto the giant Omnic's shoulder. Ash followed after Cassidy and mounted Bob's other shoulder, leaving Izuku standing unsurely in front of the robotic man. The Omnic held out a hand to Izuku, which scared him at first, but as it stopped motionless in front of him, the greenette jumped onto it, allowing Bob to rise him over his head and in between Cassidy and Ash, startling the teenager. Where are we going?" Izuku stuttered again as he looked at the ground unsurely. "East, we're heading to the docks as they have plenty of empty warehouses and vacant shacks to hide out and get supplies, and if my sources are correct, the man I'm looking for won't be far," Cassidy stated. "So, the man we're looking for is that Genji's brother. What's the deal?" Ash asked. Bob started to move, walking down another alleyway. "I'll explain when we're not in danger, but when I'm finished, we'll find a way to get out of Japan. For now, you're going to want to hold on Midoriya." Cassidy smirked. Izuku's eyes widened as suddenly Bob started gaining speed. Izuku lowered himself lower and wrapped his arms tighter around the top of Bob's head as his sudden speed was quite intense. Then he screamed as Bob jumped high in the air and cleared several buildings with ease. The four walked along the shipping docks. The night had turned dark as it had taken a while for the group to arrive. It may have been 9 when Cassidy and Izuku reached the service station, but the group had to try and sneak around Defanamu since they had to pass populated areas. Izuku forgot to bring his helmet and people would immediately zone in on his green bushy hair. Bob being a large Omnic would attract unwanted attention, which could lead to both Cassidy and Ash being recognized as well. So, it was of the utmost importance to stay hidden while they maneuvered their way to the shipping docks. Ash led the way into a fishing shack along the dock that connected to a boathouse. She kicked the door, forcing it open despite it being locked, and walked inside. Izuku was still cautious of being around her and was confused on why Cassidy didn't care if she would try and attack him again, and why Ash hadn't tried attacking Cassidy again. Cassidy, Izuku and Bob all followed in after her as she jumped over the counter and kept walking towards the connected boathouse. When inside, Izuku could see 4 different boats. None of them seemed expensive or well-made, older models and clearly used. This wasn't a high-rise part of Defanamu, so things here would be cheaper. "I'm taking the one with a roof," Ash stated as she hopped onto the single boat that had a roof covering the entirety of it. Izuku watched her start opening cabinets and drawers in search for things to make her sleep more comfortable. A loud crash sounded behind Izuku, and he spun around to see Bob sitting down against the wall. He waved apologetically at Izuku before adjusting his bowler hat and covering all but one eye sensor on his head. Izuku felt lost. So many things had happened and changed in the last 48 hours. If somebody told him he'd end up taking refuge in a boathouse with an ex-Overwatch agent and renowned criminal, First he'd be confused on why they were talking to him, then say that they were insane. But this was all happening so fast, and it was a lot for Izuku to take in. He wasn't upset. Somehow he was happy. He managed to actually help Cassidy today even though he might not have needed it, and Ash was humanely treating him unlike his own family and classmates. Was it strange that a renowned and highly dangerous villain was treating him better than the #1 hero's daughter? Izuku believed it to be. But despite with Izuku being uncomfortable with the new situation, his curious mind wanted to know more, especially why Cassidy and Ash seemed to be well versed with one another. Izuku looked around trying to find Cassidy and saw him sitting down in a boat with a blanket already over his lower half. Izuku walked over there, and Cassidy looked over, yawning as he did, and placed his hat down next to him. Cassidy, can I ask you a question?" Izuku asked in Japanese, with the cowboy responding with a tired nod. Do you and Ash have history? I'm just confused since you worked with Overwatch from a young age, and they've been a gangster from a young age." Izuku nervously asked, looking back to Ash's boat to see if she was potentially listening in but didn't see her. "Nah, maybe another time, kid. It's a long story and I'm tired." Cassidy yawned, scratching his beard before laying down, putting his head on top of his red cloth that wrapped around his shoulders and back. "WL, can you tell me what he's just like you? What did that mean?" Izuku questioned further, too curious to accept defeat for tonight and head off to sleep. Cassidy sighed, grabbing his hat and placing it over his eyes, barely leaving his nose exposed. "Because your backgrounds are almost identical. You both have rich parents and they both neglected you for the same reason too," Cassidy drawled, his words beginning to slur as he yawned again. Izuku's eyes widened and his body tense at Cassidy's implications. But it couldn't be true, could it? "Wait, is Ash also quirkless?" Izuku asked in a hushed whisper, getting on his knees while staring down at Cassidy with wide eyes. "Yeah, but I wouldn't worry too much about. Focus on getting some sleep, kid. We're gonna be on the move again tomorrow," Cassidy stated. Izuku was in shock. He, in his miserable 14 years of existence, has never met another quirkless person. He's only ever heard of a few from the internet, those ones being Gabriel Reyes, Angela Ziegler, and Melissa Shield, the daughter of a massive support gear company owner. But Ash, a renowned criminal, was just like him. Several thoughts came into Izuku's head, further confusing him and causing him to become even more distraught. He looked over to Ash's boat from just the number of thoughts before snapping his eyes away. Slowly, he stood up and started dragging his feet towards another boat. With all of these new thoughts in his head, how was he supposed to get a good night's rest? "Tashinori, your son was spotted with an ex-Overwatch agent Jesse McCree and renowned American villain Calamity Ash in a service station at Defanamu in the Hanamura sector. I suggest you come down to the station." Tashinori sighed and rubbed his free hand over his face and through his hair. What had his son gotten into? Naomesa, a trusted friend of his who knew of his secret, just contacted him about his missing son case, and his worst fear had just been confirmed. Izuku was trying to make contact with Overwatch. He doubted anything would come of it. Overwatch was a ruined company from half a decade ago, but he didn't want his son to have any association with them. But it was all his fault. If he wasn't so tunnel-visioned on Izumi and noticed his son, he wouldn't have felt abandoned. Izumi would also have not believed it was her job to belittle and torment him whenever given the chance because of his quirkless status. Tashinori learned of her wrongdoings while interrogating her in the car while driving to where she and her friends had last seen him. She cracked and confessed her, and her closest friends bullied him if given the chance and commonly knocked him out cold with their quirks. He was infuriated at her but couldn't bring himself to give her a proper punishment. It was entirely his fault that she became like this, and Izuku's mindset had been warped. She's grounded and must get B's or higher on her report card to get her allowance, but it wasn't enough to teach her a lesson, so when Tashinori brings Izuku home, he'll put her through rigorous training with her quirk to make her understand what she did was wrong and what it takes to be a hero. Finding Izuku wasn't just a want, but a need. His son was broken and confused, choosing to idolize the terrorist group Overwatch instead of Japan's many heroes, and Tashinori couldn't blame him. Izuku wanted someone who believed in him since no one else would. So naturally, a successful high-ranking quirkless Overwatch agent would be a prime target for a struggling kid's adoration. His trust in heroes would obviously dwindle thanks to his sister and friends also wanting to be heroes yet treat him like dirt. But Tashinori could fix him. He knew he could. He'd bring Izuku home and get him into therapy and get him out of his toxic school environment. He'd enroll him into a support gear course since he clearly was a genius at making gadgets, and he was sure he could get his old friend David Shield to help him. Interacting with another quirkless individual would also help Izuku, as David had a quirkless daughter, Melissa. "Yes, I'll be there," Tashinori told Naomesa, standing up and heading for the door. He'd already talked to his wife about this but hasn't had the chance to contact the Todorokis or Yaoyorozus, but he would be giving them a firm scolding. "Okay, see you soon," Naomasa said before hanging up. Toshinori breathed a sigh and steeled himself. Naomasa was a great friend of his, but he'd have to be careful. He lied about Izuku being kidnapped, and if his lie is discovered, Izuku would be sent to jail and his actions as a parent and hero would come into question. So, he'd have to be careful while conversing with Naomasa since his quirk made him a human lie detector. But he would succeed, for his and Izuku's sake. Izuku moaned in discomfort as he sluggishly rolled around in the small cranny the boat had. He had surrounded himself in the blankets on the small dingy. He found himself sleeping in, but none of them were comfortable. The blankets he was stuck with were incredibly uncomfortable. They were thin and itchy and felt like they were peeling his face off every time he rubbed against them. Izuku shuffled himself still half asleep but ended up hitting his head against the wood roof above his head. Izuku yelped and lowered his head down to the ground and feverishly rubbing the back of his head with his hands. Whatever sleepiness that was still running through his body immediately vanished and Izuku sighed as the pain subsided. He smacked his lips as he pushed himself out from the hole he crammed himself into to keep warm. Izuku craned his body around and stretched, cracking most of his bones in the process. His bones were quite stiff, and he was certainly in pain from the ungodly way he found himself sleeping last night. Izuku looked around and found the boathouse Cassidy and Ash ended up sleeping in. It was still dark as the holes around the walls clearly indicated to Izuku, but he had thought that it would have been much darker. Perhaps because so much light was cracking in from the outside it rendered the boathouse's shelter void. Izuku got up, his boat slightly rocking as he did. Izuku carefully crawled out of the boat like he was a toddler because he was terrified of accidentally hitting the drink below and completely embarrassing himself. Izuku flopped onto the cement dock and sighed with relief. He inhaled sharply and stumbled onto his feet, dragging his bag with him. He looked around and didn't see either Ash or Cassidy, but Bob was still sitting by the entrance, his mechanical eyes shut by metal eyelids. He didn't even know that some Omnics had that. 1. Izuku assumed that the other two were asleep. Bob would be gone if Ash hightailed it and Cassidy wouldn't have left him, right? A wave of fear and anxiety crept over Izuku as his sense of being uncared about returned over him. Slowly, Izuku tiptoed towards Cassidy's boat and stood as tall as he could to peer into it. Cassidy was laying comfortably down the bottom of the boat, his legs resting on the seat and his head laying on ropes with his hat covering his face. It was drowning out his snores and Izuku could see his hat shake from them. Breathing a sigh of relief, Izuku slumped down and walked away, his breath slightly shallow. Izuku felt stupid for thinking that Cassidy would up and leave. He was kind enough to take Izuku on this wild ride away from his cruel family. Why would he randomly ditch him after the second night? Izuku prided himself in his ingenuity and logical thinking as it was really the only thing he had. Take away his intelligence and he became a short, lean and scruffy quirkless kid whose best attribute is to be used as a punching bag for everyone else. Because of that, Izuku's faith in himself and especially the others around him are minuscule. From personal experience, if someone has a reason to betray him, they will. So Izuku's logic sometimes gets overwhelmed by his feelings of doubt, worry, and frustration. Another reason he was so interested in building his gadgets. He may have started from his idolization of Overwatch, but he continued to build them even after the company's disbandment because it was an escape from reality and removed his emotions getting in the way of his judgment. So, while his emotions were sky high, he would enter his realm of tinkering. Like right now, Izuku was stressed by literally being hunted down by the police, hanging around a wanted ex-Overwatch agent and the most wanted woman in America. Izuku was terrified, but he had to keep himself together, so he would just spend some time adjusting his gadgets. Izuku went near the front of the warehouse and set his bag down. Unzipping his bag and grabbing his things, Izuku pulled out his metal canister, water bottle, a green pencil case and a black bag and began to look over them. He opened his small black bag first and started counting his Jolt tokens and scanning them over to tell if they were still functional without risking the need to test them. He was still saddened at losing one of his tokens, going from 10 to 9. After he was satisfied, Izuku got his CRB glasses and put them on. He created a panel in front of him like a table and he took off his shoe and placed it on top. However, his shoe instantly activated as it touched the CRB. The transparent blue barrier shattered and the boot shot high into the air, bouncing off the metal beam before falling back down. Izuku didn't expect his moon boot to immediately launch upwards. He thought he needed to put weight on it for it to work. It had worked like that before, so maybe his constant casual use wore down the protective system he had in place. Izuku crawled a couple meters away and retrieved his boot and rolled back to where he was before. Izuku inspected his boot's sole and found that the thin protective plastic that he encoded with nearly invisible binary that would allow him to walk over CRB barriers but cause a magnetic repulsion reaction as soon as he jumped had been scrubbed and burned down so much that the binary was invisible to the CRB, so the reaction of repulsion his moon boots create would always occur. He didn't have the heat press he made in his room, so his moon boots would function automatically until he could replace the plastic. He'd also have to work out that kink when fixing it, otherwise it just will become a reoccurring problem. Izuku scratched his chin as he thought about what he was going to do when an idea hit his head. He reached for his metal canister and quickly unscrewed the lid and pulled out his tiny robotic friend, Minnie. Izuku put Minnie down next to him, his creation standing up on its own. Izuku wiped off a bit of dust he saw on its screen before clearing his throat. "Hello, Minnie," Izuku said quietly, not wanting to disturb the still sleeping Ash and Cassidy. "Minnie," Izuku's small robot burst into life, the screen displaying a blue smiley face. The head of the robot tilted slightly, and it seemed to stare up at Izuku. "Hello, today will be a great day, Izuku," Minnie said innocently, reciting one of Izuku's programmed phrases. "Minnie, I need you to take a note for me," Izuku told the robot. Minnie's screen blipped into a flat blue color before morphing into a pixelated image of a microphone. Izuku could probably make Minnie more responsive by adding sound effects, but he'll cross that bridge when he starts working on Minnie again. "Fix the problem of the plastic binary cover on the moon boot because it wears out after use," Izuku said. Minnie's sweet AI voice replayed what Izuku had said before a checkmark appeared on the screen. Izuku giggled in delight. He hadn't gotten to test many of Minnie's features as he had only programmed Minnie's voice a few days ago. In fact, the morning before he ran away. Got stuck in a wooden crate. "That's pretty cool," a careful voice spoke behind Izuku. The bushy green-haired kid whipped his head around with saucers for eyes as he looked up like a child caught doing something naughty. Ash stood behind Izuku, towering over his hunched sitting figure. Izuku tried not to shake nor move his eyes away as he felt that it would only anger the white-haired gangster. Izuku silently nodded, his teeth clenched shut to keep his lips from quivering. He wanted to look around for Cassidy but felt that would annoy Ash, so he kept his eyes glued towards her. Ash narrowed her eyes and her nose crinkled, causing Izuku to stop breathing. Her eyes moved away from Izuku and started scanning the collection of junk Izuku laid out in front of him. Ash crouched down, becoming closer in height to Izuku. Izuku regretfully couldn't stop his compulsion to lean away when she did this, afraid that she may suddenly attack him. "What's in the pencil case?" Ash asked, causing Izuku to twist his head back to sit on his neck naturally. Inside the green pencil case was his EMP, an incredibly ugly device that Izuku had no idea to make more aesthetically pleasing without ruining its functionality. He was nervous of showing it off, the fear of being judged for the hideous invention and worry that she may take interest of the idea of his EMP. EMPs are quite powerful gadgets, especially for villains, and if Ash wanted to try something with it, Izuku knew he wouldn't be able to stop her. Izuku started cautiously as he tentatively reached towards the case, buying time for him to think of his next words, especially since he needs to speak in English. It doesn't look good, but it operates. It is a EMP device," Izuku stuttered, choosing to neglect greater details in hopes she judges the device's power by its looks. Ash stares at the plate covered in wire, copper and plastic as Izuku pulls it out, tilting her head once she sees it as she is clearly confused by the design. "I've got no idea what I'm looking at, but you're clearly smarter than me, little bush," Ash said with a smile that surprised Izuku. She reached over and pat Izuku's shoulder, making him freeze at her proximity before wincing in pain. Katsuki's burn was something Izuku had forgotten about. He was used to his bruises and burns being agitated afterwards by Katsuki and Izumi's gang, but he hasn't had the chance to patch up his probably infected wound since he got it, so it surprisingly stung. "Ha, are you hurt?" Ash asked, reeling her hand back quickly. Izuku put the EMP down and raised his hand to hover over the oversized jacket Cassidy had given him to hide his Aldera school uniform. Slowly, he slipped the jacket away from his shoulder, which wasn't hard as it didn't fit him in the first place. He exposed the wispy fabric that had shot away from his shoulder, allowing the nasty red burn to breathe against the early morning's cool air. "Yeah, I haven't had a chance to actually fix it. I fell asleep quickly after meeting Cassidy and had to go early in the morning. Besides, I had kind of forgotten about it." Izuku laughed weakly before covering the jacket over his shoulder again. He looked away from Ash and down at his gadgets and slowly started putting them away. He felt vulnerable under Ash's gaze, and his natural fear of others' judgment was making him far too nervous, and that wasn't even factoring her villain status. "We should probably get that checked out, kid," Ash muttered, and Izuku took the opportunity to gulp as he was no longer facing The next few seconds were tense for Izuku as he packed his things back into his bag and started to put his moon boot back on in silence as Ash sat about a meter away from him. "Okay, look, Midoriya, I want to know what it was like." Ash spoke, startling Izuku and turning around to face. Izuku was confused as he slowly started to shake. Would he have to answer questions about Cassidy? If so, he wouldn't know many of the answers, and if he did, would she even believe Izuku? He knew Cassidy wasn't a bad person, but Ash clearly has bad blood with the man. Was it from a mission that two had met and Cassidy ended up betraying her as he was an Overwatch agent? That was the best guess Izuku had as to how the two would have met each other. But he felt that if that were the case, Ash would be in jail or Cassidy would have a bullet between his eyes. Maybe they had history before he joined Overwatch. They were both from America and had a knack to use more old-fashioned guns despite clear superior options. Could that be a correlation or a coincidence? Can know what W was like. Izuku stuttered and he felt his face drain of color as Ash bit her lip and glared at his fearful stuttering question. The white-haired cowgirl closed her eyes and raised a shaking hand close to her head. She audibly exhaled through her nose and let the tension in her hand slip away before opening her eyes to give Izuku a serious expression. What it was like being quirkless. I have never met another quirkless person before, not even an elderly. I've heard of a few, but I didn't exactly like them. Overwatch agents and that Melissa bitch. Ash said with a mostly straight face, until she mentioned the other quirkless people she had heard of and said it with great disdain. Oh, Izuku voiced, realization hitting him strongly. He had completely forgot of what Cassidy had told him about Ash last night, that she was quirkless just like him and might also have hero parents or at least rich parents. Quirkless. Had anyone ever suspected the calamity Ash of being a quirkless weakling? Izuku would have definitely read articles about her lack of quirk, or at bare minimum, memes of American heroes not being able to catch a single quirkless cowgirl that only uses old weaponry to defeat enemies. Surely the American government have to know that she is quirkless, they'd have her birth record, right? Although this is something the government may want to hide, as it would be an embarrassment if it came to light that their most notorious villain is quirkless. Ah, stupid Izuku, stop going off track. Ash asked you a question. Izuku condemned himself in his mind. Sorry. Izuku chuckled, trying to shake off the probably long pause he had. He really hoped he hadn't been muttering. That would make the situation even more awkward. He looked Ash up in the eyes and shuddered at her baffled expression. He definitely had. Sorry, it's a bad habit, Izuku admitted, but the boy managed to find some courage in himself and started speaking. Well, I don't think I have spoken to my parents in over 6 years, and that hasn't been from a lack of trying. I still had lived in their house, but they had never acknowledged I was around, never cooking dinner for me, not taking me to school, and several other things among that. My dad is also a pro hero. Actually, he is Japan's #1 hero, All Might. You wouldn't be able to tell if I showed you an image of them side by side though. Izuku hollowly chuckled as he spoke about his past to a person who stole from everything with money. Ash was staring at him with hot intensity which Izuku could feel despite his refusal to look up at her. He was just too terrified. I also have a sister, twin sister, but she has a powerful quirk. She is adored by our parents for it and praised at school while I get beaten down. This may sound like bragging, but I know I'm smart academically. However, her test scores are always higher than mine, even though she has never studied once in her life while mine rarely are passing. The school was against me as well, swapping me and my siblings' test results and turning a blind eye to all the times I get beaten down at school. My sister and the rest of my classmates loved to abuse me, but the worst was my old friend who seemed to take it as a personal offense when I was announced quirkless. Like he was somehow dirted from the fact he had ever associated with me. This had pretty much cemented a few days after I turned 4 and continued to, well, today. My classmates laughed at me when the teacher told the class I was striving for UA, purposefully neglecting the part 1 wanted to be in the support course, causing an uproar of laughter and giving a reason for my old friend to give me this burn. Then my sister enlisted the help of her friends to try and beat me down too, only I managed to run away. I hid in a crate in the back of a hover truck that apparently was owned by Yakuza members, forcing me to stay hiding in the crate until Cassidy hijacked it. Now I'm here, on the run, as my father twisted the story to make me a young boy getting ins with weapon dealers and other things. Izuku explained to Ash, really laying down the complete summary of his life. It wasn't detailed, but he didn't want to bore her. He only had negative things to say anyway. The only nice things he had were either destroyed by his sister's gang or they were currently in his yellow bag. He doubted she'd care about his realized passion for Overwatch and inventions either. Ash hummed, giving Izuku an inkling of thought Ash currently had. Izuku chanced his luck to peek up at Ash and saw that she was leaning back on her arms, looking up at the roof with a leering smile, her eyes and mouth opposing each other greatly in expression. Guess it's just not an American thing. Fucking hell, I hate the judgment and the apparent shame we supposedly bring for simply existing. Ash complained with a fierce growl. Izuku couldn't help but be scared of her as she talked, even though he could tell that her anger wasn't directed at him. Ash scoffed and put on another contrasting smile and stared down at Izuku, causing him to tense up. You already could tell that something was wrong before. I heard it while you were muttering. I didn't give myself the name Calamity, Ash. The news did, as my parents refused to claim knowledge that the bank robber was me. Hell, no one knows I exist since my parents refused to go out of the house with me in tow, afraid they'd lose their status if it was discovered I was born quirkless. That's why they don't have a clue of my apparent quirk or true name. My parents refuse claim ownership of the problem they caused. Fucking posing wealth-hungry badgers. Ash snarled before spitting on the spot next to her. The only thing Izuku could do was nod in response, not wanting to further enrage the cowgirl. Ash sighed and stood up, stretching her arms and back. Ash looked around, a curious glint in her eyes before she looked down at Izuku. She sighed, lowering her head and taking her hat off. Sorry, I'm generally an angry person. I'm not upset at you if that's what you're thinking, and since we're probably going to be stuck together for the foreseeable future, I want us to get along, Ash said, and this time gave a sincere smile. Izuku's eyes widened at that. Ash right now looked kind and gentle despite her malicious and sharp exterior she had before. If it wasn't for her gangster clothing, someone might have been fooled to think that Ash was a gentle person. Yeah, I'd like to get along, Izuku managed to say. Ash's smile seemed to gleam brighter, and she lowered her hand down to Izuku. Hey, what do you say we take a better look around these boats? Check to see if they have any spare parts for your gadgets. Ash grinned cheekily. Izuku looked around at the boats. None looked particularly good condition, or even used in a while. Izuku perfectly understood what she meant. She wanted to steal. Izuku has stolen before, but he always kept it to a minimum. He didn't want to inconvenience any other unfortunate soul, and doing bad things was never in his realm of interests. But he was currently being hunted as a villain thanks to his father and probably sister. He was hanging around an ex-Overwatch agent that the Japan government want eradicated immediately, and America's Calamity Ash. He may as well. Cassidy yawned, action causing a chain reaction in the rest of his body to stretch. The man tried to move the rest of his body but found himself mostly constricted. He huffed and removed his hat over his head with his mechanical arm and looked at his awkward position in the boat he fell asleep in. He grunted and struggled to get himself up. Turns out it's difficult to get your body up if your head and legs are on a higher level than the rest of your body. Also, a rocking surface doesn't help. Cassidy gets on his knees and places his fleshy hand on the side of the boat to help him stand. Cassidy puts his hat back on and looks around, noticing the boathouse was currently far better illuminated than what he had expected. He looked around, unconsciously looking to see if the others were awake, and his eyes widened. Most of the boats had several pieces of themselves floating on the water or laying on the dock. Bob was holding one high above his head and had a large brown sack tied around their neck and hung over his back. Ash had Bob facing away from her as she stood on a boat and pushed some items into the sack on his back, while Izuku was meticulously picking mechanical parts and placing them in his bag. Cassidy rubbed his eyes, unsure if he was seeing things, but it did not change his view when he looked again. Cassidy ended up laughing as he stepped out of his boat, his laugh catching the attention of Bob, Ash, and Izuku. Izuku froze, Bob waved, and Ash scowled. Looks like Sleeping Beauty finally decided to grace us with his presence. Ash spat, crossing her arms over her chest. Cassidy chuckled in response. Well, I didn't believe low enough that you two would steal from rickety old boats. Cassidy replied before yawning again and trotting towards the boathouse's door. Izuku felt nervous. He didn't like stealing things, and now he felt self-conscious of his foul actions. Well, these boats haven't been used in a long time. It wouldn't be hurting anyone by taking the little valuables. Izuku spoke out, trying to defend himself. Cassidy laughs again and dismissively waves his hand over his shoulder. You're fine, Midoriya. I don't care what you do. As long as nothing serious happens, I won't hold it against you, Cassidy told Izuku. The cowboy then reached the door and slowly pried it open, resting his face against it so he could see out of while trying to reveal as little of himself as possible. After a couple of seconds of watching, he shuts the door and turns to look at his three companions, who are all giving curious glances. Cassidy always appreciated that Ash had upgraded Bob to have expression on his usual blank face. People are about, which is annoying, but that gives us the chance to sneak into one of the other places to find out when and where the Kyoto barge is rolling into port, Cassidy stated. Izuku became even more confused while Ash gave him a wicked glare and incredulously eyed him. Barge? Give us a proper explanation into what the fuck is going on, Ash demanded, her foot tapping on the boat loudly, showing her impatience. Cassidy mostly annoyed it while Izuku shuffled away from her and made himself smaller. The man we're trying to find is Genji's brother, Hanzo. They are also the last remaining 2 members of the Shimada clan, Cassidy said, looking over towards the two. The last 2 words made Izuku's ears twitch, and he perked up and stared fully down at Cassidy. The Shimada clan, Izuku voiced, completely taken by surprise. Cassidy holds up his metal hand as if to tell Izuku to stop. I know you have a lot to say on that, you probably have the entire Wikipedia memorized, but trust me, that knowledge barely matters. What you need to know now is that with the Shimada clan gone, a new clan or Yakuza has formed and is taking over old Shimada households and industries called the Hashimoto clan and is aligning themselves to build more power with a growing Yakuza clan called the Shai Hisaikai. Hanzo wants to stop this to put the legacy of the Shimada to rest, and apparently the incoming barge has supplies for the Hashimoto clan that Hanzo wants to stop. Cassidy explained to the others. Ash looked completely confused and sneered at him. First of all, what does this one man think he'll achieve, and second of all, how do you know this? You were never the planning type, Ash accused, using Bob to hop off the boat and start approaching him. Well, Genji gave me a bit of help when he asked me for help a couple of months back. But I will admit, someone has been helping me with information. Cassidy admitted, not being intimidated at Ash's aggressive approach as she stomped next to him, only stopping once she was right under his nose. Who is source of information? Ash asked, drawing out her words passive-aggressively. Her name is Sombra, and trust me, she's nothing but bad news. Cassidy sighed, clearly becoming tired with Ash's hostile attitude. Izuku's eyes widened at the name Sombra. It was the name Cassidy frustratingly muttered at the tan skin woman wearing black and purple clothing that appeared during his gunfight with the gang members. Ugh, Ash groaned, dramatically rolling her eyes and gripping her nose between her fingers. Alright Cass, what's gonna happen when you talk to this Hanzo guy, and what are we doing when that's finished? Ash annoyingly asked, although it was a question that Izuku himself was curious about as well. What was going to happen with him and Cassidy once he finally talked to Genji's brother? Well, I'll give him a choice, he gives an answer, and if he says yes or no, he'll keep doing his thing. Then all of us will get the hell out of Japan by escaping with Overwatch. Cassidy answered. At this point, Izuku's mouth fell open. Hitch a ride with Overwatch, were they still active? No, impossible, any Overwatch action would have had them arrested and even executed in a few countries. Did he mean an old friend would give them a ride? However, while Izuku was having these thoughts and the small feeling of hope of getting to meet more of his heroes, Ash was about to pull a blood vessel as she gave Cassidy a look of absolute outrage. What are you, insane? Like hell I'm going to have anything to do with those international reckless pigs. Ash shouted. Cassidy quickly put his hand over Ash's mouth and aggressively told her to shush with a finger over his own lips. This had to be the first time Izuku has seen Cassidy look anything but relaxed, cheeky or bored. You don't have a choice right now, Ash. Security cameras have caught footage with you, and Japanese heroes have a lot freer range of actions and pick up where American heroes slack. Unless you want to go on a rampage, you're stuck here, going to get arrested and shipped back to America, where you'll spend the rest of your days rotting in a maximum security prison cell. I'll be honest, I had no intention of rejoining Overwatch when they sent out the recall. I was done, but now after my incidents with Izuku and now you, this is the best course of action to keep us all safe, Ash. Cassidy said strongly, his voice becoming more confident as he talked to Ash. The aggressive woman's face was red, and it seemed that she wanted to bark back at Cassidy but reluctantly held her tongue. Ash dropped her head, no longer facing Cassidy. There was a tense moment of silence as everyone stayed dead still, waiting to see who would make the next move. I haven't even been able to do anything in the last 2 years, Ash said harshly, but her voice was far less pronounced as before, like she was embarrassed. Cassidy tilted his head at her words. Me and the Deadlocks have only been able to mug the people attacking us. We haven't been able to settle down since the authorities have sent so many people after us. The heist you stopped us from doing 5 months ago has been the only act we've committed in those past 2 years. The other stuff has been propaganda spread by the media, either framed or the government is straight up lying. Either way, it costed the rest of my family their lives as we got caught in a fight between the army and Talon. Me and Bob barely managed to escape with our heads, and since we had nothing left, I thought we may as well try our bets at tracking you to hit gold or something. Ash admitted, looking to the side and away from Cassidy, nervously rubbing her elbow. Cassidy looks down at her, his expression becoming sympathetic. He reaches his hand down and comfortingly rubs her shoulder. I'm sorry that's happened. I truly am, Ash. But my point still stands. Even if we get a boat right now and know exactly how to drive to the nearest plot of land, Japan's heroes will have caught up to us and sink us before we even reach shore. I'm sure I can convince my old friends to not judge you and treat you badly if that makes you feel any better. Cassidy tries to console Ash. Izuku was just overall confused at what was going on. These two definitely have some kind of history with each other. But what? Was Cassidy a law enforcement guy before Overwatch? But Cassidy also used to go by Jesse McCree while he worked in Overwatch. Why would that be the case? Wait, could Cassidy have been part of Ash's deadlock gang? Let's just hurry up and go. I feel suffocated in this stupid place. Ash complains, sliding away from Cassidy and moving towards the door. Cassidy lowers his hand and looks down with disappointment. He then looks back up to Izuku and motions for him to come over. Izuku comes back to his senses and moves over to the side of the boat. Bob decides to help and grabs Izuku by the waist, lifting him out of the boat and placing him gently down next to him. Izuku then jogs towards Cassidy and Ash. Bob follows along, but his steps were thunderous compared to Izuku's on the wooden plank floor, and his mechanics were audible every time he moved his legs. Wait, I thought Overwatch had disbanded. Are they back and running again? Izuku asked, trying to withhold his excitement as he asked Cassidy. The cowboy smirked and ruffled Izuku's hair as he ran up to them. Overwatch gave a recall message to all ex-Overwatch agents about 5 months ago. I didn't want to join but knew they needed help, so I got an old friend that had been locked up for a while out, so they could help assist Overwatch's reunion. But with how things have changed, we'll hopefully get to meet them soon. Cassidy said with a slight hesitation at the second sentence. But Izuku just buzzed excitedly. Cassidy rolled his eyes and peered out the door, waiting for the perfect time to sneak out and find another place to hide in and hopefully find information about the incoming barge that Hanzo was planning to intercept. It had taken a while for the group to move anywhere, so many people now roamed around that it would be hard to navigate without being spotted. Undoubtedly, they would get recognized immediately. Izuku no longer had a working phone and both Ash and Cassidy didn't own one. However, Bob could connect to news networks and televise them by a pad on his right arm. Ash couldn't use it as she couldn't speak Japanese, but Izuku knew how to navigate it. Safe to say that they knew how badly the Japanese police force was after them. Izuku was terrified if his father found him, as he knew All Might was on the case. The four had to dive into the water and maneuver around the bay to avoid being spotted. Bob kindly held Izuku's bag above the water and lifted his sack of stolen things as they carefully navigated in the shallow water, hiding under fishing docks and using the boats to hide from people. They were all getting agitated at the extended period of time they have been trapped in the sea, especially Ash. It took them about 2 hours before they found something promising. 2 large docks spread far apart for each other near other. Shipping crates not far away and a hut at the start of one of the docks had what seemed to be a timetable on the side. Finally, Ash gushed in relief, shivering from the cold that she was feeling from being in the water for too long. She could hardly feel her legs at this point. Cassidy swam forward and poked his head above the dock. Not many people around, which would mean an opportunity would arrive soon. All right, here's the plan. Izuku and I will go up there, see the time and check if there is a way in. Ash, try and get Bob up the alley over there. I can see a vending machine, so you can probably nick something from there, Cassidy said, turning around to look at the group. Izuku nodded and Ash temperamentally huffed, trying to wipe wet strands of hair out of her face, and Bob mechanically nodded his head. When the coast was clear, Cassidy and Izuku got out of the water while Ash and Bob swam to a better place to hide out. The two boys helped each other move as quietly as possible and snuck towards the reception area for shipping docks. The two got closer and quickly heard a loud, raspy voice talking with someone else, the second person appearing to be over the phone. It's okay, boss. The barge is coming in at around 1 in the morning. I can't exactly speed it up. Yes, I'll keep the coast clear, boss. You don't have to worry about Tin. The man drawled. Izuku and Cassidy looked towards each other, the older of the two shrugging. Cassidy began to look around to side, looking at the timetable and any other relevant information. Izuku, however, has his curiosity peaking again as the man who was clearly a part of the Hashimoto clan continued to talk loudly. Didn't this mean that everyone around here worked under the clan if he was being so open about what he was saying? Izuku slowly leered around the building and looked through the window. He saw a man with large and overdone black hair that was swirled far past over their head. He was leaning back in his chair and twisting himself back and forth with his foot on his desk. Izuku looked around and noticed that the window he was looking through was broken. A small chunk, barely big enough to squeeze his hand through, was present at the bottom of the window. Beneath the little hole in the room was a row of keys, and Izuku felt himself drawn to them. Slowly, Izuku pushes his hand through the window, his eyes glancing up at the man and back down at the keys. The sharp edges of the window barely miss Izuku's hand, and his fingers twitch as he pushes his index and middle in between a key. Squeezing his fingers together as tightly as possible, Izuku begins to pull his hand away with the key. His eyes begin to settle on the man as slowly drags his hand away, but as he feels glass poke at his bare skin, he pauses and looks down. Damn it! The Yakuza member shouts, slamming his hand against the desk. The sudden action frightens Izuku, and he rips his hand out from the window and immediately wincing, his other hand coming up to cover the small cut that he now had on his hand. With fear, Izuku looks back up to the man but sees that he isn't occupied with Izuku, instead about something on his phone. With relief, Izuku ducks his head away and gets Cassidy's attention, the cowboy looking down at him worriedly. "What happened?" Cassidy whispered. "Nothing, look, I got a boat key," Izuku quietly exclaimed, lifting the key up proudly, showing the orange tag with a number on it. Cassidy looks at it and smirks, ruffling Izuku's now wet hair. "Good on you, kid. Let's hurry up and go before we get spotted," Cassidy replied, hurrying away. Izuku follows and the two get back in the water slowly to avoid making noise. Now the two started drifting towards the direction Ash and Bob had headed. "Hey, can I ask you something, Cassidy?" Izuku asked, deciding that this would be the best opportunity to ask. Cassidy turned and looked at Izuku with a raised eyebrow and nodded his head. Were you a part of Ash's deadlock gang?" Izuku asked. Cassidy wheezed and slapped his hand over his mouth. The man was in shock but got over it and sighed with a sad smile. "Yeah, a long time ago," Cassidy replied, obviously getting lost in memories. Izuku debated questioning further, but he was just too curious. "What happened? Were you too close?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, you could say that," Cassidy huffed, turning to face Izuku with neutral expression, but he was clearly trying to hold his sadness back. "I used to be a part of the gang, practically started it with her. But I got caught, given the choice to join Overwatch or rot in prison for the next 40 years. Then when the company disbanded, I had changed. I could have gone back to the gang, but I wouldn't be able to do the same things I had before, my moral compass wouldn't allow me. So, I never returned, and that's created a hostile rift between us two," Cassidy explained as they approached shore. The cowboy looked around and ducked back down as someone walked by, but as soon as they were gone, pulled himself onto land. "Do you still care for her?" Izuku asked. Cassidy paused, his entire body freezing. Izuku feared he may have gone too far and looked away, kind of upset with himself for making Cassidy upset. "Dearly," was Cassidy's reply. He got out of the water and helped Izuku out after him. The two ran towards the alleyway Cassidy had told Ash and Bob to head, passing the alleyway. When they entered, they saw Ash with an old green towel wrapped around her shoulders, holding a large cookie in her hand. When she saw them, she jerked her head towards Bob. "Got you two some as well," Ash grumbled. Then Bob extended his hand, showing the two cookies. Thank you, Ash," Cassidy smiled, happily accepting the two cookies and passing one back to Izuku. The young boy took the cookie but was surprised by Cassidy's quick mood change. "Also, I have good news with a bit of bad news," Cassidy told Ash. Ash glared and her shoulders slumped when she heard that. "We know when the barge is coming. Unfortunately, it is 1 a.m. tomorrow," Cassidy explained, and Ash clearly didn't like that. "What? So we have to be sitting idly in this stupid fucking alleyway until tomorrow?" Ash growled out. "Well, this time we a proper boat thanks to Midoriya," Cassidy replied, then motioned towards Izuku. Shy but proud, Izuku raised the keys with the orange tag with a number hanging off of it. "And by going off of that, I believe our vessel is that one there," Cassidy says, leaning out of the alley and pointing towards a boat. Ash stands up and walks next to him and gasps when she sees it. Cassidy rams the keys in and starts the boat and drives away from the haybor. Izuku laughs at the wind in his hair, and Ash relaxes in a chair with Bob resting next to her, his bulky arms behind his head. Cassidy drives the boat away, positioning it far away from harbor but close enough to still be able to see the dock the barge is going to come in with. Cassidy drops the anchor and stretches before he heads down to the others. He opens the door and sits down at a chair next to the others. The chairs were all pointing towards a circular table, and he had an idea on how to pass the time. They had over 12 hours to wait, and other than the cookies they had eaten earlier, none of them would be able to get food, so they had to figure out how to pass the time. "Found this board game on board. How about we try and pass the time?" Cassidy asked. Ash cracked her eye open and looked at the box he held in his hand. "I already told you, I've got no idea how to read nor speak Japanese." Ash spat, however Izuku gleamed. "Oh, I love this game. I haven't been able to play it in a while. I can try and teach you if you want, Ash. The game mostly uses pictures anyway." Izuku pled with the woman. Ash blinked, her mood shifting when Izuku talked to her. I guess I could try," Ash slowly answered, sitting up in her chair, and Bob mimicked. Cassidy smiled and sat down, putting the box down in front of them and getting ready to play the game. Night had rolled over and Izuku had fallen asleep. He had a few hours until they had to do something, and apparently Cassidy and Ash were going to take shifts, but he didn't know how likely that would actually turn out. He yawned and sat up, wiping his eyes. Clearly, the stress of the situation of him going onto a large boat with several criminals didn't sit well with the greenette. Looking around, he saw that Ash was polishing her gun while resting against Bob, and Cassidy was nowhere to be found. The cowgirl looked over to Izuku, noticing that he woke up and smiled. "Rise and shine. Good timing. If the barge is coming on time, it should be here in few minutes," Ash told Izuku. Izuku wispily nodded and looked around. "Where's Cassidy?" Izuku asked. "He's gone to take a leak. He'll be back soon," Ash said, now putting powder in what looked to be a stick of dynamite. Izuku nodded and sat up, allowing his thoughts to run wild again. His mind was brought back to his confrontation with Cassidy earlier today when he asked about his past relation with Ash. He seemed to be full of regret but was unwilling to try and talk to Ash about it. She did act very stubborn and aggressive, but Cassidy clearly had this eating away at him. Izuku noticed that Ash was absent-mindedly looking back up at the door, like she is waiting for something, or specifically someone. This might a long shot, but she could still care for Cassidy, maybe like how Cassidy cares for her. He did really want to help Cassidy. He owes a lot to the Western. It would be nice to do something good for the man. To do something useful. "Was he also a part of your deadlock gang?" Izuku asked, starting the conversation. Ash pauses and looks over to Izuku quizzically. Izuku feels himself shrink. "Sorry, you T2 clearly have some kind of history, and that is the only thing in my mind that made sense," Izuku nervously explained. Ash scoffed and whipped her hair around. "Yeah, but we ran right into a trap and Overwatch caught him. Then he started working for them," Ash said in a low tone. Izuku nodded his head, wrapping his brain around how he would approach this situation. "Play dumb. Like a deal. He worked for them to prevent going to jail?" Izuku asked. Ash shrugged, pulling out a second gun now that resembled a shotgun. Izuku didn't realize she had that. "Probably, but what I don't understand is why he didn't come back. Not try and escape or return when Overwatch was exposed for fraud, cover-up and Blackwatch's dirty missions." Ash growled, her fierce red eyes narrowing to a glare at the door. Izuku gulped. She clearly was angry at this, but did believe it was a little unfounded. But he supposes that when someone you care about leaves and never tries to come back, you'll feel some sort of resentment. Probably how she feels about her parents and how he feels about his family and friends. But wouldn't it have been risky for him to come back? If his escape plan failed, he'd just be thrown into prison. If he got back to the gang, a higher priority target would have been placed on you all, endangering you lot. That would include him coming back when Overwatch disbanded. Izuku said like he had just come up with it, but in reality, he already knew this and was trying to help Ash understand a bit more of Cassidy's point of view. It did seem to work. Ash's hard stare lessened, and her features scrunched up in thought. He doubted he fully swayed her. Izuku didn't even know the full story, and she definitely had a right to be furious at Cassidy. But it doesn't seem like they've talked about it or even brought it up. Izuku just wants to help with that. "He seems like he still cares about you. Sorry if this is unwanted or random, but I felt like I should put what I thought out there," Izuku admitted nervously. Ash looked shocked and moved her head to look at Izuku again. She opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Cassidy walking through the door. Immediately her mouth snapped shut and she leaned back against Bob. "I hope she considers," Izuku thought to himself, turning to look at Cassidy. "Ah, you're awake, Midoriya, you might as well get your stuff ready. The barge should be on its dash." "Oh no, it's here," Cassidy called out, pointing his hand towards the approaching behemoth ship that was creating waves twice the size of Izuku himself as it slowly moved towards the harbor's docks. Izuku squeaked and opened his bag. He put on his CRB glasses and put his bag of Jolt tokens into his bag. He left the rest in his yellow bag and after zipping it up, pulled it back and over his shoulders. Ash twirled the shotgun she had and holstered it on her back left hip, and Cassidy lit a cigar. "All right, we'll wait until it ports, then we'll climb up from the back." Cassidy started, walking away and presumably to the driving part of the ship. Ash and Izuku waited with Bob stashing the bag of things they stole into a compartment in the boat. The boat heaved with great difficulty to a stop, barely stopping in time. An anchor was thrown down along with several ropes, and Izuku and Ash watched some men tie the ropes to metal posts. However, they noticed another figure run across the dock and start swiftly taking people out. "That's probably the Hanzo guy Cassidy wants to talk to," Ash muttered, to herself but voicing her thoughts for Izuku to hear, and he nodded in agreement. Cassidy started driving the boat towards the barge's rear and lowered the anchor a few meters out so the boats wouldn't collide with each other. Cassidy comes walking out of the door and heads to Bob. Izuku looks towards him and notices that Ash is already on his shoulder. Izuku gulped as he knew what was about to happen. Cassidy and Ash just smirked, Bob kindly helping Izuku onto his shoulder, the teen clutching the metallic arm in fear. Bob bent down before super jumping up, The boat they were just standing on bobbing up and down with some water washing over the deck. Bob didn't jump high enough but got most of the way. With his sheer strength, Bob clung to the side of the barge thanks to the angle before launching himself up to the ledge. He pulled himself up, allowing his human passengers to get off before setting foot and solid ground himself. The four were along an empty flat space, behind the high-raised block where the captain sat. They kept close to the wall so the captain couldn't look down and spot them. Bob specifically tried hard as he was significantly bigger than the rest of them. They were blocked off from the crux of the deck thanks to large shipping containers stacked like a pyramid. Bob helped the three up before getting himself up. The three then got on his shoulders so they could peer over shipping container. People were walking around, moving boxes and moving under deck. Cassidy nodded and ducked down so he couldn't be seen and motioned for the others to follow. Once they had, he grabbed Izuku's shoulders. "Midoriya, you stay here with Bob. Me and Ash will go find Hanzo. Try and keep yourself out of trouble," Cassidy instructed the boy. Izuku nodded. He was reluctant and obviously upset he would be on the sideline, but he was only 14 and had no idea how to fight. All he had was his gadgets and wit, but one surprise would have his head on a plate. "Okay, stay safe. Let's go, Ash," Cassidy said and silently hopped onto the top of the shipping container. Ash followed and Izuku silently watched them carefully move off and disappear below deck. Izuku wasn't sure if he should wait here or go somewhere else, but he is taken by surprise when he sees an Omnic that was standing by on watch suddenly get taken out. He watched someone materialize right next to him, blue paper flying away from them. They turned and Izuku saw someone in a white Miko dress and a white fox mask with red stripes covering their face. Izuku watched closer as the arrival of this person worried Izuku. They clearly weren't on the Hashimoto side as they took down one of their members, but judging by their figure and her teal bun hair, they were a female, therefore not Hanzo. Izuku watched her look around before pouncing down below deck and Izuku felt his breath hitch. If they were a hero, Cassidy and Ash is in trouble, especially as her quirk is allowing her to teleport. Both Cassidy and Ash are good at hand-to-hand, but if they are taken by surprise or if the woman has a weapon, they're screwed. What should he do? Bob, Izuku harshly whispered to the Omnic. The metal giant tilted their head and looked up towards Izuku, blinking at him with their mechanical eyelids. Izuku still didn't know why he had that feature but knew he couldn't let himself get off track, especially at a time like this. Someone else is on board the ship and they clearly aren't Hanzo nor a part of the Yakuza group. Cassidy and Ash are going to be in trouble, Izuku explained. Bob seemed to mull over his words before shaking their head, predicting what intentions Izuku had already. Izuku tensed before in a panicked rush, looked back over the shipping crates. He could see some Omnics patrolling around the deck with one skinny man with an elongated spinny neck that looked to be made of steel bones. If he used his EMP, the Omnics around would immediately shut down and he had jolt tokens to subdue the lone man to prevent him calling back up, especially if their neck was metal. However, if he decided to use the EMP, Bob would go down with them and Izuku had no intention of disabling Bob, especially when he was the one thing protecting him right now. But because he was protecting him, Cassidy and Ash were not. "Is there a way I can sway you? I know the two are very capable, but this person can teleport. I watched them. If they are a hero, they can easily negate the weapons Ash and Cassidy possess, and if they are a hero, they most certainly can fight in hand-to-hand. If we stay here, they're in trouble," Izuku told the Omnic. Bob stared at him. Izuku couldn't read him as his face stayed static, but the giant robot put him down. Izuku looked up and saw them crouch, their head beginning to nod. "Oh, okay," Izuku quipped out, a mixture of surprise and nerves erupting through him as Bob gave him the go-ahead. He scurried into his bag and pulled a few inconspicuous items out. "Here's the plan." Izuku shuddered but steeled himself. He wasn't going to be weak. He had been depicted as such for far too long and was more than just past tired of it. Izuku dropped down off the crates after wasting a minute of waiting for an opportunity. He hid behind metal pipes with jolt tokens clutched in his hands. He was waiting for his opening with the one man surveying the ship deck. He knew his jolt tokens wouldn't work on the Omnics. The way they produced their harmful shock couldn't get into their circuitry system unless they had exposed wires. They were immune to his simple gadget. However, Bob could take out the others if he timed it right, so Izuku would be waiting on the Omnic signal. He was slightly skeptical on the Omnic's intelligence. They did seem highly loyal to Ash to the point of dependence, but it could easily just be protection programming. If they were stupid, he would think that Ash would have gotten rid of them, although how long has Ash been acquainted with Bob? 1. Izuku, pay attention, our and Ash and Cassidy's life is on the line here. Izuku screamed in his head before focusing his attention on the long-neck thug. He tried not to analyze the man's quirk, although it was clearly fascinating as the way his head moved and each bony segment moved against each other was truly wondrous to look at. "No bad, Izuku. Just throw the damn jolt tokens at him when Bob takes out the far Omnic. Izuku yelled in his own mind. No more than a second later, 2 Omnics with metal hair crashed into an Omnic that seemed to be checking the boxes with a clipboard, smashing against a shipping crate and causing a dent. The man obviously whirled his head like an owl at the loud noise, and Izuku scrambled onto his feet. He had his arm far behind him and used the little might he had to hurl his jolt tokens at the man. The thug started gargling in pain as 4 small black coins collided with him. Blue sparks zapped his body and quickly bounced off, but the one that hit his neck clung for a few seconds longer, blue trails of electricity running up and down from head to shoulders. Then the token launched off the boat, traveling a far greater distance than all the others. Welp, that leaves 8. Izuku sighed as he watched that happen. He ran towards the staggering man that was frothing from the mouth with his eyes rolled to the back of his head. Izuku absent-mindedly thought that he probably hadn't killed him. The tokens could barely incapacitate people. But then again, that was with 1 and he was hit with 4, one of them hitting a clear weak spot. Izuku scooped the remaining tokens and ran towards Bob, who had moved towards the slump Omnics. Moving them gently to rest against the shipping together they just smashed against. He did hope that they hadn't been damaged severely because in Japan, he doubts anyone would be willing to fix them. Izuku plops his tokens back into his little black sack that he hid in his pocket. He was wearing his CRB glasses already. He was little worried about his moon boots because they would automatically activate if they touched his CRB shield. He just hoped that wouldn't cause trouble for him. "Bob, we should go down quickly," Izuku asked in a hushed tone. Bob merely nodded before jogging towards the stairs, picking his legs up high with his elbows on his hips and arms limply hanging in front on a right angle. He was trying to sneak, but his bulky mechanical body was definitely not built for it. Izuku only winced but started jogging after him. They roamed the hallways, looking around for any sign of Cassidy, Ash, or any other standing threat. Currently, all they had found were people in oversized leather jackets or blue tuxedos knocked out of the floor. Izuku also picked up a rubber bullet, indicating Katsuki, but he was slightly concerned about the broken sticks of arrows with liquids and a foul smell consuming the area. There were also holes in the wall, but judging by the lack of heat around it or any kind of smoky smell, Izuku guessed those small holes weren't caused by bullets. Bob and Izuku were tiptoeing their way around the barge. Not subtly, Izuku cringed. The amount of dread that was piling over him was making Izuku start to feel nauseous. Izuku had inhaled deeply, trying to settle his bouncing nerves, but he soon found that to be a mistake as the floor suddenly became a slope. "Whoa!" Izuku managed to spit out as he lost his focus from his attention being used to calm himself down. Bob started shuffling forward and gabbed Izuku with his large arm, practically covering his entire chest. Bob outstretched his arm, slapping it against the wall, catching himself and stopping Izuku from crashing headfirst into solid wood. Izuku was now slightly dazed, now from the boat or maybe it was a mixture. Either way, he felt like he was going to puke. Izuku had squeezed his eyes shut when Bob grabbed him because the feeling had been overwhelming to him. However, now as he felt his body stop, he opened his eyes and looked ahead. The same fox girl with a white Miko dress at the end of the hallway. Her foot on the wall as the sharp was still angled from the rocking, but it was slowly coming back down. She had twirled on a dime and Izuku immediately panicked. He pressed the button on the side of his glasses and a translucent blue barrier sparked into reality a foot away from him. 3 thin blades tapped the barrier but bounced off, spinning in the air. Izuku yelled in fright on pure reaction and instinct, and his cry clearly caught the woman off guard as she raised her body attentively. Bob spun around and opened the door behind him and smashed it closed. Bob looked around, observing his cabin surroundings with strung-up paper of schedules, maps, and other things on the wall. Izuku, however, was beginning to hyperventilate. "Shit," Cassidy swore, ducking his head back behind the doorway as an arrow whizzed past, embedding itself into the floor. Cassidy sighed and looked over to Ash with a smirk, who rolled her eyes at him. She started making hand motions and Cassidy nodded in response. She kept her gun pointing outward but was withdrawn from pulling the trigger. Cassidy had his revolver beside his head, and he panted lightly. "Hanzo, I'm not here to fight you," Cassidy yelled out in Japanese, although his thick American accent was clearly coming through. There was silence, which concerned Ash, but Cassidy had a hopeful smile on his face as he pictured what would be going through Genji's brother's mind. "What?" a deep voice shouted back, making Cassidy huff confidently. "Mai and my partner here aren't with this Yakuza gang you're fighting. Actually, I'm an old friend of Genji and he wanted me to come talk to you because he is kind of held up at the moment," Cassidy explained. Ash awkwardly huffed. She had no idea what Cassidy was saying, but she wouldn't put it past him to make fun of her. Again, there was another pregnant pause and Cassidy waited for Hanzo's response. "Why should I trust you?" Hanzo responded sharply. How would you like me to prove me honesty? Cassidy inquired. That is your job to figure out. Hanzo said, and Cassidy couldn't help but picture a wise man saying that. He shrugged and tossed his gun out into the room, disarming himself, then straightening his posture. He looked towards Ash, who looked at him like he was a madman, but Cassidy only gestured for her to holster her rifle. Ash looked defiant, clearly not like this idea, but somehow she listened and put her weapon away. I'm disarmed. My partner's weapon is holstered, and we have no quirks capable of harming you. Are you willing to listen? Cassidy asks, looking around the large dark room for the bowman. This is a time where he really wished his quirk activated at night. Ash timidly walked into the room behind Cassidy. Her features scrunched at the dark room, and she looked towards the door in hopes of finding a light switch. She saw something that was close, and she smashed her fist against it. The lights around the room came on, blinding Ash and Cassidy. They blinked drearily but managed to focus on what was around, and their eyes were shocked. There were several glass boxes with large dead animals located inside. Some of them were unclear of what animal they were. They had been taken apart so much that the animal was no longer recognizable. Cassidy was the first to spot Hanzo on the ceiling, pinning himself between two metal bars to hold himself up as he pointed an arrow with his bow at him. Cassidy raised his arms up in surrender. Mate, I swear, we've got nothing to do with this, Cassidy replied. Hanzo didn't answer, instead dropping down and landing gracefully on the floor near Cassidy, his bow still pointing at him. I do recognize you, cowboy, Hanzo states with clear disdain, and Cassidy finally gets a good look at him. He didn't know what he expected, as he has never really seen Genji's face either. What he has left is still littered with scars. He kind of assumed he would very dark green hair like Genji, but he has the generic pure black. He was wearing mostly black, but he had a long blue piece of fabric wrapped around his waist. His pants seemed to be baggy but didn't look malleable from where Cassidy stood, and his sleeveless top seemed to be made of the same material, and it was very tight on his body. He held his metallic blue bow with his left hand that was covered in an intricate dragon tattoo that ranged from brown, gold, and blue in color. His facial hair was minimal but clear, a neat beard and mustache with clear separation, and his long hair was tightened into a bun. Well, looks like my charm extends across international waters then, Cassidy smirked, only causing for Hanzo to draw his bow back further. It isn't for a good reason, Hanzo replied. Cassidy sighed and dropped his hands. Ash was kept her arms firmly in front of her. She was itching to reach back and grab her gun, especially since it felt like the conversation was going south, but she had to trust Cassidy. If she even motioned for her gun, an arrow would be lodged straight into his jugular. It would be really helpful if she understood what was going on. You don't have the best reputation either. Last time I checked, you're the reason Genji has all of his cybernetics. You do know about that, correct? Cassidy accused, his eyes narrowing. Hanzo challenged the cowboy, his eyes narrowing in return. Cassidy stood his ground. Currently his trust was in Genji, as he didn't have much of a read on Hanzo's character other than he was hyper-serious. He was truly risking his own life here. If Hanzo chose to, him, Ash, and perhaps even Izuku would all be killed. But Genji wouldn't have asked him to do this if he didn't believe Cassidy could convince his brother. So Cassidy took a step closer, the tip of the arrow close to grazing his Adam's apple. Listen, Genji wants you to move on, as you're clearly the one person holding yourself back. You're not the heir of the Yakuza anymore. You are a wanted vigilante, and from my perspective, is only concerned about themselves. You can do so much more. This operation you're doing now is indicative of that, but you are being unreasonably stubborn. Genji wants your help. Will you give him a hand this time? Cassidy tells Hanzo, his usually aloof nature gone. Cassidy wasn't many things. He wasn't smart, but he was street smart. He knew how to use his charisma to his advantage, and if he was going to get anyway with Hanzo, he'd need to use low blows. Hanzo's expression didn't change, but he did shuffle his posture, his fingers loosening so he could grip them tighter in a different spot on his bow. He cracked his neck and pushed the bow closer to Cassidy's throat, the tip poking his skin. If any force would be applied, then Cassidy would draw blood. What is your name, cowboy? Hanzo asked, with a stoic expression, not revealing anything to Hanzo. I went by Jesse McCree back in Overwatch, but now I go by Cole Cassidy. Cassidy answered, his usual upbeat character cracking through his sudden cold one. Hanzo's hand on his arrow twitched before he pulled the weapon away. Relieving Cassidy of the arrow's tips, he pulled the bow into his quiver and stood up tall, looking up slightly to look Cassidy in his eyes. Ash felt relieved at the bowman's actions and moved her arms. I will concede on that, Cassidy, but I still no reason to follow your words. Hanzo spoke concisely. Cassidy rose his brow and looked at him incredulously. Seriously? You're not following my words, you'll be following your brothers, Cassidy said sharply. Hanzo's mouth thinned into an almost invisible line, and he looked away. Cassidy could see he had gotten him with that and was intending to prod further. However, a shriek caught his attention. Izuku, Cassidy shouted. Cassidy's worry spiked, and he looked around. The young teen's voice echoed around the barge's hallways, and Cassidy could definitely tell that it wasn't coming from above him, which meant Izuku and Bob went under the deck, which meant that they had a need to come under and now were in trouble. Was that Midoriya? Ash announced, spinning around and pulling out her weapon, but she flinched as Cassidy fired 2 shots up towards the roof. She turned to look at him, and he stood tall with his eyes dripping with worry. She could tell he was keenly listening in for another one of Izuku's screams or Bob's thunderous steps. Luckily, one of the two was heard quickly after. Bob's thundering footsteps became louder and louder, and a large bang sounded, a rubble and wood shot out from a wall, causing the trio in the room to jump back. Bob was hunched in, a shaking and nauseous-looking Izuku clutched in his large metal arms. That hurt. Izuku choked out before he succumbed to a coughing fit. Cassidy had his gun raised, prepared to shoot the next person he sees. Ash quickly dashed towards Izuku and Bob, her gun pulled out ready to fire, but her main concern was on Izuku. She put a hand on his shoulder, but Izuku only started shaking more. His breathing became hoarse, and his movements became far closer to thrashing. Midoriya, listen to me, you are okay. Ash tried to tell him, but Izuku didn't seem to be listening. Ash was panicking on what to do. Comforting isn't exactly a strong suit for her, let alone on what to do with a child in immense distress. Cassidy made his way towards Izuku himself, his eyes still flickering from the 2 doors of the room and the newly made hole. You brought a child? Hanzo asked from behind the 2 Americans. Ash spun around, flabbergasted at Hanzo speaking English all of a sudden. Cassidy didn't respond and walked around Ash. What the hell? You could speak English this entire time. Ash cried out and Hanzo looked away. A slight smirk creased his lips, but he drew his bow back and got ready to fire. Bob put Midoriya down. Cassidy asked the robot butler. Gently as if he were glass, Izuku was placed on the ground, but his body violently shook. His hair hung down in front of his eyes and beads of sweat were starting to drizzle down the side of his head. Izuku was trying to breathe, but his air was getting choked in his own throat. Cassidy slowly kneeled in front of Izuku and removed his hat. He put his fleshy hand over Izuku's heart and took one of Izuku's hands and placed over his own heart. Count with me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your hair is green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What color is your hair? Cassidy asked in a soothing tone. Izuku continued to shudder, his feet slowly moving from one spot on the floor to another. His throat was wobbly and Izuku could feel how dry his mouth was, yet he managed to sputter out a response. GG green. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Give me the name of an Omnic. Cassidy gently instructed Izuku. 3, 4, 5. Izuku struggled to get out, but his expression was lightening, and he was beginning to take deeper breaths than he was able to before. Bob. Izuku answered unsurely. Cassidy smiled, placing his hat over Izuku's head, causing the teen to look up at the cowboy. Hey, are all right in there? Can you tell me what's happening? Cassidy asked softly. Izuku stared with wide eyes for a small moment before rapidly blinking and nodding his head. Yeah, I saw this lady with a fox mask, dark teal hair and a white Miko dress teleport onto the ship and take out some Yakuza members. She rushed down the stairs and I felt like why you guys were in trouble since she can teleport. Izuku nervously spoke, but he raised his tone at the end in his effort to defend himself. Cassidy chuckled and patted Izuku's head. Okay, you're smart, Izuku. I know you did the right thing. So, let's focus on getting out of here now, isn't that right, Hanzo? Cassidy responded, looking back at Hanzo with a serious glare. Hanzo rolled his eyes but kept his bow drawn, aiming at one of the hallways. Sure, but how do you expect all of us to get off this boat unnoticed? He specifically doesn't seem like the quiet type. Hanzo inquired, nodding his head towards Bob, who seemed to get upset at his words. By a boat at the back of the ship, same we as 4 got on. Ash butted in as she stood next to Bob. She felt like she should have been the one to go towards Izuku and try and help him, but she just didn't know how. She's glad Cassidy did though, something his time at Overwatch probably taught him. Izuku shakily attempted to stand on his 2 feet again, but the action was a struggle for the young boy. Bob picked Izuku up and placed him on his shoulders, the greenette shivering but squeezing his legs onto Bob and gasping his head tightly in his hands. Hanzo meanwhile scanned them with his narrowed eyes. He was suspicious of them, but the cowboy story had made sense. Usually when people recognized him, it wasn't for good reasons. Shimada clan members after him for revenge or to become whatever experiment that Shai Hisakai group wanted. He didn't trust these two, and he still had unfinished business he needed to handle, and even the words of his brother wouldn't sway him. But sudden glimpse of memory hit him as he drawled on the facts of the Cole Cassidy, his cowgirl partner, their robotic butler and green-haired kid. The green-haired teen that shouldn't have been here described the person he saw as a woman wearing a fox mask with dark teal hair and a white Miko dress. That description reminds him of his old mentor, Asa Yamagami, the woman who taught him the way of the sword. She was dedicated to her craft and was incredibly strict with it, especially on him since she could see potential in him. Mainly because he took the task incredibly seriously, unlike his brother and his sensei's own daughter who'd often sneak away and began to partake in more carefree acts. She had retired from her previous position as defender before she began teaching him her arts. But the description could not possibly be a coincidence. Asa's family was known as Kaori before she married, and they were worshippers of the Fox Shrine for centuries. Asa's quirk matched the sputtering of the bushy-haired teenager. Perhaps it was her daughter Kiriko, or another representative who tribute the trickster's shrine. He knew the people relating to the shrine had quirks that connected to their very spirit, so they could be taught to others with the same connection. Either way, them being here didn't spell good news to Hanzo. He hoped they wouldn't be strongly against him. "Okay, Hanzo, what are you looking for? We'll help you then hightail before any more trouble comes around," Cassidy asks. Hanzo creeps towards them, his bow still drawn at the ready for anyone else who would sprint into the room. "I'm already finished here. Let's just get on the move," Hanzo answered in an annoyed tone. Ash rolled her eyes and Cassidy sighed. He was kind of asking on what Hanzo was here for in the first place, but he guessed that the mysterious and untrusting Bowman was not going to spill his pointless secret. "Sure, let's go. I'll lead," Cassidy said, walking towards the hole in the wall Bob had created with his revolver held firmly in front of him. His quirk may currently be inactive since it was night, but he still was quite observant without it. He wasn't going to allow for the Fox Lady nor Hashimoto member to ambush them. Bob staunched behind him, his arm that didn't have Izuku on the shoulder stretched out and panels extended out to reveal gun barrels. Ash motioned for Hanzo to follow, not comfortable to have the man be at the back of the group. Hanzo rolled his eyes at her precaution but at least acknowledged her sensibility. He would have dipped the first chance he got. The group made their way through the barge's hallways, going as quick as they could while still remaining quiet. Bob's footsteps certainly were alerting, which impeded their progress, but they had been firing their guns moments before, so the loud clattering feet of the butler Omnic couldn't have been the loudest thing happening. Their trek remained uninteresting, but they remained cautious throughout their trip to the stairs. Cassidy nimbly ran up ahead and swiped around for anyone else on the barge, but he saw no one. He motioned the others to follow, but a voice had Ash, Hanzo and Bob all spin around to look below the deck with their weapons pointing at them. "Whoa, don't shoot. I mean, no harm," the person yelled back in Japanese, her hands stretched out to try and freeze Ash, Hanzo and Bob from shooting her. Ash and Bob did not lower their weapons, but Hanzo slowly moved his downward. "What did she say?" Ash whisper yelled behind her, clearly not understanding what the Fox Lady had just said. Hanzo analyzed her. She certainly was young, couldn't be much older than 20 at best. Her mask definitely represented the mask the Kaori family wore, and although it had been years since he has even thought of her, Kiriko should be around 20, so he decided to ask. "Are you Kiriko?" Hanzo calls out, his feet slowly traveling back down the stairs, passing by the white-haired cowgirl. He looked quizzically at her, and the woman tilted her head. His eyes glanced over their body, looking for weapons. He couldn't find a katana or a sword of any kind strapped to her body, but he can see kunais hanging down a red rope around her waist and spot ticket-like paper with symbols that definitely resembled what was at the Fox Shrines. The woman reached up to her mask, one grabbing the noise and the other removing the straps around her head. The mysterious Fox Lady dropped the mask and revealed the youthful face of a young woman with her dark teal hair flopping over her forehead and covering areas of her eyes. She had red marks under her dark eyes that closely emanated gold, and her pink lips popped against her skin. "Hey, Uncle Hanzo. Been a while since you've seen me, hey?" Kiriko laughed, waving her hand up at the group as she tried to casually walk forward. But her eyes were darting towards Ash and Bob, as both still had their weapons drawn and were pointing at her. She didn't look scared, but she was certainly on edge. "What are you doing here?" Hanzo said, his guard still raised. He hated the fact he was acting so cagey around a person he considered to be like a niece to him, but their relationship had definitely faded since the day the Shimada clan fell. He had no doubt she had a few words of resentment towards him. He couldn't blame her for that, but he was worried if she had any other ulterior motive. You're not the only one having problems with the Hashimoto group. Those guys are tearing up my neighborhood and they're only expanding. If someone isn't going to do something, a large part of Japan is going to become unlivable. Kiriko defended, crossing her arms over her chest. Take this to the boat. I don't want to wait for someone to come up here to check if their guys are still doing their job. Cassidy grunted, coming down the stairs to growl at the small reunion. Kiriko blinked before turning to Hanzo with a confused look. Hanzo sighed and jerked his head towards the others, walking back towards the stairs. Kiriko was still confused, her head turning to look at Ash, who slowly put her gun down. God, I need to install some kind of translator on you, Bob, Ash complained, as she walked backwards up the stairs, not taking her eyes off of Kiriko, however. She still had no idea who this person was. Kiriko smiled at her, confusing Ash before she grouchily spoke. Oh, you speak English as well, don't you? The now group of 6 silently reached the back of the barge. Cassidy peered down and spotted that their boat was indeed still floating next to the ship. However, the front seemed a little damaged, likely from the waves causing the smaller boat to ram into the larger one. The damage was visible, but Cassidy doubted it would stop the boat from running. Wait, how the hell are we supposed to get back down? Ash piped up, looking down concerned at the far drop. We go down quickly, Cassidy responded, as he pulled a rope out from his belt. Cassidy adds a hook to his rope and lodges into the boat before jumping down. He drags the rope with him, holding it tightly in his arms to slow his rapid descent. Izuku and Ash stare down with wide eyes as they watch Cassidy seemingly performs this act. Let's get this over with, Hanzo complains as he jumps over the side of the barge and climbs down, only barely using the rope he had, mostly using his hands against the lumps on the side to slow himself down. Kiriko hops down just after him, which also confuses Ash and Izuku. She's coming down with us, Izuku questions as he watches her disappear. I guess so, Ash mutters before climbing onto Bob's shoulders. Bob, get us down, Ash growled, holding tight onto his metal body. Bob slowly climbed over, and instead of holding onto the rope, he just fell. Ash and Izuku's body tightened, and fear swelled through them as they seemingly free fell. They approached the boat very fast, but Bob slammed their arms into the boat, denting it with their bare hands. Izuku and Ash gushed and groaned as they almost instantly came to a stop. Izuku went to throw up but managed to keep it down. Bob managed to dislodge himself from the barge and landed on smaller fancy white boat they had originally came on. Glad you guys could drop, now let's get the fuck out of here, Cassidy laughed before walking through the door to get the boat's steering wheel. So, what's going on with you guys? Kiriko asks, sitting up straight and looking towards Bob, Ash and Izuku. Both were huddled next to Bob as there wasn't much room on the boat. They were sitting at the back, Bob holding onto the ledge to stop himself and his 2 companions from flying off. Hanzo and Kiriko sat in 2 chairs away from everyone else, perpendicular to the door. You first. I still have no idea who you are, Ash sneered, crossing her arms over her chest and glaring at the girl. Izuku looked over to Ash and gave a sympathetic look back towards Kiriko, shrugging his arms. Kiriko bit her tongue at Ash's response and resisted the overwhelming urge to sigh or laugh at her. Her eyes still flickered to the holstered rifle on her side, clearly still wary of what she should say around the snow-haired woman. Well, if you want an introduction, I'm Kiriko. Kiriko smiled, putting 2 fingers at the top of her head and moving them forward, representing a greeting. Me and the Hashimoto group aren't great friends, so you'll usually find me messing around with them. Although I am curious to why you're here, Hanzo, Kiriko said cheerily, but turned her attention to Hanzo, who turned his eyes to look at her. Yeah, I'm curious too, Cassidy announced as he walked through the door. The sky was still dark but far lighter than what it had previously been when they last looked. City building lights glowed from the distance, but they were so far away from the shore. It is nothing major. Information that I needed clarified, Hanzo replied ambiguously, causing everyone else on the boat to frown and glare at him. Mate, the Hashimoto and Shai Hisakai are working together, and apparently the only time you ever confront the Hashimoto was to mourn your brother's death, Cassidy stated, resting his metal arms against the door. Hanzo just turned and glared at him. Is that something you got from my brother? Hanzo inquired, clearly upset. Cassidy smirked and nodded. Wait, Genji. Kiriko spoke up, clearly surprised and concerned. Oh God, please, I don't want to talk about all of that here, Hanzo drawled, putting his face in his hand. Cassidy shook his head. Look, if you tell us more about you, we'll tell you more about us, Cassidy stated, and everyone else around him nodded. He was perplexed as to why Kiriko was joining in with them, but she also probably wanted the explanation just as much as everyone else. Mostly about Genji probably, the two were quite close before his supposed death. Izumi sat with Shoto and Momo at her house's dining table. They were talking about things happening in school and recent hero events, but the weight of Izuku's incident was really leaving them confused. Momo was barely touching her tea. Her feelings had only been incredibly down over the past 3 days. "Momo, are you still thinking about the things with Izuku?" Shoto inquired, peering over to his raven-haired friend. She sighed and moved her long hair back behind her ears and looked down to her light brown drink that was held in a small porcelain cup. "Are you not? Things haven't been close to being resolved and he's still in danger from our actions." Momo replied, astonished by Shoto. Shoto frowned, leaning back in his chair and quizzically looking at his friend. "We didn't push him to align himself with Overwatch." Shoto responded incredulously. Momo threw her arms up into the air. "Why wouldn't he? They supported the Quirkless. We haven't, people who proclaim to be future heroes. Why would he not change his ideals?" Momo rebutted. Shoto went to argue, but Momo continued to silence him. "We had no reason to destroy his inventions, to put egregious wounds all over his body and ostracize him from everyone. We did all of those things. Tell me, what of those things I listed remind you of a hero because no bell is ringing for me?" Momo spits out aggressively. Shoto stares at her, flabbergasted by her outburst before huffing and looking away, grabbing his chopsticks and contemplate about taking another bite. Izumi stayed quiet, looking between her two friends with a bouncing leg and a soda clutched close to her chest. "You have no talent, drive, or even a semblance of integrity. You're just a scum who abuses their brother because no one is going to try and stop you." Katsuki's words rang in Izumi's mind. Izumi had always believed that she was the greatest. She had been hero material from the moment she spawned in this world. But how true is that? She had hurt and disposed of Izuku most of her life because he was beneath her. He was a filthy Quirkless. Almost all others around her had stood by her actions, encouraging it or even joining in with. She had never thought she had done nothing wrong, yet she hid from her parents. Perhaps she subconsciously knew it was wrong to do or just didn't have enough time to torment him while she got treated like a princess. Izumi had always believed she had her path solidly laid in front of her like cement, but now, she could see the cracks and potholes. Izumi now sat confused as she tried to figure out where she stood, but thinking had never been something that came to her. She always had been headstrong, doing whatever first came to her mind, but now she couldn't be further confused. Shoto sat, a storming mixture of anger and confusion. Why had Izumi and Momo suddenly changed their tune? They had always known Izuku loved Overwatch. Why was this so shocking and why did they suddenly care? He was Quirkless, he was weak, he was nothing. His dad said he was doing the bushy-haired teen a favor, if anything. But Izumi had seemed to have lost her confidence and Momo had become all distraught. He believed this was all just some overreaction. The heroes will retrieve Izuku, and they'll immediately go back to laughing at him and pushing him down. Momo felt distressed. Izuku was now in reigns with a psychopath cowboy who worked with Overwatch, and apparently, Calamity Ash was here in Japan as well. Why was all of this happening to him? Why had she and her friends pushed him so far away? Genuinely, she wanted to help. Being a hero was just unattainable for a Quirkless individual. No matter how intelligent, resourceful, or tricky a person may be, they can't keep up with a person who has wings on their feet that allow them to just fly away. Not all Quirks can either, even useful ones in heroics, but that is why it's a tough job to get into. Not everyone can become heroes, only the best of the best, and a Quirk largely determines that. She liked Izuku. He was cute, determined, and inventive, but fragile. He would certainly die, so dissuading him was the only option. But Yagis are known to be thick-skulled. So, her version of persuasion was a bit more brutal than most, but it had to be done. She may have gone above and beyond in some areas, but it was only to stop him from getting a girlfriend. She may have been a little jealous, but you can't blame her. Well, you definitely can. "You three have fun, I'm going out," Toshinori called as he quickly walked towards the door, barely paying mind to the 3 kids sitting at the table. Izumi seemingly woke up from her internal dilemma and swiveled around to see her retreating father. "Oh, Dad, where are you?" The door slammed shut with a harsh bang. "Going," Izumi finished dejectedly. Toshinori locked the door behind before jogging to the small front gate. A long navy blue convertible sat on the side of the road, the engine still running and a man clearly inside. Wordlessly, Toshinori opened the car door once he reached it and slithered into the car seat. "All right, Toshi, let's get going quick," Naomasa Tsukachi stated. He was a relatively plain-looking man with short black hair, dark brown eyes, and average build. He wore a normal suit but had an oversized beige trench coat over the top. "What's the new stitch on my son?" Toshinori asked immediately, not waiting to mess around. Nothing much since the service station incident. As of currently, they could be on a boat out of the country or stuck under the subway tracks. There is really no way for us to know without any new leads. Tsukachi answered while he drove the car. Hey, I thought you said your son admired heroes greatly. Tsukachi piped when they stopped at a red light. As far as I've known, he always have. He used to get many All Might memorabilia and many others I can't name off the top of my head. Toshinori responded. He had a slight stutter in his words because at that point he realized he actually had no idea what his son had liked. It actually scared him how little of Izuku he actually knew about, and he was worried that his lack of attention with him may have a reason with that. Izuku just had the tendency to lie, get into fights, and skip out on studying, so he would punish him by giving him nothing, but that must have been the wrong way to discipline him. The last time he ever got him something an All Might poster, as it was his favorite hero, but after his encounter with his son in his hero persona, clearly his opinion had dropped, and significantly. But why? Naomasa hummed at Toshinori's answer but didn't say more. The man worked with the police for over a decade and was a longtime friend to Toshinori and was aware of his #1 hero identity. He was high-profile detective that usually dealt with issues that pre-trained with All Might on the precaution to keep his identity a secret. He had great trust for the man, and the same was true back. Naomasa specifically liked Toshinori because he never activated his lie detector quirk. Until just then, as a dull shock ran from his fingers all the way through Naomasa's body from the latter half of Toshinori's answer, and Naomasa currently didn't know how to feel about that. Katsuki sat on his bed, his hand holding a scruffy and tattered book with another book like that on a small table next to his bed. His face was turned down in a frown, but as Katsuki had aged, his resting facial muscles have just developed to give him a permanent grumpy look. He was at school again today. Izumi was far more reserved than Katsuki had ever seen the girl. He usually didn't care about Izumi, but her non-existent presence did catch his attention, as he could always feel her potent ego oozing off of her. However, he still couldn't give a shit. He was more focused on the fact that Izuku wasn't here. In fact, a news special was released while he was at school, taking every class by storm as they learned that Izuku had been snatched by weaselly weapon smugglers. But that detail was glossed over as everyone fixated on the fact he was taken by Calamity Ash, the most wanted villain in America, and Jesse McCree, an ex-Overwatch agent. Everyone immediately spouted nonsense at the media claiming he was taken by the Western duo since the nerd was an Overwatch fanatic, and Katsuki was inclined to believe partially. No way in hell would Izuku hitch a ride in a weapon smuggler truck. Even if he knew where Jesse McCree was, the nerd was an idiot, not moronic. Besides, why the fuck was Calamity Ash here in Japan? How the hell was she here in Japan? Something fishy was going on, and Katsuki suspected Overwatch was involved since McCree was in town. Now that Izuku had effectively fled, no matter what his intentions were when he somehow made it all to Kyoto, Katsuki had decided to look at Izuku's journals or workbooks that he retrieved from the pond. Katsuki hated Izuku. The fact that a useless Deku like him was intelligent enough to be better than him already irks Katsuki beyond belief. But the information he could see while he read through the mess of the watered-down book was simultaneously infuriated Katsuki, yet instilled fear into him. Izuku's analyzability was scarily accurate, from their quirks to habits and even intentions. He read Izumi's page entry and had smirked at the accuracy of her shit personality and limited knowledge she has over her own quirk. But that smile fell as soon as Katsuki read his own. Temperamental, villain-like, head of hearing, smokescreen flashbang, and starts every fight with a right hook. Katsuki read Izuku list down his habits, details about his own quirk he hadn't even realized, and what he likes to do when initiating fights and how he handles himself throughout it. Katsuki became uncomfortable reading such in-depth analyze of everything about him, including how to take him down, using his quirk's problem with water and how to take advantage of the recoil, blindness, and deafness drawbacks his quirks have, and Katsuki gulped as he read Izuku's ideas of how to take him down. He continued to read, looking at other teenagers Katsuki didn't know to, and then looking heroes. Top 10 heroes to redundant C-listers Izuku had explained in the book. Many of them Katsuki had never heard of. Eventually, he started skimming through the book until he reached blank pages. He checked the back page because if there was to be anything extra, it would be there. He was surprised at what he found. All for one, Katsuki stated slowly, his eyes squinting, and he pulled the book closer to his face. Katsuki stared at it. A man that could steal quirks and give them to others. Yeah, that was something that a quirkless loser like Deku would be into. But the more Katsuki read it, it seemed like it was less about a desperate quirkless ramble. He read about the several health ramifications of quirkless people gaining a quirk, as their bodies don't have the natural quirk enzymes that produce quirks. Additionally, it had records of people getting their quirk late or people possessing quirks unfit for their body. Katsuki also saw that apparently, this all-for-one man has existed for over 200 years. almost as long as Quirks have existed themselves, but apparently All Might himself had stated he killed the man almost a decade ago. How the hell would Deku know if All Might had said that at all? Katsuki huffed before tossing the book at the bottom of his bed. He had to stop overthinking things. Deku is just a pathetic, desperate, quirkless loser. He didn't care what was going on through that useless shit's mind. It didn't matter to Katsuki how badly Izuku wanted a quirk. Reality would teach him that lesson. The spiky-haired boy sighed and swung his feet up and off his bed. He then stood and stretched his back, raising his arms high into the air. With a satisfied crack, Katsuki sighed. His eyes wandered down to the second tattered book that laid open on his small bedside table. The page was open with several gadgets with Katsuki's name at the top. This was something Katsuki felt bad about. He knew Izuku was brilliant and these inventions showed it. He didn't care if the nerd got into support gear, it made no difference to him, so Katsuki did feel slightly bad. He only gave a shit because the quirkless bastard believed he could stand with him as a hero. Because Katsuki believed he could. But he can't take shit back and he now has the nerd's notebook. May as well use the clever designs Izuku had made in the book when he inevitably gets accepted into UA. It will just extend his lead over his classmates. Kiriko tried to subtly pull a large brown sack closer to her, moving the opening to her so she can see inside, but with 4 others directly around her. One person in particular, eyes gleaming with daggers in her direction. It was anything but subtle. "Oi, stop looking through our shit," Ash sneered, leaning over to the bag to try and drag it away. But it was loaded with a bunch of trash she and Izuku stole from the ships in the boating docks. "What?" Kiriko responds, raising her hands next to her face in a mock surrender. "There was nothing but junk in there," Kiriko says. Ash scoffs and rolls her eyes. Izuku twiddles his fingers awkwardly, debating whether or not he should input, but his social anxiety kept him silent. Hanzo meanwhile has kept his attention in the direction the boat is moving, navigating towards the boat housing warehouse. The boat slid inside silently with no knowing. Cassidy jumped off from the boat from the wheel, rope in hand as he tied the boat to another boat. There wasn't an empty space for their boat, and the group had no intention of returning or even using the boat they stole again, so it didn't matter to them. Kiriko hummed and stood up, ruffling Izuku's hair, causing the stiff boy to tense even more as she floatily hopped off the boat onto the wooden dock. She grabbed some items from her pocket as soon as she landed on her foot. She pulled out a piece of gum from a packet and chucked it in her mouth. She then flicked the packet to her other hand to put it back in her pocket while her first hand held a phone. Hanzo made sure his quiver was secure before leaping off onto the wooden platform. Ash checked over her jacket with a huff, definitely not happy with being cooped up with 2 more strangers now. She jumped off the boat, landing on the platform. Izuku moved over and looked towards the platform. The jump didn't seem so easy, especially with his small size and relatively poor athletic ability. Yeah, he was a good runner, but other that went in hand with his overall endurance. Izuku actually became a bit queasy. His stomach was still doing loops in his body. Suddenly, he felt himself rising, as if he was being picked up. He curled his body close and looked behind him, seeing Bob lifting him up and out of the boat. "Here, Midoriya, I got you," Ash said, extending her arms to pull Izuku in. Izuku let out a breath, relaxing himself and let Bob and Ash help him get his feet on the deck. "Thank you," Izuku responded shyly, slightly embarrassed at being helped like this. After Bob placed Izuku down, he turned and grabbed the large brown bag filled with the scraps of material Ash, and Izuku nicked and tossed it on the large wooden docks. The bag flew over Ash and Izuku before crashing on the ground, announcing a clattering sound of metal. Almost everyone's necks craned to look at the bag after it smashed onto the docks. Ash's neck snapped back around, and she harshly glared at Bob. "Careful, you tin can. Don't track us any attention." Ash spat aggressively. Bob lowered his head and slowly nodded, seemingly trying to apologize. Izuku wondered why Bob didn't talk. Perhaps he didn't have a voice box, but he thought those Omnics still had the ability to make sounds like beeping. Bob then jumped onto the platform next to Izuku and Ash, the boat rocking violently after the force of the giant Omnics jump. The warehouse was quiet, although Izuku believed it would be momentarily. He looked over to see Kiriko bouncing towards Hanzo, looking down at her phone from time to time, and Cassidy waiting further at the entrance where Hanzo was walking towards, seemingly trying to block him off. Ash, Bob, and Izuku trailed after them, Ash staunchly taking the lead over the other 2. Hanzo stops and gazes at Cassidy with a stoic expression. Cassidy smiles lazily. Pushing himself off of the wall he was leaning against and slowly trots closer to Hanzo. Kiriko makes her way over to Hanzo and rests her elbow on his shoulder, her arm reaching her head from the height difference of the 2. "So, you got an idea of what you're doing, Bow Man?" Cassidy questioned, placing his arms on his hips. Hanzo breathes in, raises his chin up higher to stand against Cassidy. "I'm leaving to finish the job," Hanzo responds. And then, Kiriko piped up, cheekily drawling out her words in attempt to rattle the grouchy archer. Hanzo side-eyes the girl who looked up at him expectantly, although he could tell she was holding back a smug grin. The other three walk up behind them, Hanzo looking back before turning back and scrunching his face, closing his eyes. "I'll go where the wind takes me," Hanzo answers, opening his eyes to stare at Cassidy. Cassidy looked back at Hanzo, his eyes scanning his before the cowboy groans, rolling his neck and trying to crack it. "You're as stubborn as a donkey, you know that, Hanzo." Cassidy sighs, relenting on trying to sway Hanzo. He clearly understood that he would not budge. Kiriko huffed as well, shaking her head but bouncing right back up with a smile. "Enough about what he's going to do, what about us? At least half of Japan is on our ass and apparently he's wanted," Ash exclaimed, moving closer to the center of the group and pointing a finger back towards Izuku. "Yeah, your face is all around the news. Izuku Yagi kidnapped by weapon smugglers, then ex-Overwatch criminal Jesse McCree and notorious American gangster Calamity Ash. What's that about? And I thought your name was Midoriya." Kiriko spoke out loud, seemingly unfazed by the severity of what she was saying. Izuku flinched when Kiriko looked towards him after questioning his name, and he suddenly became nervous. Izuku started rubbing his fingers together nervously behind his back. Izuku felt Bob's metallic hand touch his shoulder, and the green-haired spun around to stare up at the metal giant. Bob tilted his head as he looked down at the nervous teen, and Izuku gulped. He turned his head again as he heard someone approach him and saw Cassidy come next to him and crouch. "You don't have to be worried, Midoriya. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to," Cassidy informed Izuku gently, giving the teen a caring look. Izuku nodded his head rapidly. No. I'm already in too deep to really care now. Well, other than being rescued by Cassidy and getting into a fuss with Ash at a service station, I haven't done anything. My, father is All Might, and no, he is not worried. I'm quirkless, and he and the rest of my family haven't been treating me well, which has led me to accidentally run away," Izuku finished nervously. "Accidentally?" Hanzo inquired. "Don't worry about it," Cassidy stated quickly, protecting Izuku from any potential further questions. "Really, I presumed he lived in some luxurious bunker because of how identifiable and powerful he is," Kiriko added, putting a finger to her chin. Izuku chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. "Well, he looks quite different when not on duty. He's usually freakishly skinny." Kiriko's eyebrow shot one eyebrow up in confusion but withheld any more questions. Silence covers the group for a few moments. Cassidy grunts as he raises himself to his feet and looks up into the air with a long breath. "God, these past 72 hours have been like a rodeo. I came to Japan to find Hanzo, ran into a stray kid in need of some help, reunited with the past, and now have found Genji's brother and niece." Cassidy laughed, his usual charismatic facade breaking slightly as the weight of the bombshells are starting to take a toll. Izuku looks at Cassidy with a worried expression, but the man seemingly shook off whatever feeling he was experiencing. Izuku knew the man was a veteran when it came to pressure. In fact, he seems to revel in it. But Izuku couldn't help but be concerned. "Oh, is this Genji here?" Kiriko said enthusiastically, quickly hopping towards Cassidy, Izuku, and Bob. Ash and Hanzo were off guard by the sudden brightness of Kiriko but followed. Kiriko stood next to Bob, the Omnic bending down to look at the phone Kiriko had in her hands as she held it out for others to see. Hanzo and Ash leaned their heads in and squinted their eyes to see the tiny screen. With the exception of Kiriko, the group was surprised what was on screen. It was a video of large Omnics seemingly fueled by purple energy. It was terrorizing a city with people crying out. Izuku believed it sounded French, but he wasn't nearly versed enough to confirm so. Izuku watched in fearful anticipation as he waited for someone to come and save the day. Izuku is used to watching videos like this. Many times he has used these videos to fanboy over Overwatch agents or analyze heroes. However, he hasn't done that in a while and he has no idea what kind of content is in the video. However, his eyes widen in excitement as he catches a large dark blue gorilla wearing white armor. Izuku watched the ape smash a large white object onto an Omnic, smashing it to pieces. Vibrant blue electricity spark out from it. "Winston," Izuku whispered unknowingly out loud. The video is jittery, clearly depicting the recorder's panic. Izuku saw some Omnics trapped in ice, which he found a little strange but presumed it was just a French hero helping out, although he hasn't actually seen a hero yet, concerning him slightly. His worries were then magnified upon seeing a Goliath Omnic appear. It towered over skyscrapers and one of its arms looked to be a cannon. The Omnics seemingly looked down at the street, its own body too wide to fit the large road that had 8 lanes of cars. It raised its cannon arm slightly and a laser of purple energy rushed out, slicing into the ground, causing an explosion of rubble and debris as it seemed to eat up the ground. The Omnics arm started to rise, reeling the giant laser further up the road jam-packed with abandoned vehicles. The laser ripped through the ground and the cameraman watched the laser approach them at a rapid pace. The cameraman tripped, the person falling over, and Izuku winced hearing them scream along with 2 other people, one of them being a child. As the death laser was close enough, almost the entire screen was vibrant mass of purple. A large blue pillar of ice shot in front of the camera. A powerful force struck the ice. It immediately cracked, but it seemed to withstand the brief encounter with the ice wall as it skimmed past a mere moment later, traveling onto the road behind the camera as shown when the camera pans behind to see the barreling laser. Not much was shown after as the cameraman retreated with a woman and child with him, scrambling to get behind a building, so they didn't see much after what comes next. Kiriko speeds up the video by a couple of minutes, and the next thing the group get to see about the situation is the massive robot top half encased in ice with other parts of them destroyed as it laid motionless on the floor. Panning over, the camera shows a group of varying people. A great blue ape that Izuku had already recognized as Winston. Not only that, he recognized a woman with long blonde hair, tied in a ponytail, holding a staff and donning an angel costume. That was Mercy, a combat medic for Overwatch who did not stop her efforts at healing those in need, as shown by the several articles of her in Egypt, caring for those injured despite the sour stigma about her. There was also a large man in a suit of armor with gray hair and a beard. He held a hammer that was as tall as he was, and he had lions' heads on parts of his suit of armor. It wasn't an exact replica of the man Izuku first saw as an introduction to Overwatch, but there was no doubt in his mind that he was Reinhardt. The last person Izuku recognized was a thin woman wearing tight orange and white clothing with what seemed to be a metal vest over their chest with a glowing blue orb in the center. She has short brown hair, tinted goggles, and cool white guns that share the same glowing blue energy orb on her chest. This is Tracer, a pilot that is able to blink herself forward in time. The rest were new to Izuku. There was a person in a gray hoodie that seemed connected to their clothes. They had a mask on with a glowing green visor, and Izuku could spot other green attributes on their body, including a sword that was sheathed in their back. On closer inspection, their hand also entirely seemed mechanical. There was a tall girl with reddish hair standing next to Reinhardt. She also wore armor and was definitely similar to the German Crusader design he has known Reinhardt to have. She held a small metal club in her hand, but is also seemed to have a chain connecting to her armor from the weapon. In addition, there was a CRB plate on her left hand, similar to Reinhardt, indicating Izuku she had a shield like him. The final person was a girl with glasses and had brown hair strung into a ponytail like Mercy, but was wearing a large, blue, fluffy winter coat with a metal pack strapped to her back. In her hand was a strange gun. The barrel was far too big to properly fire a bullet, and judging by the icy capsule on the side of the gun, Izuku guessed it was either an icicle or snowball. She may have been responsible for the ice wall that saved the cameraman before. The ninja with a sword is Genji, Hanzo stated, and Izuku heard Cassidy hum in confirmation. Wait, is that recent? Ash asked, perplexed at what she saw, not convinced it was real. Yeah, Paris was attacked by the Omnic terrorist group Null Sector. Overwatch swooped in and saved the day. Kiriko answered, bringing her phone away and to her chest. She then turned and stepped away from the others and turned around. The group dispersed, giving each other personal space as they looked around at each other. Didn't know that, although have had other things to worry about. I think I need to make a call to them before they get busy with something else. Cassidy mused, pulling out his own phone that looked very old. Izuku didn't exactly know what a burner phone was, but if he had to guess, that was it. You make that call, I'll be on my way, Hanzo informed the group, turning around and walking towards the exit of the warehouse. Cassidy paused and rolled his eyes at the stoic man and called after him. Where are you going? We'll help, Cassidy said. This surprised Hanzo, and he turned around with a raised eyebrow. We will, Ash piped. Confusion etched into her tone. With her arms crossed, she glanced over to Izuku, who matched her confused expression and raised his arms to prove that he had no idea what was happening either. But they both mentally linked with each other that they believed this to be a bad idea. However, they were in too deep to really back out, and they had enough trust in Cassidy to believe he knew what he was doing. He did know more about whatever situation was going on compared to them. You don't know what you're getting into, Hanzo responds, his tone cold as his eyes narrowed at the audacious cowboy. Cassidy smirks with pride, taking a step closer to Hanzo. Again, the two adult males challenge each other with their piercing stares. I don't have to get involved, but if you need a good distraction and an emergency getaway, We're your people," Cassidy stated proudly. Hanzo frown deepened as he continued to stare at the Western man. "You are still really trying to get me to go with you," Hanzo sighed. "You haven't given me a good reason not to," Cassidy replied, challenging Hanzo again. Hanzo pursed his lips, his eyes staining Cassidy at this point for how hard he had been locked on him. Eventually, the man gives up and turns around but does speak. "I'm heading to Onami Avenue to intercept a trade, then going to hit Shigaro 27. If you hit Shigaro 25, that'll make things easier." Hanzo spoke solemnly before walking away. Cassidy smiled triumphantly, looking over to Izuku, Ash and Bob. He winks at them and gives them a thumbs up. Izuku and Ash just gave a face, a mixture of confusion, fear, and disgust, while Bob's eyes shutters closed, and he raised his hand up to return Cassidy's gesture with a thumbs up. "I'll go with him. Meet you guys there. Oh, and can I come with you guys?" Kiriko asked, looking back as she scampered closer to the door, her hand on her fox mask as she looked back at the group. Cassidy shrugged and nodded his head. "If you want to get involved in this mess, sure. Since you are Genji's niece, he'll probably endorse you," Cassidy answered. Kiriko nodded with a smile before sliding her mask over her face. As she left through the door, she whispered to herself that only she could hear. "I hope so." Kiriko dashed away, leaving the four in silence. Ash was the first to make noise, groaning and turning her head, her arms still holding her chest. She spits onto the water before rolling her jaw and looking over to Cassidy, who was looking over at her. "Didn't like her, or him for a matter of fact," Ash stated plainly, her face scrunched in appall. "You don't like anyone, Ash," Cassidy responded without missing a beat. Izuku looks worriedly up at Cassidy, fidgeting with his fingers from nerves. "So, are we going to follow? I'm not clear on what's going on," Izuku asked. He had been thrown for a loop this entire conversation. He was still giddy and reeling from the feeling of watching Overwatch agents in action again. It had been so long since they had been abandoned. The best he has done is watched reruns of what he has seen. But those had been sparse, as Japan essentially scrubbed all positive Overwatch-related content from social media. It was only criminal, criminal, criminal. But now he was being thrown with Cassidy and Ash to buy a distraction for Hanzo, someone who didn't seem to be so keen to be around them. Safe to say, Izuku wasn't very confident about whatever plan Cassidy had cooking in his brain, but he was too scared to say it out loud in fear of being mocked or told to listen to people who were clearly smarter. He had hitched a joy ride with Cassidy and was relying on the man to protect him, something he knows Cassidy will do. He was just worried about something going wrong and everything going up in smoke. He didn't want to see Cassidy be captured, nor did he want to be confronted by his All Might, the rest of his family, or anyone else in his dealings about Overwatch. Hell, he didn't want to see Ash arrested either. Maybe it was the connection he had with a fellow Quirkless person, but she has been one of the few people to be nice to him, treat him as something above useless trash. She may be a criminal, but Izuku is seen to idolize a major criminal organization. With how he knows Quirkless people like himself are treated, he doesn't blame Ash for going down the path that she has. Hell, he is proud of her abilities as a Quirkless person, giving the whole of America and the rest of the world a middle finger. "Come on, we need to head after them. They'll definitely get there faster, so let's not waste time," Cassidy recommended. He walked towards the door, and strangely Ash and Izuku were being shoved forward by Bob. Hey, we can walk on our own," Ash growled, banging her elbow back at Bob. The Omnics stopped when he was jabbed but made no motion of being hurt. Ash turned and looked straight up at Bob, who only blankly stared back. She huffed in frustration and hurriedly staunched forward after Cassidy. Izuku began jogging to keep up. "How are we going to get there? Do we know where we are? Can we avoid being seen, especially with Bob?" Izuku spoke up about his concerns, looking behind him to see the robot butler comically jogging behind him. He heard Cassidy laugh in a way that did not instill confidence into Izuku. "No fucking way," Ash swore as Bob moved the manhole cover Cassidy had asked him to move. The three humans stared down the hole, and combined with the darkness of night, they couldn't see the bottom. "Well, unless you have a better idea, we better get moving," Cassidy barked with a wide grin before jumping down the hole. Izuku and Ash's eyes shot wide as she watched her fellow Western disappear into the darkness. "Come on," Cassidy called. Ash grumbled in annoyance, her eyes traveling towards Izuku to see him with a fearful expression. Her harsh expression softens, and she tried to calm herself down. Cautiously, she reached a hand towards Izuku, making the teen look towards the white-haired woman. Ash gave an awkward, out-of-character smile, trying to soothe his worries. Izuku gave her a sweet, innocent smile back and took her hand. Ash's heart went into overdrive upon seeing Izuku's innocent expression. The weird trust she received from Izuku was foreign to her. The last person she had received the same sort of care and any kind of trust with was Cassidy. Ash had to stop herself from her thoughts from wondering so she didn't freak Izuku out. She then initiated the jump down into the sewer, Izuku following behind her. Izuku and Ash both gasped in surprise when they hit the concrete floor, and they both stumbled with Izuku falling into Ash. "Sorry," Izuku muttered out, but Ash assured him that he was fine. The cowgirl brushed the teen off and pulled him towards Cassidy. Then all three jumped from the tremor shockwave Bob emitted when he crashed into the ground. Ash regained her composure first and swiftly made another comment. "This place bloody reeks." Ash growled out in utter revulsion. "Well, get used to it, it'll be sunlight by the time we reach our destination," Cassidy commented, only making Ash groan louder. Izuku was worried she'd break her voice by how loud her unearthly groan of frustration was. "Fucking hell, Bob," Ash spat, her tone defeated, lacking her usual bite. She clicked her fingers and Bob held up his left hand. A finger cap on his pointer finger popped off and a bright light illuminated from it. "Let's just get moving," Ash complained, holding her nose. Hanzo, wait up," Kiriko called after her uncle, scaling the building with nothing but her bare hands just to keep up. Hanzo never slowed down, seemingly leaping on thin air to further the gap between the two. Kiriko huffed and glared at Hanzo's retreating figure. She swung herself onto the roof of the building. Misty aqua energy flew out from her hands before exploding when she put her hands together. In a puff of the same aqua mist, she disappeared. The same mist flew out right in front of Hanzo, making the man stop as Kiriko appeared right in front of him. Hanzo's eyes widened as Kiriko swung her leg at him, causing Hanzo to duck. He reached up and grabbed her leg and tried to throw her away, but Kiriko jabbed her other leg into his shoulder blade. She aimed her elbow to hit the side of his neck, but unexpectedly Hanzo managed to shift his shoulder to make her foot on his shoulder blade slide and used that hand to catch her elbow. With her other leg already caught, Kiriko followed the momentum when Hanzo threw her to the floor, the fox girl gracefully catching herself and rolling back up into a standing position. Hanzo glared the girl while Kiriko moved her mask back on top of her head to reveal her pissed-off expression. "Stop running from me. It has been 15 years since I've seen you. My mother misses you and I've just found out that Genji is alive. I want answers, I also want to talk to you." Kiriko blurted out angrily, the frustration of her uncle refusing to give her the time of day. Kiriko's age is weird compared to Hanzo and Genji, so I will have Kiriko look really young but be 25 if it ever matters. Hanzo is 40 and Genji 37. I have nothing to say. I already have disgraced my honor. There is nothing else to go into. Hanzo gritted out, his hands clutched tightly on the fabric of his pants. Memories of his past washed back into him, and he quickly diluted them into the back of his mind. But Kiriko hasn't backed down. "No, my mother always says how regretful she feels for leaving you alone with those greedy elders of your clan. She always told of how strict your father was with you but how much he cared. With him gone, all the pressure on you heightened to tenfold and causing you to do something horrible." Kiriko rambled, trying to get through to Hanzo. Hanzo lowered his head, but he was too stubborn to back down from mere words. "I thank Sensei Yamagami for her kind words, but I was the one who ultimately chose my path," Hanzo told Kiriko solemnly. The girl frowned sadly, looking towards the man she respected as an uncle when she was a child. A lot of mixed emotions embellished her when her mother gave her the rundown on why she couldn't see Genji again or even visit the Shimada residence. At the time, she was so angry, confused and upset at what had happened. She was angry at Hanzo, but also felt sorrow for him. Her mother described how the elders pushed their ideals and worries about Genji to Hanzo no matter how much she tried to interfere. Eventually Hanzo was pushed too far, and he made a terrible decision he immediately regretted and destroyed the own empire he helped his father maintain for many years. She knew he had done something horrible, but she didn't believe him to be irredeemable. She still believed that the Hanzo she knew back in that time still in there, just hidden from all the pain he burdened himself to carry alone. "Have you seen Genji again?" Kiriko asked slowly. Hanzo didn't move, a sign that could mean anything but with what Kiriko knew of her uncle from memories. She knew she was right and now he was contemplating. Likely lost in the past. 2 years ago. Hanzo breathed out quietly, Kiriko barely able to hear it. "We had a duel, he had disarmed and defeated me. However, he spared me and asked me to pick a side and I still don't know what he meant by that." Hanzo answered, his eyes not reaching Kiriko. Kiriko nodded, her eyes sadly looking at the man. "Well," Kiriko started, slowly walking towards Hanzo. "It sounds like he's forgiven you and to me. He wants you to not stand aside." Kiriko says, stopping in front of Hanzo. "There is so much going on in the world. In these recent years, I've seen it get so much worse firsthand. Hell, it made me take up the mantle of a vigilante. Right now, Hanzo, I think what Genji was trying to tell you was that the time of waiting is over. Something needs to be done. Just which side of the battle will you choose to be on? Kiriko said with compassion but power to Hanzo, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. At last, Hanzo looked up to Kiriko and the girl smiled at him. I think it's time for you to stop being sorry for yourself. Let me help you, Hanzo, please, Kiriko said. Hanzo sighed and stood up straight, now being above Kiriko. He looked down at the girl. A brief flash in his mind replaced Kiriko's face with a much younger version of what he remembered of over 15 years ago. You have grown a lot, Hanzo stated before ever so slightly cracking a smile. Do you still like Poki? We have time to grab some. Kiriko beamed brightly. Hell yeah, but you still owe me a lot of catching up to do. Kiriko laughed in triumph. That's it, guys. That was the full stuff. Until the author add more chapters. Take care.